Do you see ants doing one particular task and then they suddenly leave it and go into another job? No, you don't see that, right? And somehow, I always am fascinated that with minimal communication, I'm sure there is communication in whatever way they have, but in whatever minimal communication they have, every ant precisely knows what it needs to do and does it in such clockwork that the entire colony of God knows how many other ants are there functions effectively and efficiently. There's no other better efficient system. Ladies and gentlemen, contests are similar to that, right? Every person in a contest has a particular role, be it a contestant, being a contest official, being a judge, being an audience member as well. There is a certain role. Now, it's not that we can just drop one role and jump into another role. It's not that suddenly you are a judge and you say, no, I want to be a contestant because you have motivation. It's all about you performing that particular role, that particular aspect of that day in the best possible manner, right? And you can do that with planning, proper communication. We might not have that amazing communication that ants have. We're evolved human beings, but we also have misunderstandings. We also have cultural barriers. We have communication barriers. But those are things that we overcome in a contest because we all come with a purpose. Can anyone tell me what is that purpose in a contest?
To win.
To win. What of a judge?
Oh.
But you're right. I'm pretty sure that's not the purpose. I'm pretty sure that's not the purpose. Right? But what would be the purpose in a contest? Why do we come? Why do we take part in contests? Why do we organize contests?
To choose a winner.
To choose a winner. Anything else?
We have to learn to judge without bias.
To judge without bias. Anyone online in chat?
Yes.
To judge without bias.
Smooth functioning of contest.
Award showcase.
To showcase awards. Yeah.
To test ourselves.
To test ourselves. Brilliant. All of you are right. Contests that we organize, especially in Toastmasters, is to put each and every one of us to the metal, right? It's to put us through a process to really challenge us, not just the contestants. Of course, the contestants are going to come, they're going to prepare, they're going to try to battle among each others. But as contest officials, as role takers, as organizers, we ourselves are also going to put to the test how well we can communicate with each other. How well can we perform that particular duty that we have on that day to the best of our ability? How well can we communicate with each other so that we don't have any conflicts? We don't have issues. How well can we plan so that there is no tech issues that happen being a hybrid setup? All of that is why we do a contest, right? And today, as part of the contest management and judges training program, right, from the program quality director's office and the district chief judge office, we are trying to ensure that we give you all the tips and tricks, understand the processes, understand the protocols, and especially the rules to run these contests like clockwork, just like an ant colony, right? And I think we all can agree, if you've all attended a contest, participated in it, been a role taker, or even been an audience member, there is also that always possibility of Murphy's Law, right? Whatever goes wrong can go wrong. And in a contest, you have to be prepared for anything and everything that can go wrong. And while we understand that there is that possibility that things might not go well, this training today is all about preparing you so that you are equipped with everything that you need to handle whatever comes your way. And that's ultimately what Toastmasters is all about, right? That is what we're going to do today. We're going to take part. There's going to be two different breaks. The first segment is the contest management part, where we'll teach you all the elements of how to be that perfect, synonymous, synchronous, and colony. And in the second half of the day, after lunch break, we'll go into judges training, which is all about understanding how the nuances of judging, being a voting judge, being a chief judge. How do you need to make those decisions that determine who wins on that particular day, the contest? This is what we're going to have for today. So sit back, don't relax. This is not a movie that you're going to watch. Sit back, listen to everything that is coming from the respective presenters. Keep your questions handy, right? Please reach out and ask. We have panel discussions where you can ask all your questions. You can put on the chat. Our moderators will keep a note of it and also ask us. Ask as many questions as you have. Clear whatever doubts you might have in your head for contest, because one thing hybrid is something new that we're all going to look into. We've all mastered in-person contests. We've all mastered online contests over the last 2 years. Hybrid is something that's new. It's a change. So you might have questions, you might have doubts. Today, this event is all about helping you clarify all of that. So please do share those. And with that note, I'd like to officially welcome all of you to District 92 Program Year 2022 to 2023 Contest Management and Judges Training Program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here, all the people. And with that, I hand it back to our Master of Ceremony and Moderator, Toastmasters.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Rohit Koka, for setting the context and letting us know what's in it for us today. All right, so let's move on to our next session, where we'll learn about how each of these role takers need to act during this hybrid contest. And to take the session, let me invite our next speaker, who is our past CGD in 2021-22. Who is also chartered 18 clubs in District 92 last time in his tenure. And he was also a President's Distinguished Division Director. He was awarded the Outstanding Area Director Award in 2018-2019. He was also my boss and Division Director when I was the Area Director. So let me welcome distinguished Toastmaster Krishna Prashanth, formerly known as KP, to the stage for the next session on the roles and responsibilities for the role takers in the hybrid meeting. Over to you, Prashanth.
Right. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Shishmita, for that wonderful introduction. So, am I audible and visible to the person sitting in the room and to the persons joined through online?
Can't hear you.
Okay, I take that as a yes. I am Krishna Prashanth, but the display name says Satyanarayan. I am not Satyanarayan. I am Krishna Prashanth. Satyanarayan is the kind person sitting over here who logged into his Zoom account. Okay, in today's session, we are going to discuss about the roles and responsibilities in a contest. So, in anyone speak, how many roles are there in any session, any contest roles?
3 roles.
What are they?
Yeah, the first one is the role evaluator, and then the general evaluation, and then accounting, and then the time.
Okay, good. Your good name?
Ashok.
Ashok. Okay, thank you, Ashok. So, unlike the general regular meetings, we have a bit different roles when it comes to a contest. Can you go to the next slide? We have contest chair, contest master, online moderator, sergeant at arms, tally counter, and timer. In these roles, online moderator is applicable only if you are doing the contest in online mode or a hybrid mode. But if you are doing pure in-person contest, online moderator is not required. Only you will have contest chair, contest master, sergeant at arms, tally counter, and timer. So out of all these roles, which role you think is more important?
All the roles.
All the roles. That's the right answer. All the roles are very important because each and every role taker has to give their 100% so that we get 100% quality contest without any errors.
Next time.
So first we'll discuss about the contest chair. So in every role, we have 3 phases. So first is what is that role taker has to do before the contest? What is the role taker has to do during the contest? What is that the role taker has to do after the contest? That's we are going to discuss here. So coming to the contest chair, before the contest, what the contest chair has to do is, contest chair is the one, when it comes to club contest, is the one who finalizes date, time, budget, and agenda required for the contest. But when it comes to area, division, and district contest, the dates would have been finalized earlier. So date and time won't be finalized by contest chair, but contest chair can take care of the budget and agenda part. And also contest chair is responsible for appointing all the role takers, whom I have mentioned there, online moderator, SAA, contest masters, timer, tally counter, and also the chief judge. He appoints all these role takers and chief judge takes care of appointing the judges. So contest chair will not take care of any appointment of chief judge, any judges. The chief judge will take care of the appointment. And after that, the contest chair will take care of the verifying the eligibility of all the role takers and speakers. Speakers in the sense, if it is a test speaker for evaluation contest, that we'll discuss a bit after, and the contestants for the contest, and also the role takers, who all I have mentioned. He takes care of verifying the eligibility. Eligibility in the sense, the contest, any contest role taker should be a member in good standing in a club in good standing. Say, if I'm taking sergeant at arms in any contest, so the contestant has to verify if I'm a paid member of any club and the club is in good standing or not. So if these two criteria are met, then I'm a member in good standing in a club in good standing.
Somewhat.
Then arrange for all the contest related documents. So you talk about the contest masters reading the contest master script during the contest, the chief judge and the judges having the judges ballots. And then you talk about the other role takers, like the notification of winners document, the announcement of results. All these documents has to be taken care by the contest chair. Either contest chair can give the responsibility to someone, or the contest chair can own the responsibility, but ensure that the sergeant at arms is bringing all the documents, or the contest chair is bringing all the documents to the contest. Then appoint the test speaker. If it is an evaluation contest, how many of you have never witnessed evaluation contest till now? Okay, you guys need to. So generally in any club meeting, how the contest happens? Generally in any club meeting, the speaker gives the speech and later the evaluator evaluates. But in contest, one test speaker comes and gives the delivers the speech, and after that, all the contestants will evaluate the same speech. So the contest chair has to identify this test speaker and also obtain the speech taken well in advance. And then for the table topics contest, generally in any club meeting, the table topics, each contestant will get his or her own topic. But in a contest, all the contestants will get the same topic. So contest chair is the one who decides the topic and conduct contestants briefing along with the contest officials. So if we have, this year we have table topics contest, evaluation contest, and international contest happening in our district. So for all the three contests, you should conduct briefings for all the contestants and ensure when you are briefing the contestants, the contest officials are also present in the briefing. And also ensure, if possible, chief judge is also present and is there throughout the briefing session. Next, once this briefing is done and all we are set up for the contest, and on the contest day, what contest chair has to do is ensure contest officials, contestants to test their audio, video, and screen share before the contest begins. If it is an online contest or hybrid contest, then this audio, video checking, ensuring the screen share option is working fine. So these all contest chair have to check with all the contestants and the role takers. If it is an in-person contest, ensure the audio system and video system are, if there is any, are working fine, and ensure that you are encouraging the contestants to go on stage, test their speaking area, and check the audio setup. And then notify the chief judge regarding protests raised by the contestant. So in any contest, the protests can be raised by either the contestants or judges. If judges are raising the protest, so the protest will be raised to either only chief judge. If it is raised by any contestant, it can be raised either to chief judge or to the contest chair. So the contest chair will ensure if any protest he is receiving any protest, so he ensures he is going and mentioning it to the chief judge. Then be a backup for contest master in case if it is an online contest, the contest master is reading the script. And this happened to us 2 years back in one of the division meets. The contest master, due to the poor internet connection, the contest master got disconnected. Then the contest chair took over and the contest chair continued reading the script. So the contest chair will be a backup for contest master in any case, if the contest master gets disconnected, or if it is in-person contest, if the contest master has to leave the venue due to any unforeseen circumstances. Then receive the results from judges and announce winners. Towards once the contest is done, receive the results from, it's not judges, he will receive the results from the chief judge, and then he will, the contest chair will announce the winners. And while announcing the results, the important point the contest chair should keep in mind is we should not ask for any guesses. Generally, in any reality show, we say, right, who is the second place winner? Who is the first place winner? Can you guess? In Toastmaster contest, you are not supposed to do that. Please do not ask for any guesses. So straight away read who is the third place winner, who is the second place winner, and who is the first place winner. Next slide. And after the contestant has to share the contact details of all the contestants with the chief judge, mainly email ID and contact number. This is because there is a document called notification of winners where the positions will be given for all the 8 contestants. So who is in first place? Say if there are 8 contestants or 10 contestants, who is in first place, who is in second place, who is in third place, the chief judge will enter the details and share with the contest chair of the next level. So you should ensure that the chief judge is sharing this to the contest chair of the next level as well. And if it is a club level contest, ensure whatever expenses you are making towards the contest, you are submitting to the treasurer. And if it is an area or division or district contest, you ensure you submit it to respective district officer, that is area director or division director or PQD, so that they can claim the bills and they can pay the money to you. If you lose the bills, no one can help you. Go to next slide. This is about contest share. Please, if you have any questions, please make a note. Please make a note. Towards the end, we'll discuss. If we don't get the time, towards the end, we have the panel discussion. There we can discuss. So next, coming to the contest master. Familiarize yourself with the speech contest rulebook. This is not just with the contest master, but applicable to all the role takers. You should be getting familiarized with the rule book. So what is there in the rule book? What is your role? And what is not just your role? You should know about the others' roles also. So that's why you know what others have to do and what you have to do. Then obtain the list of contestants from contest chair. So the contest chair is the person who will be giving you the list of contestants who will be contesting in today's contest. So download the contest master script from District 92 website and familiarize yourself with the script. So if you have 3 contests, say evaluation, table topics, ISC, international speech contest, then you will have 3 contest masters, one for each contest. So each contest master will have their own specific script. Download the script before the contest and ensure you are practicing the script so that when you come on stage, you don't fumble or you don't make any mistake. And then verify pronunciation of contestants' names and speech title. This is very much important. Either during the briefing, when you are part of it, verify the pronunciation of the contestants' names, or connect with them one-to-one and ensure you are verifying their pronunciation. And for international speech contest, please verify their speech title also, so that you don't read any mistake while announcing any name. Say, for example, just for example, I'm taking, there is a name called David, D-A-V-I-D. You should, even though it's a common pronunciation, everyone knows, you get the pronunciation corrected. So instead of David, what if you pronounce it as David? That's wrong. So ensure you are getting that pronunciation corrected. You are pronouncing it in front of the contestant. And then obtain speech contestant profile from contest chair. Contest chair will get the eligibility form signed by the contestants and also the contestant speech profile. So speech contestant profile. Ensure that you are getting this. So in case of any contest interview, you have to do any contestant interview during the contest, this will help you. And then during the briefing, determine and note down the speech contestant order. During the brief, the speaking order will be finalized. Ensure that you are noting down the order properly so that you are, and ensure you are going through it twice or thrice before you come to the contest. During contest. So as I was mentioning, this time we have 3 contests in the district. So what we need as a contest master has to do during the contest. For international speech contest, this is same for the first point and second point are same for all the contests. So you need to read out the rules, the speaking order, and mention full names of each of the contestants. And before you start the contest, take permission from the chief judge. Chief judge, are we good to start the contest? And when chief judge says yes, then you can proceed further. And while making any announcements, especially during when you are calling the contestants, so for every contest, you will have between each contestant, you will have 1 minute silence. So this is for judges to fill the ballots. To ensure you are following uniformity and giving equal importance to all the contestants, even before first contestant comes on stage, please ensure you are giving 1 minute silence so that you are maintaining it uniformly for all the contestants who are in the contest. And for ISC, you are going to call the contestant with this in this format. contestant number, contestant name, speech title, contestant name. And please don't go for any introductions. Please don't read any introductions or whatever you know about the contestant. Even though you know a contestant well, that should not matter to you during the contest. Only he is like just like another contestant to you. So just only introduce them in this format. And say, for example, the contestant is your close friend or the contestant is from your same club. Don't call, yeah, let's put our hands together, or he's my best friend. No, nothing like that. So just go in this format only. And whatever the tone you are using for the first contestant, please use for the second contestant. Say you are saying, contestant number 1, Arjit Ghosh, how are you? How are you, Arjit Ghosh? And when contestant 2 comes, then you read out as contestant 2, Yaskadeva, how are you? How are you? Yaskadeva. No, not like that. Whatever tone you are maintaining for the first contestant, ensure you are maintaining same tone for all the contestants to maintain uniformity. And perform AV check and take confirmation from chief judge and timers. So especially for online contest, ensure you are doing the audio video check. And for the audio video check, ensure you are using the same sentence. Say if I say, hi, how are you? For the first contestant, then that should be used for all the contestants. And once chief judge and timers gives go ahead, you can proceed further. And once the last contestant is done, please give 2 minutes of silence. This is for judges to fill the ballots and also to finalize their respective scores. And once 2 minutes are done, the tally counters will start collecting the ballots from the chief judge, from the judges, and the tally counters and the judges, chief judge will move from the main room. If it is an online contest, they will move to the breakout room. If it is an in-person contest, they will move from the main room to another room. So once these people leave the room, you start with the presentation of participation certificates. During presentation of participation certificates also, if it is a first contest, just try to avoid contest interviews. Why? Because sometimes the contestant, you may see the same contestant in 2 to 3 different contests. So it will give them extra advantage when compared to other contestants. So present their participation certificates. And once that is done, you wait for chief judge to return back. Once you see the chief judge in the main room, you can say that contest is adjourned and you can hand over the stage to the contest chair. During table topics contest, the first 2 points are same. The third is the contest chair will decide the topic. You receive the topic from the contest chair and ask the sergeant at arm or moderator to move contestants other than the first one to different room. So why we do this is in table topics. Sorry, in table topics are evaluation. You as the evaluators will be evaluating the same contestant, same speaker, or in PT, every contestant will be speaking about the same topic. So you have to ask the second to all the other contestants to move to different room. If it is online contest, you will move them to breakout room. If it is in person, you will move them to other room. And ensure that in that breakout room or in the other room, that is soundproof, and this sergeant at arms will take care. So whatever we are speaking here, they should not be able to hear. So ensure that, and once that is done, but ensure that for the first contestant is present in the room. And once everything is taken care, you start announcing with 1 minute silence, and then same format, contestant number, contestant name, table topic, contestant name. But say if we have 10 contestants, as all the 10 contestants will have the same topic. So don't think, okay, I have read out for the first time, second time I remember it. So even though topic might be easy to you. Say the topic is health is well, but still don't rely just on your memory. So even first contestant, you read out health is well. Second contestant also, don't rely on your memory. Read out from the paper. Health is well, so that you will be double sure that you won't be making any mistakes while reading the topic. And ask the sergeant at arms or moderator to escort next contestant to main room post 1 minute silence. Once the first contestant is done and you maintain 1 minute silence, then ask the second SAR moderator to move the second contestant to here, so that they can come from breakout room to main room or from the other room to the main meeting room. And then perform AV check and take confirmation from chief judge and timers. And once all the contestants are done, you ensure you are giving 2 minutes silence for the judges to fill the ballots and finalize their respective scores. Again, same process. Once the tally counter and chief judge leaves the room, you present the participation certificates. Once you see the chief judge back in the room, you adjourn the contest and hand over to contest chair. Next. Next one is evaluation contest. For the contest master, the first 2 points again the same. Then here, once you take the permission from the chief judge, you have to invite the test speaker onto the stage. So the contest chair will identify the test speaker. One important point for the contest chair, if it is a club contest, don't invite any test speaker from the same club or from your neighboring clubs, because the contestants would have already heard them. So try to get someone from different geography. Maybe say if you are doing a contest in Whitefield, say try to get someone from Bellandur. If you are doing a contest in Bellandur, try to get someone from Electronic City. So that way you will get a different speaker where there is very less scope of the contestants that they would have heard that speaker earlier. And then once you invite the test speaker, ask a timer for the to mention the times taken by the test speaker. And if it is say 5 minutes 36 seconds, you need to read it out. As per only for the test speaker, you will read out the time. Why? Because the contestants will note down and they may give the evaluation on that as well. And then you will have 5 minutes silence for the contestants to prepare the notes. And once that is done, the SAA or moderator will move the contestants to the different room. Or other than first contestant, every other contestant will be moved to different room. Again, same process. You will ensure that the room is soundproof and they are not listening to what we are speaking here. And 1 minute silence before first contestant. And after every contestant, you will give 1 minute silence again. And 2 minutes silence after the last contestant is done. Again, the same process. Tally counter and chief judge leaves the room. Again, once the scores are finalized, once the chief judge is back to the room, you will adjourn the contest and hand over to contest chair. Next. So this is for all the contest master, what they have to do during the contest for all the contests. Stay alert, because if it is an online contest, there is a chance that contestant may get disconnected anytime. When the contestant is disconnected and when the contestant is joining back, as a contest master, you should know what is the last line they have mentioned. Say while they were saying, I was so happy, and then the contestant got disconnected. When the contestant joins back, you should tell this was the last line we have heard. Again, perform the AV check, and again the contestant can proceed from that line onwards. And then, so the timer, you have to ask the timer to stop the timing. And once the contestant is about to start, you should ask the timer to resume the timing. And you should state the last heard sentence, which I have mentioned. Next slide. This is about the contest master. Now comes to the online moderator. This is especially for when we are doing online contests or hybrid meetings. So before the contest, mainly with regard to Zoom, the online moderator has to check the following things. You should enable the waiting room. You should enable the breakout rooms. Breakout rooms one for contestants, one for chief judge and judges, one for the role takers. If we have 3 contests, you enable 3 breakout rooms for 3 contests, and enable chat with hosts and co-hosts only, so that when the contest is going on, no one pings something or disturbs the contest. And enable the meeting reactions. Enable the meeting reactions so that whenever the speech is done, the contestant is done, we can give the audience can give the applause. Then enable the virtual background option so that the contestants or the role takers, they can enable the virtual backgrounds. The screen sharing, ensure you are enabling the screen share option only with hosts and co-hosts, so that no one else will be able to share the screen. And ensure you are muting all, so that other than hosts and co-hosts, no one will be able to unmute themselves when the contest is going on. And ensure you are disabling the polling option, you are disabling the unmute option so that no one can unmute in between. You are disabling the annotations, the whiteboard, the sound notification when participant joins the meeting. Especially when we do a contest at district level, there will be some 400 people, 500 people joining. Whenever each person joins, if you are getting a sound, ting, 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 then there's disturbs. So ensure you are disabling that as well. Next slide. This was before the contest. And during the contest, what the online moderator has to do? The create breakout rooms for the following, which I have mentioned. Rename the contest officials and contestants. So this we will do so that whenever the contest official or the contestant is in the breakout room, we can recognize immediately and we can bring them to the main room easily. Ensure they are renaming in this format. And this also helps because this happened to us once in a district level contest when I was a contest chair. So first time we were doing online contest and it was raining heavily in Bangalore. and one contestant, just before his turn, he got disconnected due to a power cut. And we were continuously checking whether all the contestants are present or not. Because in Zoom, when I type, okay, 1_, then I can see all the contestants, whether they are present or not. If out of 8, only 7 are present, then there is some issue. So immediately we found out and we contacted that contestant, and we changed the contestant order and we proceeded further. So this helps. So ensure the role takers and the contestants are renaming. If they are not renaming, ensure you rename them. And spotlighting only has to be done when any respective club officer or district officer is speaking. That too, when the contest is not going and before the contest begins or after the contest is done, and only the contest master while reading the script. No contestant should be spotlighted or no role taker should be spotlighted, including the timer. Only timer, it's up to the contestant whether they can pin the timer or not, but you should not spotlight anyone. Then after 1 minute silence, after every contestant, you have to send the ask to unmute and ask to start video notification to the next contestant so that they can start their video and they can unmute themselves, and so that they can go for their AV check. And during protests, whenever there is a protest, whenever chief judge asks, move the chief judge and the judges to a different breakout room so that the chief judge and judges can go inside the breakout room and they can discuss. In case if the chief judge asks to move any particular contestant, move that contestant also to the breakout room. Next, this was about online moderator. The next one is sergeant at arms. Sergeant at arms role we have both in-person contest and online contest. So the sergeant at arms, what the sergeant at arms has to do is obtain the speaking order from the contest chair before the contest, and during the contest, ensure the contest venue is set up properly. So if I'm SAA today, I should come before the meeting and ensure all the chairs are in place. So all the related equipment is in place. Say if a contestant has to use mic, whether the mic is available, the mic is in a good condition. If we have to do any video or if we have to display any PowerPoint presentation, whether the AV setup is there properly or not, or the chairs are set up properly or not, AC is working or not, or lights are working or not. So ensure, like how we check in any regular club meeting, ensure you are checking all the required stationery and all the required infrastructure is in place and is in working condition. And ensure breakout rooms are soundproof. In case if it is an in-person contest, the contestants will be moved to different room. So you should go and ensure that whatever the contestant speaks here is not heard there. And ensure hands of contestants in the breakout room of TT and evaluation are visible at all times. So in any online contest, if they move to breakout room, ensure the contestants are turning on the video. This means that if they are turning on the video, it means they are not looking at any other sources, and ensure that they are unmuted and they have not connected any headset. If they have connected headset, you are not sure whether they are listening to what is the breakout room or they are listening to the main contest. So ensure all this and ensure they are unmuting always, so that if they are hearing from other source or if they are speaking to someone, you will get to know. So ensure you are doing all this especially for online contests. If you are in a breakout room, say. And after the contest, ensure the contestant breakout room is closed. Even for international speech contest, there can be a breakout room where the contestant requests, I want a breakout room, I want to go and sit in a breakout room. So there can be 3 breakout rooms, that means for each contest, there can be 1 room. So right after the contest is over, you can ask the moderator to close the breakout room. And after the contest, ensure, this is done. Ensure all stationery and other infra items are moved out of the room. All the infra items means whatever you are getting from outside, ensure you are moving out of the room. Whatever is their property, keep it there only. Don't take it home.
So next slide.
Yeah, the next one is tally counter. I'm feeling a bit pressed in between. Tally counter. So before the contest begins, ensure you are getting the speaking order from the contest chair, and also ensure you know who all are the judges and the seating positions of the judges. If it is an in-person contest, you should know where the judges are sitting so that you know where to go and collect the ballots. So you should know who are judges and their seating positions. And during the contest, move to the breakout room once the ballots are collected. So once you collect ballots from all the judges, along with the chief judge, please move to the breakout room. And in the breakout room, ensure you are checking the ballots and ensure each ballot is signed by the respective judge. And if the ballot is not signed by the judge, then the ballot is not valid. So ensure the judge is signing the ballot. And once you verify all that, so start counting the scores of each judge and start giving the positions for the contestants. And you can write the first 3 positions and in the results form. And before writing, if there is any time, you inform the chief judge. So the chief judge will verify the tiebreakers judges list and will tell you if there is, he will decide who will be, say if there is a tie for 3rd position, then he'll decide who will get 3rd position and who will get 4th position. So enter the top 3 contestants after verifying timer report, and also you verify the timer report, because the timer report will be given to you by chief judge. Chief judge will collect the timer report and will get it to the breakout room. Ensure you check that. If there are any disqualifications, mark that. If there are no disqualifications, you can write 1, 2, 3 as it is. If there is, say, if the second contestant is as overshooted time and disqualified, then the third place winner will get the 2nd place and the 4th place winner get the 3rd place. So I ensure you are writing that in the results form and giving it to the chief judge. And after the contest, whatever the documents you have used for the contest, ensure you destroy it properly, and please do not disclose the results anywhere. Say one of the contestants is your close friend, or you know that person, and say don't go and say, Macha, this judge has given you the score, this judge has given you a good score. Never. So ensure that whatever you are seeing, you are forgetting once you step out of the room. Even though you remember, it's okay. Thanks to your memory, don't tell it to anyone. Next, timer. The timer before the contest, if it is an online contest, ensure you are getting the Toastmasters standard virtual backgrounds. Ensure your virtual backgrounds are working fine, and you ensure you connect to Zoom meeting and check whether you are able to change it properly after 2 minutes, say 1 to 1.5 minutes, 3 minutes for the evaluation, like same for other contests as well. And if it is a in-person contest, ensure you are getting the Toastmaster authorized timer cards, the green, amber, and red cards. And during the contest, sit in a place where contest can see you. If it is in-person contest, say today I'm speaking, I'm a contestant. So if you say if a timer sits somewhere there and the room is full, so I can't see the timer, so I'll definitely overshoot the time. So if I'm standing here, maybe the timer can sit here or here so that I can see. And then for online contests, use only virtual background, and for in-person contests, use only timer cards. So why I'm saying virtual background means don't say use other indications like for Zoom meeting. Say for ISE after 5 minutes I'll show like this. After say 6 minutes I'll show like this. No, only use the Toastmaster authorized virtual background. Okay, and familiarize yourself with the timing device provided. Especially if it is an online contest, you may use your own device, stopwatch. Ensure you know all the options that are available in the stopwatch, and ensure you are very familiar to it. Even if you are coming for in-person contest as a timer, ensure whatever timing device is provided to you, ensure you get familiarized to that before the contest begins, so that you can operate it well during the contest. Because just 1 second, thanks. Even just a 1 second difference can make a contestant to get disqualified from the contest. This we have literally seen in the contest, where a contestant gets disqualified just by overshooting 1 or 2 seconds. So ensure you are well equipped with the timing device and the cards. And after the once the contest is over, towards the chief, hand over your timing reports to the chief judge. And once the contest is done, if you have any records with regard to your timing reports, please destroy it. And the same goes to the tally counters. Do not disclose this to anyone, because while announcing the results, say out of 8 contestants, if 1 contestant is disqualified, the chief judge is not going to mention, or the contestant will, no one mentions who got disqualified. They'll say there is only 1 disqualification. So don't go and tell, oh, hey, dude, you are the one who got disqualified, you overshot. Never ever do that. So whatever timing report you have noted down, ensure it remains with you and it doesn't go to anyone. Next. So these are the timings that where you can take the cards. So international speech contest 5, 6, and 7, evaluation 2, 2.5, and 3, table topics 1, 1.5, and 2. So these are the times where you have to change the cards. And once you change the card, say you are showing green. Say if the speaker has looked at you, don't assume, okay, speaker has seen the card and don't take it down. Ensure till you show the next card, you keep displaying. You showed green, till you show yellow, keep on displaying it. When you are showing yellow, put it down and show it yellow. When the time is done, put down the yellow and show red. And don't give any indication. Say if I'm ISC contestant, after 7 minutes, you will show red, and I have time till 7 minutes 30 seconds to speak. Sometimes I may overshoot. Don't wave, don't show anything. Your responsibility is just show like this. And keep on showing. If the contestant speaks for 30 minutes, keep on showing, keep on showing. Don't give any indications. So this is with respect to timer. Yeah, these are the roles and responsibilities of all the contest role takers. So I was mentioning about other roles also, chief judge and judges. Don't worry, those will be discussed during the coming sessions about what judge has to do, what chief judge has to do. So this is about all these 6 role takers. Nitin, do we have time, or we'll take the questions in panel discussion?
We'll take it in the panel.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We will take the questions in the panel during the panel discussion. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be here till lunchtime. I'll have lunch here, so you can meet me during lunch also. I can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Prashanth. And I'm sure that that was very informative and great session for all of us to know how to each role takers need to take care during this hybrid meeting. Okay, so for the audience, we'll share all this presentation along with the resources, different resources in a couple of days. It will be shared by our district chief judge office. So stay tuned for that. And all the questions we have noted down, we'll also get to that in the panel discussion session, where you will get to ask those questions or other questions to the panelists. And now we will have an interesting session coming up by none other than our district chief judge, Toastmaster Nitin. So it will be, there will be also quiz, so be attentive. And in the session will be on the different scenarios in hybrid mode, and he will test our knowledge, or what is our what will be our answers for those questions. So let's start for that session. To give a brief introduction of our district chief judge, Toastmaster Nitin. He was the Select Distinguished Area Director in 2021-22. He was also a podium finisher in ISC and TT contest in 2020-21. So without further ado, let me hand it over to Toastmaster Nitin. So this session will be 30 to 40 minutes max, and it will be followed by a 10 minutes break. So stay tuned for this informative session, and then we can get a quick break and then come back for the next session. Over to you, Toastmaster Nitin.
There's a lot of water for you. Thanks, man.
Are you sharing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just information. Wait. God, where is the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, was that a heavy session? Yeah, a lot of information given out. Welcome to Judges Training Program. Contests is a very important part of, or a very important phase for any Toastmaster. Every year. It's not just one particular year or once in 5 years, right? This happens every single year. So it is super important that we know how to conduct contests carefully and efficiently, so that we have a good time, right? End of the day, we're doing this for ourselves. And if we don't run it properly, then hey, what else can we do, right? So I understand that the information has been quite overloading for you, but it is important, and that's why we're having it, okay? To make things simpler, to make things more fun, what we're going to do is discuss the various elements that come into picture in a hybrid contest, okay? You may be wondering that we are doing hybrid contest for the very first time. You may be wondering that it's going to be super difficult. It's going to be like rocket science, but trust me, it's not, all right? Hybrid contest is just a combination of online and in-person contest put together, right? So in the next few slides, we'll talk about some tips and tricks that you can deploy, that you can conduct in your contest to make sure that you have a smooth flow. Okay, so these will cover in-person as well as online scenarios. And it will be in the form of a quiz, right? So buckle up. No chocolates will be given to you. But having said that, you will be in our good hearts. So do answer out if you can. At the same time, if we have online attendees over here, if you're ready to answer, just type in a yes in the chat box. Let's flood the chat box, and once we have some responses, we'll get started. Online attendees, over to you. Yes, type in those yeses.
Yes, we are. Yes,
Fantastic.
come.
We have one coming, so you can start. All right, great. Satya, next slide, please.
Oh.
Okay, fantastic. When should unmute privileges be taken away from the audience members in case of an online contest?
Oh, do I give the answer or do we wait
No,
for the
click.
answer? Okay.
At the start of the meeting, which is when you're about to start the meeting, or option number 2, at the start of the contest. You have to be louder.
Start of the contest.
Start of the contest. Online attendees, what do you see?
Two.
Two. Fantastic. The answer is
2.
2. Whoever said that, thank you so much. At the start of the contest, right? Your meeting, which consists of the contest, can have various elements. It can have panel discussion, it can have tongue twisters, it can have quizzes, it can have a lot of elements. The contest is the part where people should not unmute themselves, right? People who are not supposed to unmute should not unmute themselves, right? So you can unmute them, or you can take away those privileges at the start of the contest. If you want to do it at the start of the meeting, that's up to you. We as a contest management team will not advise you on that. That's completely your decision. But at the start of the contest, it is highly recommended that you do it. Okay, let's move on. In which online contest is the breakout room required? Number 1, the international speech contest, or number 2, table topic contest.
Both. We have a both. We have a both.
We have both. All right. We have a mixed crowd over here, Satya. Ideally, it is required in a table topic. Not ideally, it is for sure required in a table topic and an evaluation contest, because you don't want the other contestants to hear the evaluations of the previous contestants, or you don't want the table topic contestants to know what the table topic is before their turn comes, right? Having said that, certain contestants can request for a breakout room in an international speech contest, right? There have been cases where a contestant has said that, hey, I don't want to hear the other contestants because I don't want to cloud my mind with anything before my speech comes. So I want to request for a separate breakout room, right? If that's the case, it is your decision as the contest management team to decide, hey, do I have the bandwidth to create a breakout room or not, right? If you have an online moderator, if you know the settings properly, you can create a breakout room. If not, come up with an alternate solution. Like tell the contestant that, hey, just mute your laptop and I'll give you a call before your turn comes, or well before your turn comes. So in that case, you're not able to hear the other contestants, which is what you needed, right? So it's your job as the contest management team to decide. Okay, Satya, let's move on. How many timers are required in a hybrid contest? This is when you have an online contest as well as an in-person contest. Yashika, you're smiling, so please don't answer because you know it. Satya, we need 2, which is 1 for in-person and 1 for hybrid, or we need 4, 2 for in-person and 2 for hybrid. 4.
Zoom
Yes.
says 4.
Can you be a little louder? Yeah.
Zoom says 4.
Zoom says 4. There's no 2 in Zoom, which is perfectly right. You need to have 4 in contest. Right? You can have 2. It's not a PAP as such to have just 2 timers, but it's recommended to have 4. Right? It is always recommended that you have backup timers. So you're gonna need 2 timers online and 2 timers in person, just to make sure that if the primary timer drops or has a network failure or a device failure, you have the other timer backing them up. Okay. Any questions?
Why in person too?
Right. Why in person too? Great question, Yaska. So here's the deal. You have a primary timer, you have a secondary timer, right? The job of the primary timer is not to show cards. Okay. I'll repeat, the job of the primary timer is not to show cards. The job of the primary timer is to note down the timings. The primary timer sits down with the timing sheet. Name of the contestants are written. When the time comes, they note down the timing. That is all that they do. The secondary timer shows the cards and notes the timing down on the sheet. Okay. The primary timer does not do that because that's twice the work. So it's important that the primary timer only notes down the timing, and the same gets passed on to the chief judge. The secondary timer shows the cards in both online and in person. If something happens to the primary timer, then the secondary timer becomes the primary timer for that contestant. Clear? Yes. Fantastic. Let's move on. While choosing Zoom as a platform, you can choose Google Meets, you can choose Microsoft Teams, or any other platform. But let's say you're using Zoom. What should you go for? You should go for a Zoom meeting, or should you go for a Zoom webinar?
Zoom meeting.
Zoom meeting. Anyone else? Zoom meeting goes for 1,
Zoom says 1.
for 2, for 3, and sold. Again, it is your job to decide as a content management team. Both meeting and webinar has its pros and cons. All right.
We
So if
have-
you're not
We have
aware,
a question on Zoom. Do we take right now?
we'll take it in the panel discussion. Okay. Thank you for the questions. We'll take it in the panel discussion. Right. So both has its pros and cons. Zoom meeting is an interactive platform. So it allows anyone to chat, anyone to unmute. If you want to take away those privileges, you have to specifically do that. Okay. A Zoom webinar acts as a platform for the panelists. So only the panelists can have their video on. Only the panelists can be unmuted and stuff like that. Right. So if let's say you're doing a Zoom webinar, all of your contest officials and your role takers and your chief judge can be the panelists. The audience will be regular attendees in the webinar. All right. The downside of that is the audience will not be able to turn on the video. So the contestant will not really know how are the audience feeling. They won't be able to see the facial expressions. But the cons, sorry, the pros is they can't unmute. So there will be no hindrance to the contest as such. Right. But in a webinar, anyone can switch on their video. Anyone can unmute, but can take away the privileges. So it's your job to decide what are you more comfortable with and what do you think your audience and your contestants will be more comfortable with. Most importantly, the contestants. Right. So you can have a call with them to discuss and then you can decide. All right. Yaska, I'll answer that.
It's costly.
Sorry?
Webinar is costly.
And webinar is costly. So budgetary constructions, restrictions are also there. But again, that's on you to decide. Right? Satya, let's move on. Should contestants and timers be spotlighted during the speech? KP spoke about this. So let's see if you have heard him out or not. Yes or no?
No.
No?
Contestants for timer.
Should contestants and timers be spotlighted?
No.
Yes.
No.
We have
Yes.
a mix of yes and no.
We have a mix of yes and no. The answer is N or no.
Nothing is happening.
Not right. Again, as it's up to you to decide, but it is highly recommended that you don't spotlight them. Right? We have seen scenarios when we started with online contest, when pandemic broke out, we saw scenarios where the contestant is like, hey, I'm not able to spotlight so and so. I'm not able to spotlight the timer, or I am spotlighted. I don't want to be spotlighted. So the contest management team had to make a separate list of who wants to be spotlighted and who doesn't. And that's a lot of overhead, right? So we, as the contest management team, recommend that you don't do it. During the AV check, ask the contestants, hey, if you want to spotlight the timer, feel free to confirm when done. And then you can move on, right?
You mean pin the timer?
Pin the timer, sorry. Not spotlight, but pin the timer, right? So then the contestants will pin the timer and the pin timer will show up only on their screen. It won't show up in the screen of the other audience members or contest officials, right? Recommended again to spotlight both, pin both the timers so that even if the primary timer drops, there is a secondary timer over there to help the contestant out. Okay? Multi-pin has to be enabled in that case, right? So just make a note of this word called multi-pin. It is there on Zoom. I'm not sure of the other platforms. But you can just Google it out and search it up, right?
Wait, I have it out. So on Zoom, does the primary timer show the cards or does the secondary timer?
Secondary timer.
Even on Zoom?
Yeah, even on Zoom. The primary timer is only there to note down the timing on the timing sheet, right? Let's move on. All right, super important question. Do judges need to strictly join online or strictly join in person, or is it up to them? The options are, it's up to the judges to decide based on where they're living, what are their plans, etc., or completely online as it helps maintain anonymity. Up to the judges. All right, no one going for option number 2.
Chief judge has called that to be.
The chief judge can call
Zoom
that
says
out.
up to
or-
the judges.
Okay, what does the Zoom say?
Up to the judges.
Up to the judges, ladies and gentlemen, this is a trick question. All right. It is recommended to have judges split equally in online and in-person mode, right? So if you're having, let's say, 6 judges, we highly recommend you have 3 judges online and you have 3 judges joining in person. Why? To maintain fairness across all contestants. Okay. Let's say all of my judges are online and my contestants are half online, half in person, right? What may just happen, all the judges are not allowed to use the competing mode as a factor. It may just happen that judges mark a contestant higher because they are in person and they're able to see the facial expressions, the body language, etc., etc. You don't want that to happen, right? So it's recommended to have half in person, half the judges in person and half the judges online, so that each judge or so that contestants get equal number of judges to judge them in person and online. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Should chat be disabled in an online contest? Super easy question. The answer, the options are yes and no.
Yes. Ideally,
Ideally,
ideally, no.
should chat not be disabled? All right, cool. Let's see what's the response to that. What is online?
Zoom is
say?
mixed.
Mixed crowd. Okay, the answer is no. Sending messages during a contest, or more specifically during a contestant's speech, is equivalent to one of you just standing up and saying, "Wow, wow, kya baat hai?" Right? You can't do that because I will distract the speaker. Right? So at least while a speaker or while a contestant is speaking, chat should be disabled. Having said that, as the contest management team, it is super difficult for you to enable and disable chat every single time a speaker comes on stage. So we recommend disable the chat at the start of the contest, keep it only for host and co-host, and switch it back on when the contest is over. All right. You have different views of that.
I agree.
Cool. Fantastic. Awesome. All right, let's move on. How many cameras and or screens are required in a hybrid contest, right? This is a setup similar to how we have over here. Number one, only one facing the contestant who's on stage. Number two, more than one. You can have more than one. Okay. All
Mixed.
right. Mixed crowd. All right. Let's see what is the answer to this. Preferably to have more than one, right? You can have one facing the contestant, and the same can be used by the contestant to view the online crowd as well, right? In that case, the camera should not be over there because that's just too far for the contestants. Similarly, for the online judges also it's too far, right? Preferably if you can have it over here in front so that the contestant can see the online audience and the judges can see the entire speaking area as well, right? To cover the speaking area. And number two,
sorry.
no problem, facing the in-person audience just so that the online audience gets to see what is the crowd of the, what is the vibe, to use the trending terms, what is the vibe of the in-person audience? Are they enjoying it or not? The judges can also see, hey, the in-person audience, are they laughing along? Are they responding to the speaker's content or not, right? This is not, number two is not mandatory, but it's good to have. Okay, cool. Let's move on. How many cameras or screens should be connected to audio in a hybrid contest? The last one was video. This was audio. One. Number two, all the devices that has camera.
All if you want.
One.
Zoom is one.
One. Fantastic. That is the right answer. Multiple audio connections will lead to a lot of echo, and that will honestly just disrupt the contest, right? So it's super important that we have only one. In Zoom, it is preferable not to join audio at all. Right? So if you have multiple cameras set up, don't join audio at all. What some people may do is they will join audio but mute the laptop. This may work, may not work. Why take a risk? Let's just not join the audio. Okay, simple. Cool. Let's move ahead. What should the camera focus on at the in-person contestant during a hybrid contest? Right? What should the camera focus on? Number one, the upper body, or number two, entire speaking area. Fantastic, beautiful audience over here. Online, it's also saying two. Beautiful. All right, yeah. So for hybrid contest, highly recommended that your camera, number one, stays fixed. It is not zooming, it is not moving here and there. It stays fixed and it shows the full speaking area, right? The reason, of course, is so that the online audience and the online judges can see everything. Number two, to also maintain fairness, right? Because an in-person audience will see the entire speaking area of the in-person contestant. Likewise, to replicate that in an online contest, the entire speaking area should be visible. All right. Yes, Arjit.
But Nitin, there are going to be, means our club does hybrid meetings, but we find it as a challenge because logistically we cannot shift the table. Even over here, you see the entire speaking area is not, cannot be displayed.
Yeah,
So that is going to be a challenge of.
definitely. Right. And that's why we're doing this, to figure out what are the challenges and how we can resolve that. Right. So we'll discuss that towards the panel discussion and try to come up with a good solution that works ideally for everyone and not just your club in specific.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great. Let's move on. All right. Is it required to have a projector screen in the in-person room for a hybrid contest? Number one, yes. Number two, no.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All in for yes.
Yes.
Online.
Mixed.
Mixed. Okay, let's see the answer to that. Yes. Number one, it ensures everyone online, sorry, everyone in person has a clear view of the contest, right? So if let's say you're saying in person, if you don't have a projector, you won't be able to see the online contestants, right? Or any contest official joining online. So it's highly recommended if you have a projector in the in-person room, okay? And again, this is definitely something that you need to try out before the contest, right? So don't, if the contest starts at 10:30, don't come up at 10:30 and then test it out. You come 9:30 or 10 o'clock, well before in advance the contest starts, and then test out whatever features you want to test out. Okay, let's go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, what internet connection is recommended on site, which is in the in-person mode, during a hybrid contest? And by this, I don't mean Airtel, Geo, and Vodafone.
Airtel.
I mean, do you use a Wi-Fi or do you use a hardwired internet connection? Fantastic. You use a hardwired internet connection because we have always seen historically that it will support a stronger connection, a more stable connection. You don't want your Wi-Fi shutting down while an online contestant is speaking, right? Or while an in-person contestant is speaking, because then the online audience will not be able to hear them, right? So if practical, have hardwired. If not, since you don't have any options, go for Wi-Fi, but make sure you have backups in place. Choose your venue according to that, right? I think the best places will be corporate venues. If you can manage that, speak with the clubs in your area and in your division and see if they can give you a venue. If you have enough belief in your own venue, well and good, as long as it works for you. Okay, let's go ahead. Is it recommended for online timers to have their face visible in the contest? Number one, yes. Number two, no.
Mixed actually.
No.
Mixed.
Zoom says
Okay.
mixed.
Zoom says mixed. In-person says
No.
Yes.
okay. In-person says yes.
No.
No. Okay. No. Okay. The answer is no. No. Right. It is recommended not to. You don't want the timer's face to distract the Zoom background, right? If their video is on, distortions and all may also occur. So that will break up the card that is being shown, and you don't want that to happen. So it's highly recommended that while online timers switch on their video, because only then the virtual background will be visible, they cover it up with a pin or a paper or a sellotape to ensure that their face is not visible.
I think
Okay.
Ajit was telling it because to maintain fairness, because yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. You can see the face over here as well, but you can't hide a face in person.
No,
That's
no,
just
no.
not possible.
No, the thing as a contestant, because most of the people will be switching off their videos. So
Yeah.
the timer would only give me that he or she is actually enjoying my speech. So
Right.
that used to boost me.
Right. So in that case, it can be the responsibility of the contest master to ensure that people turn on their videos, right? Hype them up enough at the start of the contest that they keep their videos on. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead. Is the chief judge recommended to join online or in person? Online and option 2 in person. In person,
Both.
in person. Any other takers? Any online takers over here?
We have mostly in person or trick question and both.
Okay. This is not a trick question at all. It is recommended that your chief judge is in person because this will allow them to see the proceedings happening in the in-person mode, right? Online is easier to handle, so any other contest official can do that. The chief judge may not be highly required over there, but if it's happening in person, it is definitely recommended the chief judge is in person.
We also have a judge's choice.
Judge's choice. So that's the voting judge's choice.
No, I mean, we have someone saying the judge's choice.
Okay, cool. If you can just elaborate on exactly what you mean by that, and we'll try to answer it later on. Okay. All right, cool. So again, to oversee the proceedings in the room, as well as to facilitate the counting of the ballots when the time comes for that to happen. Okay, so it's recommended if your contest has an in-person mode, the chief judge should also be in person. Try for it, unless practically impossible. Okay, let's go ahead. Is the tally counter required to join online or in person? Options are online and in person.
Wouldn't that depend on the judge?
Yeah,
That's a good thought process.
yeah,
It may
that's
depend on
what
the judge.
I wanted to ask actually.
Right. We'll come to that, but let's answer this first. Online or in person?
Can follow what CJ does.
Can follow what TJ does. Beautiful. I love that, Sukam. That's exactly the right app that I was looking for. If your chief judge is in person, it is recommended that your tally counter is in person as well, so that they can facilitate the counting of the ballots. Additionally, if you read the rule book says the tally counter should take the ballots from the voting judges, right? So if you have voting judges on in person, which will be the case in an online contest, in a hybrid contest, your tally counter also needs to be in person.
So you can have one tally counter online, one tally counter in person.
You don't need tally counter online because they just need to send the ballot,
Yeah.
right?
They do it through WhatsApp only, right?
You can absolutely do it, right? In case of a or in-person contest, it has to be a tally sheet, the ballot sheet, and the online judges can send the ballots through WhatsApp to the tally counter and or
They can
chief judge.
take the photo and just send it, no, to the.
They can also do it, but if that's the case, why not be online itself, right? If you're being in person, might as well follow all the recommendations of the rule book in person. Right?
So
That's the only thought
The
process.
judge's choice, she elaborated as judges can decide how they want to attend or join as long as their role is not disclosed.
Right, perfect. But you have to ensure that half judges are online, half are in person, right? So you can decide as a group who wants to join online and who wants to join in person. That's basically the entire point. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Is the AV check required only for online contestants, or is it required for in-person contestants as well? Only online? Both. Both. You can see me, so it's not really required. Okay, cool. All
Zoom
right.
says both.
Both. Crowd says both. All right, fantastic. Yes, it is recommended or rather required to have AV check for all. Number one, you don't want the mic to get messed up suddenly in person. And number two, because to maintain fairness and consistency, right? You're doing AV check for online, so you need to do an AV check in person as well. Okay. All right, cool. Let's go ahead. Oh, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. More questions will be discussed during the panel discussion. So if you have any questions for now, I would highly recommend that you note it down. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll come back to the panel discussion for the questions. We will convene again at 12:05 p.m. Thank you and see you soon.
I've stopped sharing, right?
Yeah, you can stop sharing. Okay.
We have taken a 10-minute break. You guys can
Yeah,
talk.
we have a 10-minute break. So 12:05. We'll again come back to this room. Yes. All right. For the in-person attendees, sorry, online attendees, we have. We share the location. Right. So we have samosas, we have sandwiches, fruity, puffs. So please go ahead, eat, and we'll again come back at 12:05. Yes. Yes. I 2 minutes.
Hi, Nitin. Are we all back there?
Hi,
Okay.
hi. Give us like 2 to 3 more minutes and we'll have everyone back.
Okay.
People are just
Okay.
coming back right now.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Thank
Shushmita, you can start.
Yes. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. I am sure all you had a great learning and you have many questions. So we have noted down already which you had put on the chat. And so now we'll have a panel discussion where you will get the opportunity to ask those questions, clarify those questions to our speakers. And also if you have any other follow-up questions, we can have that now. So now for the panel discussion, may I request our speakers, previous speakers, Toastmaster Nitin, distinguished Toastmaster Krishna Prashanth, and also distinguished Toastmaster Rohit to be in front of the camera so that we can see and then we can start our questions. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, all of you. And so today, as per the schedule, we'll have maybe 20 to 25 minutes, followed by 5 minutes vote of thanks. And after that, we'll break for lunch. We'll try to wrap up by 12:40 max so that we can be ready for our next session. Are you audible? Yeah, okay. All right. So, okay, I can see. All right. So let me first share some of the questions chronologically, what we had on the chat, and then we can keep it open for the audience to ask. First of all, Manjunath was asking, will the slides be shared? Yes, so it will be shared by Wednesday. Next, should be asked, is it mandatory to have individual contest masters for each contest type? In case of any difficulty finding role players, can we do with only one contest chair or one contest master for all three of the contest? So anyone can answer. We cannot hear you, Nitin. Just 1 second.
Audible now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for asking. So you need to have one contest chair for the entire event, right? So if let's say your event consisting of multiple contests, if it's happening, you can have one contest chair. Depending upon the number of role takers, you can either have one contest master across all the contests happening in that event, or if you have more people, you can have multiple contest masters as well. So that's up to the contest management team to decide based on the number of volunteers that you have for the contest. Rohit, KP, if you want to add more.
Yeah, so also on top of that, while you might have a contest chair, it's ideally if you have multiple contest masters for each contest so that the responsibilities are divided equally and it's not going to be a confusion. But there have been cases, especially at the club level, because it might not be practical. The club might be a struggling club with just having 8 members and they still won't have a contest, right? It's fair that they need to have it. Then at times the contest chair also dons the hat of a contest master. That is also something there. That's why Toastmasters in the rulebook says, as much as possible, they recommend these roles when practical. So if it's not practical, especially at the club level, it's okay if 2 people can do the same.
And also one suggestion, in case if there is shortage of role takers, maybe you can seek support from other clubs or do a joint contest where I mean the contest will be held separately for both the clubs, but first you will have club A's contest, then club B's contest, so that the role takers there won't be problem of role takers. So that also you can try. We have tried this for a couple of clubs in district and it worked out well.
Thank you. All right, so next question was from Preeti. She was asking that after the speaker finishes their speeches, can the contest master ask everyone to give a round of applause, or should we directly start that 1 minute of silence?
Right. So there shouldn't be any round of applause or any sentence spoken by the contest master to provide validation to the speaker. It should be something as simple as thank you, speaker number X. Let's now have a 1 minute of silence, right? And the same should apply for all of the contestants. The contest master should not say things like that was a great speech. Thank you for the insights. I have learned something new, X, Y, Z, right? So it has to be something as simple as thank you. Let's have a 1 minute silence. I hope that answers.
To add on to that, while most of you in the online forum, it's simple, contest master does it. Ideally, the contest master does not instigate this. That's what the rule says. But let's say you're in a physical setup. I finish speaking as a speaker, I walk down the stage. There are chances where people will applaud or so. What we as a contest master will also say, please withhold your applause till all the speakers are completed or so. But there can be instances where someone does it, but that will be something that the contest team kind of prescribes. So we do not say, the contest master will do it. So, for example, I'm the contest master, Nitin speaks, I do it now the NPA. Next KP comes, I go. I forget. Genuinely forget it. It happens. It genuinely does. But it creates a fire that I don't like KP, I like it. So, as a contest management team, we don't instigate any kind of applause or validation.
Yeah, and also just to add to this, not just with respect to claps, but also if it is an in-person contest or if it is an online contest, if you are turning on your video as a contest master, or in the in-person contest, when the contestant is speaking, you will be sitting towards the end of the stage. So what you have to do is you should always maintain a blank expression on the face. You should not, let's say, for one speaker, you'll be smiling and other speaker, you'll sit quiet. No, you should always maintain a uniform expression. If you have smiled for first contestant, keep the smile for all the 8 contestants. Once I was a contest master, due to one reason, I had to turn off my video. I have to call someone to get some information. So just I turned off video. So I ensured for all the contestants, I have turned off my video. So you should maintain that uniformity for all the contestants.
So remember that you are a contest official and not a member of the audience, right? So act accordingly. Yeah, Yaska.
Okay.
How do you check the eligibility? Because if, let's say I have a member who is interested to be.
Whenever you get a question from the audience here, just repeat the question so that we both know it.
Let's say other contest chair, I have to check the eligibility of the members. So how do I check it? Because I don't have access to Toastmasters website or anything.
Right.
How do I check it?
Before I answer, Sushmita, can you confirm if Yaska's question was audible to the audience?
Not very clearly. Can you repeat, please?
Okay. I'll just shout it out. So, right. So what Yashka asked is, as the contest master, as the contest chair, how do I check the eligibility of a contestant in the contest, right? So one thing that you can do is Toastmasters has come up with something called eligibility assistant, right? So all that you need to do is go there, type in the member ID and the member name, and it will give you a history of when the member paid their dues. So based on that, you can check, right? So as a contest chair, it is your responsibility to get the form signed by the contestant. That includes the name, email ID, member ID, and things like that. So you can use that to check, number 1. Number 2, you can ask your area director to download the report of their area, and the name should be mentioned over there. If the contestant is a valid member, their name will come up in the membership form or the membership report. So you can check from there as well.
Like there's also one more clause called club in good standing.
Right.
What does that mean?
So club in good standing means a club having 8 members, at least 8 paid members, including the contestant. Right. So the best place to check that will be the dashboard. But yeah.
And also with the 8 members, 3 should be renewed from the previous term, and minimum 3 should be renewed from the previous term. 5 can be either renewed members, remaining 5 or can be the new members.
8 paid members, that is next renewal cycle. There are exceptions that are always there. So not 8 active members or in the club center, right? Because after renewal, they would be 8 paid members until the next renewal cycle.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sushmita, do we have any more questions from the online
Yes,
setup?
it's online. Yes. So this one was answered by already Rohit. Sorry, I think Rishabh, but still I'm repeating that. So this was from Krishna, who mentioned that could we merge with another club's contest having similar sort of contestant list, just to make sure that all efforts we need to put into the contest creation is consumed more efficiently. And the answer was provided that no, you can't. It needs to be 2 different contests, and to conduct contest efficiently, you could probably keep the contest sequentially, and that is one after the other with the same contest official, but you cannot merge the contest. And in case you are going forward with the above option, please note that the topics for table topic contest need to be different, and you need to have different test speaker for the evaluation contest.
Right,
Okay,
and that's
so
on the same note as what you also mentioned.
yeah. Then someone was asking, Shahana, that will the script for the online or hybrid contest be provided? And already Rishabh replied that yes, it will be shared from the DCJ office. Next one, regarding the virtual background, Shahana again asked that won't enabling virtual background hinder judging the participant gestures. I think it is already replied previously. it's up to the contestant and contestant in the past who has used this virtual background as a prop in their speeches, but it is always again up to the contestant to use this prop in a manner that does not hinder their impact and thereby scoring from judges. So up to the contestant. Another question from Trupti that yes, Nitin, yeah.
No,
if
sorry,
you have
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Next question was, can all three contests be held in same day? This was also replied by Rishabh that yes, you can. It's the club's call, and as a club, you can have all the contest on the same day, or you can conduct contest on different days as per your convenience. More importantly, that convenience of the contest officials, and of course, the contestants. Okay, so next question was from Shahana that do we still have that 30-second grace time period post displaying of the card similar to our club?
Yeah, so that is consistent and that will stay for all the contest formats. So irrespective of ISC, TT or evaluation, after 2 minutes in case of TT, after 3 minutes in case of evaluation, and 7 minutes in case of ISC, you get 30 seconds of grace period to wrap up your speech. Having said that, if there's a technical failure, you get 30 additional seconds, right? So let's say for some reason the timer has dropped. Let's say for some reason the Zoom recording was switched on and off during the speech. For some reason, let's say the contestant had dropped, right? So all of these falls under the bucket of technical failures. So in case of technical failures, 30 additional seconds will be provided to the contestant. So you have time till 8 minutes in that case to wrap up your speech instead of 7:30. When the 30 seconds is granted, it will not be explicitly called out during the speech that, hey, you have 30 seconds more, because that will be a distraction for the contestant, right? So all that you as a contestant need to do is be aware of the timing cards and ensure that your speech falls in the right duration of the timing card. Yes, Sugam. Lower limit?
Lower 30 seconds.
Yeah, so that remains as 4 minutes 30 seconds in case of ISC. So ISC, your speech needs to be between 4 minutes 30 and 7 minutes 30 to be qualified. So the lower limit always stays the same. That doesn't change. In case of technical failure, the upper limit increases by 30 additional seconds.
For TT,
Yeah.
the lower 30 is not.
No, for TT also this.
For TT, it's 1 minute.
Right.
TT is 1 minute.
Yes, right. So for TT, the lower limit is 1 minute. For evaluation, the lower limit is 1 minute 30 seconds. The upper limit for TT is 2.5. If technical failure, it gets 3. For evaluation, the upper limit is 3 minutes, but in case of technical failure, it goes for 4 minutes because 3 minutes 30 seconds and then 4 minutes. And in the case of ISC, the upper limit is 7 minutes 30, which increases to 8 minutes in case of a technical failure. Yaska, you had a question?
Yeah, what are technical failures? Is it actually in person also?
Yes,
what?
like let's say an audience member coming inside when they're not allowed. Let's say something falling and causing a lot of noise disruption, mic not working.
So in an in-person event, right, technical failure comes into timing and timing alone, right? Now, let's just say I'm using this phone to monitor the time. Something happens, I get a call from someone, the timing gets glitched, the app goes off, I lose. That constitutes a technical failure or a timing device failure. In an in-person setup, it's only timing device failure, right? So at that point of time, if it happens, 30 seconds will be given before the contestant has been disqualified. But any other element is not there. You could have someone scream or the audience. You cannot get a technical failure 30 seconds. You continue as a speaker, right? It doesn't impact anything as such, right? Only timing device failure will constitute in an in-person setup. In virtual element, if there's someone drops out. Now, this could be also that there could be a judge who drops off, but that does not consider a failure. That's just the chief judge's responsibility to get a judge in place that or have a backup judge to take for that particular element. It could be that if there's an online timer, you might have a physical timer here, but you have an online timer. If the online timer drops out, then again, that becomes a technical failure, depending on how you set up. If there's an in-person timer, timing the person is in person. If not, then it continues.
Just one thing, please also call out that when we say of technical device failure, right? If you are a contestant and if you are using mic and if the mic stops functioning, you will not get 36 seconds. Just point it out that it's only timing device for an in-person. Yeah, it has happened to me. And it has happened to me in my division meeting.
I have spoken and I've lost. One of the few ways I've lost. So even if your mic doesn't work, this is where you have to check your mic, you have to check it out, and anything can happen, right? You might have a phone on you, ISC, there may be a phone. I mean, some contests we don't allow the contestant that, but some contests the contestant might have the phone in the pocket. It might ring. And then you might go. If it's part of your speech, great. If it's not, it doesn't continue. It doesn't continue, you continue as is. Only in person, it's only a timing device, right? It could be the timer showing the cards wrong, right? They by mistake they show it wrong. It could be the device itself that the timing it goes off. Some clubs, some places they use the light bulbs. The light bulb fails. That considers it. Otherwise,
So now KP was saying that when you show the cards, when you show the green card, keep it till you show the yellow. When you show the yellow, keep it till you show the red. How long are you supposed to keep the red cards on?
Until the speaker.
the contestants.
Yeah.
Even 20 minutes you have to keep for showing it.
Poor people.
This is a question on behalf of the struggling club, actually. So is it required that all the role takers in a contest have to be a Toastmaster? Can we not ask some former Toastmaster to come and be a role taker? Like say a sergeant at arms or a tally counter.
No, it's not a perfect rule. Your test speaker for evaluation contest has to be a paid member. Your judges have to be a paid member. The contestants have to be a paid member. All in good standing, in good standing, based on the eligibility. A timer, a tally counter or so, when practical, it's recommended that you have someone who's a paid member of Toastmasters. So, right, because if they're part of Toastmasters and they're a member, the confidentiality, the integrity that we follow, the values is something that we will uphold. In case it's a struggling club and they don't have someone, a former Toastmaster can take up these roles, but not the prominent roles where you have the eligibility elements there.
However, don't go to that extent. Try to get help from other clubs
Yeah.
if practical. Again.
So there was an emergency now.
Right.
So in those cases,
Okay. Sushmita, any questions from the online?
Yes, we have many, so we'll try to quickly go through. So what if the judges get dropped? Devi Prasad asked.
Right. So if the judges gets dropped, number one, the chief judge should check how long did it take for the judge to come back, right? What did the judge drop for a minute? Did they drop for 10 seconds? The chief judge should decide. Did the judge drop for a prominent amount of time that will hamper their judgment? If yes, the judge gets dropped entirely from the contest, right? So it's not the case that a judge dropped and only that contestant did not get judged by that judge. That's not the case. If a judge has dropped for a good amount of time, then the judge is dropped entirely from the contest. If the judge has dropped for like 2 seconds, 5 seconds, and if the chief judge feels it's not a prominent amount of time, the judge can continue including that contestant, right? Having said that, again, since we talk about backups, it is recommended to have backup judges as well, right? Those backup judges act like a voting judge, a normal voting judge. They will fill the ballots. They will send the ballots to the chief judge. The chief judge will use that only if one of the primary judges has dropped out. And in that case, the backup judge's ballot will be counted. Otherwise, it will not be counted. It will be taken, but it won't be counted.
What if the chief judge drops off?
If the chief judge drops out, then the contest has to be paused until the chief judge is back, right? If let's say the chief judge drops while a contestant is speaking, the contest chair has to call it out, pause the contest, wait for the chief judge to come back, and the contestant starts from wherever they left off. The contest master then says the last word that we heard from you was, and then so on and so forth.
Then is
Right?
that counted as a technical?
In an online contest, yes,
Okay.
that counts as a technical failure, right? If the chief judge is not back, then the contest has to be closed and has to be reconvened later at a time which works for all the contest officials, most importantly for all the contestants. If it doesn't work for the contest officials, get new contest officials. Rohit, KP?
I think that's the same case. But also, this is if you become chief judges, recommended always have backup devices. If you're a voting judge, always have backup devices. There can be places, and this is something that we will check within you will check. If a chief judge does get dropped off, while a contestant is speaking, if a chief judge gets dropped off in between, wait till the chief judge is back. Judges get dropped off in between, wait till the judges get back. Right? In the 1 minute of silence or 2 minutes of silence, you wait. Judges in Between a speaker, backup, you don't count that. Chief judge drops off in between. I want to also check this, even I want, there's a gray area here where does the contestant continue? Because the chief judge doesn't impact the ballot. The contest chair is also there. The chief judge is not impacting the ballot. So technically, the contestant can continue, but that's something we will check and we will come back to you. That's a good point that you raised.
So in this case, that's what we advise to have a backup device for chief judge. So where, say you are connecting from laptop, use your Wi-Fi, you are connecting from your mobile, use your data pack. So that if a Wi-Fi fails, you can still be connected through data pack. If data pack fails, you will still be connected through Wi-Fi. So, and also if one device gets shut down, so you can be the chief judge through the other device. So that's what we recommend. So have backup device always, so that you don't run into this problem as a chief judge.
Like for
One thing that can happen is you can record the speeches that are going on. The chief judge may require the speech content. If the chief judge drops off, the chief judge can refer back to the recording in case of a protest.
Right, that's a very good point. So
That's not something that we can do in the middle of the contest, right? Because what if the contestant has not given the consent to record the speech? Right, and the moment you start the recording in between, there's a pop-up that comes up recording on progress, which can again distract the speaker. So that's not something that's possible.
I'm suggesting that for that. As a workaround, while the road comes back to the time.
If we have the consent from all contestants, then we have, and more or less in Zoom, we usually record the entire contest. So then that's something that we can have. In an in-person contest, I'm sure this might have been covered or not. Consent has to be taken from the contestants who are getting recorded. So if, let's say, I'm a speaker and this is going to record, it has to be noted down. The contest master will say that Toastmaster has asked for his speech to be recorded by Toastmaster Archit. And only Archit will be allowed to hold the camera in an in-person contest. Nobody else will allow, because in-person contest, no flash photography. You cannot sit there and just blindly with flashing, right? So that's something that you'll have to take into consideration. The contest master should include this in the film. And you will have the latest speech being sent across.
yeah. Sushmita, before we proceed, any questions from the in-person setup? Oh my God. We're gonna take 5 minutes to answer the in-person
Yeah.
attendees, and then we'll come back to online.
Yeah.
All right, Sugam? Okay, sorry, yeah.
Very good afternoon, everyone. This is the kind of question I'm asking from my bottom of my heart. The reason this is the first time I'm preparing myself, looking at best models, what I'm seeing now at the contestation. Actually, I got good information like what are the external issues or external conflicts, what I can get it. But I remember that this world is the stage. It gives 7 minutes time to outperform. As you guys, the team here have already undergone those exercises. Would you let us know what's the best practice to get out all the constraints what we have internally? The straightforward is the pressure. The minute a human being is being examined means 20% of the efficiency drops it. Yeah, these are the time constraint and the network and all at that set form. But the stage of the 7 minutes bearing that.
See, there are two things. Okay, when you are shy, when you come on stage, so what you will learn? So you will learn only shyness. So you should keep out of the shyness. So when I go on stage, what I think is, so whatever I'm going to speak, they have to listen for the time allotted. So I'm going to speak what comes to mind. It doesn't matter whether they laugh or whether they don't listen. So that's one kind of thought process I prepare in my mind when I was a beginner of public speaking. And then what I do is generally sometimes I stand in front of a mirror to practice. So I'll see my expressions, everything. So when I come in front of a crowd, so I know how I look like, how I give my gestures. So that's where I don't feel that much nervous. That's from my experience.
Well, I don't do that. Laughs can happen. So to add on to that, while this is more of the content preparation element and not the content management part, when you get an offering speech, don't perfect. You can ask anyone here who's been in Toastmasters for a certain amount of minutes. The first time we all spoke, we had nerves, we had pressure, time. The moment the red card was shown, we wanted to run away and get scared. Some of us didn't even make it to the red card. Right? All of this can happen. But the one thing that Toastmasters does prove is the process. Time and time again, you come here, you become fine. To a point where it doesn't matter. And my only one thing is to any aspiring contestants who are looking to break that nurse, as KP rightfully said, you will not get another place where you have someone listening to you absolutely pin drop silent for 7 minutes. Try that in your board meetings, try that in your office meetings, try that with your spouses, your girlfriend. It does not happen.
Experience.
Where for 7 minutes or whatever time you have for the contest, everyone's eyes are on you, everyone's listening to you. You can take that as, oh my God, everyone's eyes are on you, or you take that, but wow, everyone's eyes are on you. It's how you take it. It's your mindset.
And to jump on the bandwagon over here, one brutal truth is that you will get judged, right? As human beings, we all judge. Don't lie, all right? Somewhere internally, we all judge to some extent. You have to realize that that judgment lasts for only 7 minutes. When you're done, the judgment passes on to the next person, right? And people forget about it, whatever happened on stage, right? You have to be brave enough to just get through that 7 minutes. So once that is done, hey, you're good. Okay, cool. Let's move on.
Thank you. What my mentor told me that, so when you are giving a session, it should be like you are proposing, so that it should be how to give whatever it's in your heart.
Definitely. While these questions are more on the contest specific element, we can connect mostly, and you have all of these people here who are contestants will answer that. We'll go more to focus because we want to focus on the contest management element. But as you recommend, that's true.
Thank you so much for the session. This is a two-part question related to AV check with the timers during an in-person and online meeting. So first part is, earlier in-person meeting, we did not have this kind of AV check during when a contestant is called up. It used to happen before the contest has begun. So in case of a hybrid mode, how do we manage the in-person AV check, because it has to be consistent for all the contestants? Online, we know we have been doing that. So how do we manage that? That's the first part. Second part is, in one of the presentations, we heard that when we do an AV check for online audience, online contestants, we confirm it with chief judge, and then we confirm it with the timers. I feel it might be somewhat of a gray area, and I would require your inputs. Like, is that mandated to check with the timers? Because I have been part of the contest where it was not advised to do that, since the timers are part of the contest management team and they are connected in the back end. So if they have any issues, they can always raise it. So just wanted to check that. Thank you.
So, okay, so two parts. First part is, if you're in a hybrid setup, yes, in the olden days, many years ago, where because in-person contest, there was no AV check, right? You do your AV check in the 1 minute of silence while the judges are marking the ballot. You quickly go on the side over there, you check, quietly do it, and then you come on stage. Because the moment you come on stage, you start once your title has been announced or the topic has been announced. Okay, but if your contestants are all in an in-person setup, there is no AV check, right? There is no AV check if your contestants and role takers are all in an in-person setup. In online, I'm sure you're all aware, we have the AV check just to ensure that people are able to see you and hear you. And it's primarily for the timers, the contest officials, and the judges, predominantly them. If an audience member can't, that's secondary, that's not something that you have to solve for, but it's these role players. In an in-person or a hybrid setup, when you're going for it, right, you have to be consistent. If you are doing a certain AV check where you're asking the contestant, am I audible or visible, repeat after me the sentence, the same thing you repeat for the in-person. You cannot have something separate. Why? Like I'm here, when we come on stage, I know all of you can see me and hear me, but we have to confirm if the online crowd can see you and hear, because there could be a judge who's online and you need to confirm. Now, there could be a timer online, there could be a contest official online, and if any one of them is not able to hear you or see you because of some mic issue or so, they raise it over there. If you're a judge, you don't raise a thing, I can't hear you, I'm a judge, no. You tell the chief judge also saying that I'm not able to see or hear the contestant. Same way, if the contestant is online, right, and we do the AV check, and the judges are here in person, the contestant has to be able to, there may be some technical issue when that particular contestant comes that the audio is not audible. So that's why the AV check is something that we have to keep consistent either way. What statement that is, what's the duration, that's left to the contest management team. But it should be the same consistency that they are able to hear you and see you. The second part of the question, should timers or chief judge confirm? Honestly, it is not mentioned in the rule book that you have to get a verbal confirmation from some contest official. What it states in the rule book is, if the contestant is not audible visual, the chief judge, the contest chair, or the timers can kind of raise it out. So what is some of best practice that you said is, because, and this is just to save time, every time a contestant comes on, you do the AV check. Can I confirm the timer? Yes. Chief judge can confirm? Yes. It takes a good amount of time. So instead, one of the things that we did last was, if the timer cannot hear, the timer can raise. I'm unable to hear the contestant, you can raise. If a chief judge cannot hear, or a contest chair or contest master cannot, you can. You don't need a verbal confirmation. The contest master itself can act as that verbal confirmation. Because the contest master is the one who's convening the particular contest. Right? So that's the point.
That's good enough. Sukham, if that answers. Fantastic.
Yes. Sir.
Does the telepresence failure in case of a hybrid count as a technical fault for a person speaking in person?
Can you repeat that?
If they have a telepresence device like a laptop, you're connected to this laptop, the laptop internet falters for 10 seconds. For a person speaking in the room, does that count as a technical failure?
Wouldn't that depend on the judges if the judges are in Zoom?
So the judges may be on.
That's actually a good point. And in the hybrid manual as well, this is not specifically mentioned as what constitutes the technical failure, but I will ask this, and Nitin also will share this with PI. If your role takers, your judges predominantly appear, it won't matter. But if you have a certain awareness, this is a call that a chief judge will have to take. That if you have people online and you get to know that there's something that happened there, that's something that you'll have to figure out how we solve it. Right? But that's one point that we'll ask.
So that's the same as a judge getting dropped off, right? And the chief just taking a call, they drop off for a very long
Not
time.
really, because if the judge drops off, you void the judge's ballot. But in case the technical fault is in the room, 3 judges out of the 6 who were online, all 3 judges ballots get voided. You're technically splitting, half of your judges are now in another.
Yeah.
And that removes the fairness point that there should be equal judges in the room and all.
So that's a fair point. Thanks so much, Rohit, for bringing that. And just so that if the people online didn't hear the question was, if you are in an in-person or a hybrid setup, in-person speaker, in-person audience, but the online viewing, the people who are viewing this, if there's a technical failure there, or let's say the internet drops off or the laptop just shuts off, what do we do there? So good point, which I think we'll have to check back with you because it's not explicitly mentioned anywhere. What could happen if telepresence goes off?
So again, since that's not explicitly mentioned, one workaround is one of the judges of the contest official calling up the contest chair and saying that, hey, so and so has happened. Can we pause, fix it, and then resume? Yeah.
So that would count as a technical device failure. And again, the domain pause and making the speaker pause and then that's a video group, that 30-second element will be given to the speaker.
For table topics, we know we will. For table topic contest, we know we will be given a topic, and for evaluation contest also, there will be a test speaker. But for the speech contest, will we be given a specific topic, or we can prepare on the topic that we wish?
That's the speech contest. It's your topic. It's just like a prepared speech. You can prepare a speech on whatever you want. There is no defined topic. There is no ideal topic that you will do. There's nothing like that. It's 5 to 7 minute speech.
Instead of evaluating, you're being judged.
You can have that. And this is something that's there. We've seen people give humorous speeches in ISC as well. It's completely allowed. Right? Don't be like the humorous speech content that we do. People can put a humorous speech in ISC because the content is about a prepared speech. An international prepared speech contest where you prepare prior and you deliver a 5 to 7 minute speech. There's no topic that's going to be, you can choose and speak about whatever you want, right? Including the 3 taboo topics at your own discretion.
Okay, and if the speaker goes to upper levels, can they use the same speech?
You can use the same speech, you can use multiple speeches, you can change.
Only in international level, if you go in semifinals, you can use the same speech. But whatever you used in the semifinals, you can't use it in the finals. That is at international level.
That's after the district contest is done.
Till district until international semifinals, you can use the same.
See, once you reach the international semi-finals, whatever speech you cannot use. For the World Championship finals, the WCBS World Championship finals, you cannot use any speech that you've given in the last 1 year. You cannot use any speech. I could have given a speech at some conference or something. You cannot give any speech that you've used in the last 1 year.
As in contest speech or any speech?
Any speech.
Oh,
It has to be a completely new speech that you have, right? So, and you'll have 2 days. From the semi-finals to the final is 2 days. So obviously you cannot prepare right away and have it.
But yeah, until now, you have given a red apple. Could be green apple there?
They're completely new. You cannot just change the context.
But Rohit, if you are given it 3 years back,
That's fine.
Only 1 year.
They have given the money. And this is the only reason this is there is because they have been world champions who won in the, who didn't win the top 3 position, came back next to the same speech, did a little tweaking and went ahead and won. So Toastmasters changed that so that it doesn't become unfair, right? Now the world number 2 who won will come back next year and guarantee world number 1 will win. Because the competition could change. So TI can change that saying that you cannot use the speech that you've done in the last 1 year. So that every time you come with a speech. Okay. Otherwise, Dhananjay would use IP something new for 14 years and then come with one. So that was the point.
Vatsala?
My question is related to the evaluation context. Would you please reiterate on the time which is given to each contestant to evaluate the test speaker? You said that it is 5 minutes.
So for evaluation contest, the contestant of an evaluation contest, or do you mean the test speaker?
The contestant.
So contestant gets 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3
Okay.
minutes to evaluate.
So green card will come up at 2 minutes. However,
Not evaluate, I guess.
I think 5 minutes is for making the notes.
for preparing the notes, yeah, that's 5 minutes. So there will be no card that will be shown at the end of 5 minutes. A red card will be shown. There's no 30-second grace period for that. Okay. So red card 5 minutes. Stop right over there.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have one more in person and then we'll go to online mode. So Sushmita, we'll get to you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Yes.
So before I proceed to my actual question, I just wanted to confirm something. How many judges is usually there?
So that content will come in the afternoon post lunch. Okay, can you? People participate.
We cannot hear you, Nitin.
Guys, we are unable to.
Yes.
Yeah. We're back. We're
Now,
back. We're live.
yes, back.
Cool. Thank you. So the question was how many judges are recommended in a contest? Again, depends on the club level, area level, division level. In a club level, recommended to have 5, unless impractical. In an area, recommended to have minimum 5, not unless practical. If there has to be mandatory minimum 5 in an area level, in a division level, minimum 7. And in a district level, minimum 8. So we'll cover that in the session post lunch.
Okay. Actually, my question was that, so you mentioned earlier that the judges, if it's a hybrid meeting, the judges that is divided between online and the offline. So there is something called the secret tiebreaker judge, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So will that person be online or offline? And how does that constitute the difference?
That so there's no specific thing that is mentioned in the rule book. So that's something that I can check with TI and get back to you. But as of now, it can be anyone. Doesn't have to be strictly in person or strictly online. It depends upon the number of upon the decision of the tie-breaking judge. The number of voting judges has to be equally divided between online and in person.
Just to add on to that, a recommendation would be is, see, the tie-breaking judge is known only to the chief judge, right? So the chief judge is in person, recommend the tie-breaking judge be in person so that the chief judge can go to the tie-breaking judge and take the ballot. Tally counters will not take the ballot of a tie-breaking judge. So if your chief judge is in person, recommended that the tie-breaking judge also is in person. It depends on where the chief judge is so that the chief judge can have that direct hand. But it's not something that has to happen because even if it's online, you can get the ballot details.
Yeah.
Half a judge in Zoom, half a judge in person.
So-
divided equally.
You have two options.
Half a judge, right half, Zoom, left half. Off.
So while these are guidelines and recommendations, it's not a rule. You don't have to saw your judge in our or tell a judge that you are due to online and offline review you want. It's just recommendation guidelines just to ensure we create a fair environment for us to evaluate and judge people, right? So it's not a mandate. We are fine. I want to make it split or decide who goes there, it's completely left to. Let's.
Now, what do you?
Krishna,
Yeah, so we have 10 plus questions and considering now 12:50, next session from 1:30. So my proposal, so can we put these questions later as a FAQ along with your material? We can share with them.
we'll take a break at 1 o'clock. Okay, our lunch break. Any questions that may not be answered, my credentials will be shared in the chat. So you can email or
Yeah.
WhatsApp it to me and we'll get that answered. Because we will not be around right now during lunch. We have lunch to eat, right? So we can't sit and answer immediately. So you can ask those questions to me
Okay.
later on and those will get answered. Okay.
Then quickly.
Cool. Let's move on. Yes.
Yeah.
quickly.
So is it compulsory to provide an option of hybrid in club contest?
Okay, the decision entirely lies upon the contestants and contestants only. Okay, let's say I have 8 contestants and one contestant says I want in person, everybody else says I want online. There has to be a hybrid contest. Okay, if it's the other way around, if 7 contestants are saying in person, one saying online, I can't travel, it has to be hybrid. Okay, as the contest management team, you have absolutely no right to not get a contestant to compete just because they used a mode that you do not prefer. Okay, so the end decision entirely lies upon the contestants, not on the contest officials, not on the chief judge, not on the voting judges, but only the contestants. Rohit, KP?
Depending on
Okay.
the contest.
No, that's 200 district level. That's 200 district level.
Yeah, that's 200
Okay.
district level. Beyond district, let others worry about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so
Let's have one more question from online and then we'll go one question over here.
okay, so this is regarding the timer. So there was one question on that. So Manoj asked, is primary timer or the secondary timer to show the cards? So he thinks that it's a flexible. So any rules on that?
Right. So you can have primary timer noting the time. You can have secondary timer showing the card and noting the time as the backup. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. 1 second. We have one question from there. Yes.
Let's do one thing. Let's give more to because we can still discuss and talk. So we'll at least give 1 or 2 more and then.
Okay.
Your battery is low.
Yeah. Sushmita, over to you.
Okay. Okay, so next one is intro video of contestant required or can be avoided to be fair with all contestants?
So
Don't close it.
It's the introduction video of the contestant.
there's an introduction.
Have an introduction video saying that I'll go with and this is what I do. You're leaving a contestant with unnecessary stage time and unnecessary bias because unless and this is highly impractical that all your contestants record in the same venue, in the same style, in the same way, doesn't happen. And contestants will use it as a loophole just to come up. And I will come up here, I will do some magic and say, I am go for it. And then so, ideally, introduction videos shouldn't be allowed, right? The contest management team used to take the decision. You might have a contestant's photo and their name coming up saying that this is the contestant, so that people are aware that this is the contestant. That's all. But ideally, intro videos and all, I don't think it's recommended that we do something like that. While we want to make our contest look good, there are a lot of ways you can, right? There's so many members, different officers, contestants get unfair opportunity.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
just to add one thing to the names. So in case it is always advisable to use the full names while reading or while you mention it in any place, because there might be two people with the same name. In my club, there are two Sayeds. So one is Syed Yasin, one is Syed Alim. So that way it will be easy to distinguish which Syed we are judging for. So it's always good to use full names.
And at the same time, it has to be Toastmaster and not distinguished Toastmaster, Mr., Mrs., Doctor, Honorable, so on and so forth, right? Even if you are a DTM, I am sorry, in a contest, you are a TM.
But in our club, it gives an unfair advantage, like Yaska, Deva, Bayari. By that time, everyone is interested in knowing the some names.
Yeah, that's creativity of your parents, really. All right, please.
Okay, yeah. Should all the contest official be present at the physical location, or it can be mixed, like physical and online? The contest
It
official.
can be okay, it can be a mixed crowd. There's no mandate or recommendation as such. But like we shared before, voting judges recommended to have split half and half. Chief judge recommended in person, tally counter in person, tie breaking in person, unless impractical. Again, can be anywhere. You don't really need them to be, yeah, it's depending upon
How
them.
you want to have the contest, you want them online, you want them offline, how you want to do it. You want to fill your room, get everyone online. You want to have an option to have it. It's, but whichever you choose, remember that you have to manage it that day.
Okay, next question, Sushmita.
Yeah. So what if the meeting gets hacked in between? Do we need to adjourn the contest to another date, or because it already happened earlier in some area level contest?
Okay, so this has happened before. Rohit,
No, this has
you want
happened.
Yeah.
Last year it happened.
There are a lot of possibilities that happen. First and foremost, preparation. Do not post your meeting links on social media or just show to the world. Have a formal way of registering people for the content and then sending the Zoom meeting links only to that particular set of registered participants. Because the moment your Zoom meeting details are open in public, very good chances of it getting hacked, very good chances of you getting Zoom bombing and whatnot, right? It's happened. We've had that couple of times. It's not easy, but it depends on your contest management team, right? So I'll give an example. It happened in one of the contest where suddenly we start having people coming up, turning on videos, putting up some chats. Hey, Dave, who's Dave? I don't know. Right. So
I was in that crowd.
but it requires two very important elements. One, a very strong and capable chief judge. Second, a good contest management, quick response. Okay. The primary is going to be a chief judge because at that particular point, he or she will take that decision. And in the contest that we had, we noticed this, we raised it out, the chief judge also raised it. Immediately the Zoom meeting was locked and all those external people were removed. We paused the contest for a little while and then we said, you know what, we will not admit anyone because the moment we started admitting, everyone was coming in. So then the Zoom moderators was checking, okay, who is the one coming in and ensuring that they are legitimate human beings and not whatever, and coming in, right? So all of these elements will happen. So you need a good team. Worst case scenario, things are not able to manage, you're not able to conduct a contest, pause the contest and reconvene at another time. If let's say 4 contestants have already spoken, does that mean those 4 contestants speak again? No. You started from the rest of the speaker. You cannot give a contestant another option that, hey, you spoke once, you come back again, you rework. Right? That's something that a contest management team will have to take at that
So,
point.
but
Same judges, same chief judge.
That's something that you
No,
don't
but-
have to necessarily. but-
okay, so Rohit, I have a doubt on that. Now, okay, so 4 people have spoken, you speak again, but what if it is a table topic or an evaluation contest? I mean, for
Then-
ISE, it makes sense.
Restart.
Or restart.
And this happened once in a physical venue. I remember this. I was one of the speakers. We finished 7 contestants spoke on the table topics. Then somewhere came in and said, hey, topic is very nice. What topic is? He tells a topic. He was on a contestant who, by mistake, he was not in the breakout room. He came late. He just came into the meeting. He's listening to all the topics. And then when we sent him back into the breakout room, we told everyone the topic. When 8 contestants knew the topic, 7 already spoken. And we had a sense, this was not openly told, but it happened by mistake. We took a call, we started.
Same happened in one of the area contests where audience prompted the topic
Yeah,
to the
that has
contestant. The chief judge had to call off the contest and again they did with a new topic. It's happened.
You are the idiot.
Okay.
Yeah, so
let's move
maybe
on.
one important one, that when is the contest happening? What is the timeline, preferred time for that, keeping the club contest? Can you please explain once again?
Day after tomorrow.
Rohit, the time is given by the PQD team.
Yeah, so the timelines for club contest, there are, you can start ideally a contest as when you want, say, one of the recommendations, at least by attending JTP and contest management, you will be aware of what it is. You can ideally start your contest as well as from tomorrow onwards. We have given the timeline for the area contest and the division contest. So area contest probably will be starting from the mid of February, last week of February, all the way up to first week of April. Division contest, we've asked them from first week of April till the first week of May, and that gives enough 2 weeks time for coordination once we have it in the third or fourth week of May.
Basically, your club contest should wrap up before your area contest. In case you want to participate in the It can be as late as, so your area contest is in afternoon, your club contest are wrapping up in the morning, because we do not get the say in the club contest. But your club contest should wrap up before your area contest, that's the only.
So if the online people did not share, that was our district director, Rishabh Mehta. And he had mentioned that ideally clubs plan your contest before your area contest, because the area contest cannot happen until all the club contests are done. You can plan it whenever you need in terms of the timeline, as early as tomorrow, to as late as the day or the morning of your area contest, depending on when it is. But do plan it, and ideally, we recommend at least keeping 1 to 2 weeks before the next contest, where contestants have that opportunity to prepare and go to the next level in a better prepared state.
All right. With that, Sushmita, thank you so much for the questions. Can we have a round of applause for Toastmasters, Sushmita? Thank you, Sushmita. We will be taking a lunch break now. Since we had so many questions, we extended the session. We'll take a lunch break till 1:45. At 1:45 sharp, we'll come back here and we'll start with the judges training program. Thank you so much for attending contest management, and see you in 45 minutes.
All the people online, if you still want to come here, there is food, you can come here. Judges training. There is good enough of food. If not, you can have your own food. Yeah,
Thank you.
You can come to our food and then you
Yeah,
have.
thanks. Satya, you can stop the recording now.
You can pause it. Don't stop it.
Yeah,
no,
pause
pause
it.
it.
Yeah. And the rest of
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our district program quality director, distinguished Toastmaster Rohit Koka, for the welcome address.
Thank you so much. And once again, I'd like to welcome you all. To all the people who were not here in the first half of the day. Judging, a daunting word, right? Being a judge, being a chief judge in any contest is so crucial, and it's so important because you somehow play a vital role in deciding who gets to win on that day, right? And it's important as Toastmasters, especially the members of District 92, that we go through the judges training program that we organize each year to understand the various nuances, new changes to the rule book, elements that could come and surprise you, especially this year since we're going into a hybrid contest mode. So this next part of the entire event is focused on judging with respect to, let's say, the rules that you will understand from the rule book, with respect to the ballots, with respect to how do you actually be a good judge in a hybrid environment, right? And a lot more. So stay tuned. I hope, as Nitin said, you had a good lunch, but I hope it was not that good that you fall asleep. Definitely, we will not let you keep the engagement happening. Keep your questions coming in. Our moderators will keep a note and we will answer them during the respective Q&A sessions. Stay tuned. This part is important because it's all about rules. It's all about balance. It's all about how you can make an impact on that day. With that, I'd like to welcome everyone again, once again, to the Judges Training Program of District 92 from the program called D's Office and the District Teacher's Office for the program year 2022 to 2023. Welcome back, and shall we begin? Yes. Perfect. All the people online, if you can see the screen right now, there is a naming convention that we want you all to follow, right? It's your name underscore your club's name, all right? Please use that naming convention if you're joining online. The main reason for this, attending judges training program is the criteria for the Golden Gavel Award series. So it's important that If you want your attendance to be tracked, if you want us to help you, give you that
Annotate.
point for the criteria of the award, do your naming convention so that it helps
I don't know.
you be tracked if you're here. Right?
Wait,
We don't want any
I
John
just put
Snows or anyone in the room. So let's ensure that we have our name and our club names mentioned. All right. With that, all right. With that, I'd like to hand over the virtual and hybrid stage to Toastmasters Suspita Vaidya, who is online. I hope
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, yeah.
we can't see a screen. Point for hybrid content management. Ensure speakers have a screen to see. All right. Over to you, Suspita. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Rohit Koka, for setting the context for this judges training program. Welcome you all again post lunch for the second session, which is judges training program. And as you all know that this year we are having hybrid contest in our district. So for that, to become a judge and become unfair and to know all the nitty-gritty, this session will help us. Now, you all have the agenda. We have a packed agenda for the next 2.5 hours almost. And to set the first, take the first session, we'll first understand the rule book and to share the nitty-gritty of the contest rule book, what should be we consider. So we have none other than our district chief judge himself, who is who was the select distinguished area director in 2021-22. He's also a podium finisher in ISC and TT in 2020 and 21. So with that, I request Toastmaster Nitin, our district chief judge, to share the rule book, what we should know as a judge. So over to you, Toastmaster Nitin.
Thank you, Toastmasters. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, sitting over here. I'll be blunt, honest. The rule book is extensive. It is a 29-page document, and I went through it so that you don't have to. Okay? How sweet. I know, right? So what we're going to do in this session is talk about some of the most important points of the rule book and skip the ones that we don't necessarily need to know. Okay? Having said that, post the session in a separate email, you will get something called a highlighted rulebook. And that rulebook will consist of the entire rulebook, but important points will be highlighted so that you can go through just those instead of going through the entire rulebook, the entire 29 pages of it. Okay. So in this session, in the next 30 to 40 minutes, we'll go through some of the salient important points of the rulebook and discuss the same. All right. Let's get started. Yes.
Yes.
Online attendees, can we get started? Yeah.
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 Yes. We are getting yes from all.
Okay, we got one yes, which means we can start. Cool. Let's go ahead. The first one I will discuss right now is individual admission fees. Before you go to the next point, I want to ask everyone sitting over here: can we charge people to attend the contest? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No. Yes.
No.
No. No. Okay.
No.
All right.
Oh, yes, no. It's mixed.
Yes, no. Okay. Online attendees, if you want to respond, please put in the chat box. Otherwise, it gets very distorted if everybody speaks together. But here's the deal. Next point. You can charge, but not everyone. Okay. You can charge the audience. You can charge the audience members. You can charge the contest officials, which includes the chief judge and the voting judges and the tie-breaking judge, but you cannot charge contestants. All right, you absolutely can't charge contestants. At the same time, you cannot charge clubs who wants to send a particular contestant to the area level, division level, district level, provided they have followed the winning constraints that have arisen. All right, so you can charge everyone else. How much you want to charge, that's up to you. Okay, we're not going to give you a guideline, or we're not going to put a restriction on the limit. It's completely up to the contest management team with respect to how much you want to charge. Okay, Arjit, you have a question?
So for coronation, then the contestants can just go free, like if they qualify.
Coronation also, it's a contest.
Only for the contest, not
Only for the
qualify.
contest, right? So coronation will include,
Before the contest.
yes. So Arjit's question was, will contestants get charged at coronation as well, which is the district conference, annual conference? Coronation will include sessions apart from contests, right? So if those sessions happen, they will get charged. But for the contest segment specifically, they will not get charged. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Okay, eligibility of contestant. Now here's a different thing that has happened in this rule book, so we're going to discuss that. To be eligible to be a contestant, yeah. Number one, you need to be a paid member of a club in good standing, right? Which means you need to be a paid member of a club. That club needs to have a minimum of 8 paid members, including the contestant. Okay. If let's say you win your club contest and you're not eligible, let's say your eligibility was not caught. Okay, you have won the club contest, you gone to the area, you won the area contest, there also it was not got caught, you went to the division contest, there it got caught that hey, you're ineligible, right? You get disqualified. You get disqualified, and the next person, as per the winning list, gets to compete at your place. Okay. This is applicable even, like I said, even when it has been discovered later. Yes, Rohit.
What if you are eligible after you won at your previous level?
Sorry.
You competed as not eligible because the area contest became eligible.
Okay, but you're not eligible at the club level, right? So that gets disqualified there itself. Right? In case of an ISC, so the first 3 points apply for an evaluation contest, the table topic contest, and the international speech contest. In the ISC, there is one additional rule, which is you should have completed level 1 or level 1 and level 2 of any pathway. Okay. This doesn't mean you have completed level 1 in, let's say, one pathway, level 2 in another pathway. That does not count, right? In the same pathway, you need to have completed level 1 and level 2, or you should be a DTM in the pathways program, not in the traditional program. Okay. The fact that you have completed 6+ speeches in CC no longer counts, right? That was counted until last year. This year, it is not counted. Okay. So you need to have finished level 1 and level 2 in your subscribed pathway. If you're a new club, right? Because completing levels takes time, right? Let's say your club got chartered a month ago, 2 months ago. It's practically not easy to finish level 1 and level 2 in a short period of time, right? So if you're a new club and your club contest happens 1 year within the charter date, you are free of this rule, right? So this rule does not apply. Only if you are a charter member of a new club, right? Let's say it's a new club, you're not a charter member, you joined after the chartering. That does not count. Okay, you need to be a charter member of a new club. Okay, let's move ahead. Any questions do we have here? All the attendees, if you have any question, feel free to unmute and ask it out. And in person, you can just holler it out. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Ineligibility of contestant, right? So let's talk about the flip side of that. Okay. Okay. All district officers, right? So your beloved area directors, division directors, the district top 10 cannot compete in a contest, right? So if you see them competing, you know what to do. Yes, Rishabh.
Logistics manager, webmaster can compete, not district top 10.
Yeah, so the district logistics manager, the webmaster, and the chief judge can compete.
Chief Justice, yeah?
Yes, because we are not an official district officer. This is a position that is created by the district in this particular district, right? So it's not an official role. But since we are good people, we will not be competing. Okay. So effectively, the area directors, the division directors, and the district top 10 will not be competing. Everyone else can compete. If you're a candidate for the upcoming elections, if you're a candidate for the term, which will happen in July 1st, right? So in the next term, if let's say you have declared the intent to be an area director or nominated yourself for the candidature of the other roles, in that case also you can't compete. Okay. If you're this is an important point. If you're a contest chair or a contest master, if you're an event chair, if you're an educational speaker in the same event of the contest, you can't compete. Okay. So let's say there's an event happening from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. It consists of ISC, evaluation, table topics. Let's say you are the contest master of ISC. You can't compete in the same event in the next contest that is happening in the same event, right? So understand the difference between an event and a contest. A contest is an individual event or an agenda, right? An event consists of all the things put together happening on the same day at the same place, right? So in that case, you can't. If you are a tally counter, timer, or a southern advance, you can't compete in the same contest. So let's say I am a tally counter of the international speech contest. In the same contest, I can't compete. I can compete in evaluation table topics happening right after this particular contest. In that, I can compete.
Judges, but contest here or your contest is not happening on the same day.
Yeah.
All the three contests are not happening on the same day.
Right.
And if he or she is not a contest master or contest chair for the other contest which is happening, then they can take it.
Right. So Devi asked the question, which is, if let's say the contests are not happening on the same day, it's happening on a different day, can you compete then? Yes, because that's a different event. Right. So in that case, you can compete. If it's the same event and you've taken a prominent role, like the chief judge, contest chair, contest master, event chair, you can't compete. If you've taken a small role, important but lesser prominent role, like the timer, tally counter, and silent darts, you can compete in a different contest type, not in the same contest type. Okay. Voting judges also can't compete. In the next contest, they can. The same contest, obviously, they can't. How can you judge and compete in the same? Right? You can't do that. Cool. Let's move on, Satya. All right. Again, in an eligibility of contestants, if let's say you're a member in more than one club, right? So Toastmasters provide something called dual membership, right? So let's say you are a member of 3 clubs. Okay. Let's say you have won the club contest of all 3 clubs. You need to choose only one club which you will represent in the area level of the same contest type. Okay. So let's say I am a member of Intel and Cisco. I'm not, but let's say. Okay. I'm a member of Intel and I'm a member of Cisco. I have one ISC in Intel. I have one ISC in Cisco. I can only choose one of these clubs that I will represent for ISC. Let's say I have one ISC at Intel. I have one TT in Cisco. I can choose both because both of these are different contest types, right? For the same contest type, you can only choose one area that you will represent. This goes even if your areas are in different divisions or for that matter in a different district.
So we have a question. If a person is applying for a position of AD for next educational term, they are still eligible or not?
They are not eligible because they have declared the intent.
They are eligible. In this scenario, area director is a selected role, just like public relations manager or administration manager and finance manager. We open the nominations for these positions after our annual district council meetings. So by then, the district contests have already concluded. So
right.
Yes, you are eligible to take part in contest. Only the folks who have declared their intent to go for elected roles, which is the division directors and the trio roles, only those folks are not eligible.
Okay, so you're responding in the chat, Rishabh. Perfect. So I won't repeat what has happened.
Then is there an eligibility for contest manager and contest chair?
For contest master and contest chair, the only eligibility is you should be a paid member of a club. It doesn't matter if your club is in good standing or not. You need to be a paid Toastmaster member. That's the only eligibility for a contest official, like a contest master and a contest chair. Okay, let's move on. Okay, eligibility of judges. Of course, be a paid member. It doesn't matter if a club is in good standing or not. As long as you're a paid member of Toastmasters, we're good. In case of an area, division, or a district level contest, paid member for a minimum of 6 months and 6+ speeches in CC or level 1 and level 2 completion. Right. So in a club level, it's fine if you have not finished level 1 and level 2. But in an area level and onwards, you need to have finished level 1 and level 2 of your pathway or have finished 6+ speeches in CC.
So
okay?
In this, the CC manual is
counted. In this, the CC manual counts. For an ISC contestant, the CC manual does not count. Okay. If let's say you have won a club contest for a particular contest type, you can't be a voting judge or a chief judge in other clubs or other areas for the same contest type. Okay. If let's say you have one ISC in your club contest, you're going to the area contest, You can't be a voting judge or a chief judge in IEC contests of other clubs or other areas or divisions. Okay. You can be a voting judge for the other contest types. So you have one IEC, you can go for TT, you can go for evaluation, but you can't go for IEC. Okay. Let's go ahead. All right, eligibility of contest officials, like I just answered over here. Number one, be a paid member. Doesn't matter if your club is in a good standing or not. Again, the same rule applies here. Candidates for elected district officer positions, like the trio and the division directors, are eligible only in club contests to serve the role of a contest master or a contest chair. Okay, you can't serve these roles in contests beyond the club level. Okay, so you're ineligible in area, division, and so that's a typo, that's a district contest. I'll come to you, Ashok. However, you are eligible as a voting judge or a tie-breaking judge. The reason being the anonymity should be maintained. So you're not playing a prominent role with respect to the audience, right? They don't know who's the voting judge. Ideally, they should not know who the voting judge is or a tie-breaking judge is, right? So in that case, it is allowed in all levels of the contest, okay? But you can't, if let's say you are a district officer elected candidature, then you can't go as a prominent role taker in area contests and above. Okay, Ashok, you had a question?
Yes, yes. Well, I'm looking at this slide. I just come to know there is going to be a value if one of my team member from the group is spending some time and giving the voting aspect. For example, if any of the person from our team is doing that, does it give value to our group? Bring value?
Of course, I mean, because they have been part of the contest, they have seen the behind the scenes and they have seen the action, they can educate you that, hey, this is my learning.
Obviously,
Right? That applies. Both of
the
them.
knowledge, the group will get more standard, more distinct.
Right. So being number one, attending the training happening right now, and being a voting judge and a chief judge in other clubs grants you certain points in the Golden Gavel series. Right? So that's where it helps, apart from the learning and the experience that they can share with you.
The knowledge is fine. But
Yeah.
Those the golden stars, no.
Yes. That will be there. Okay.
Let me educate and get 3 or 4 people.
Okay, fantastic. Great. Let's move on, Satya.
When you call out the contest official here,
Yeah.
you mean to say all the roles which are present in
Yes,
the contest, or
yes.
just the contest chair and contest?
See, can you go back, Satya, please? Right. These means any role taker, not just contest master, contest chair, timers, SAA, tally counters, test speakers, all of that. Okay, every single role that you can take up in the contest applies over here. Okay, let's go ahead, Satya. Okay, selection sequence, pretty basic. You start with the club contest, you win the club contest, you move on to the area contest, you win the area contest, you go to the division contest, district contest, so on and so forth. Okay. As a club, it is your say whether you want to hold a contest or not. Okay, so it is not mandatory for you to hold a contest. As a club, you can choose the representative for the area contest in whatever way you see fit. However, if a contest is held, the rule book should be followed. Okay, do you, if, sorry, 29 rule book. Okay, the 29-page rule book has to be followed if you are holding a contest. Okay, let's say you're holding a contest. Well, I think that point will come on later, so I'll talk about that later. But if let's say you have won the club level contest, you're going to the area level contest, and you're not available for the area level contest. In that case, does the club lose out on the contest? No. The person who came second will then represent the club in the area level contest. If the person who came second is not available, then the person who came third will go. If none of the winners and none of the participants, none of the contestants are available, then there's no one. So in that case, there's nothing that a club can do. Okay.
Then at that time, club choose the person.
No, if a contest is held and none of the contestants are available, then there's nothing that you can do. If a contest is not held, you have randomly chosen one person, that person is not available, then you can choose the second person. Okay, let's go ahead. Let me know if
Nitin,
questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
at a club level, if it's a completely offline club, do we still have to keep it online just for one member?
Yes. If even one, and by member, I mean a contestant. If even one contestant says, I want online, that has to be accommodated.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
You cannot force a member.
Yes, you cannot force a member to choose online or offline based on your preference. If a contestant says, I want in person and you're not ready for it, you can't say, I won't let you compete. You can't do any of that. Okay. Whatever the contestant has requested for, that has to be accommodated.
On this point is add on that when you are asking for the eligibility form or the intent to participate in this contest form, you need to get them in writing whether they are coming in person or online, right? Because once they have declared, for example, let's assume that all the contestants have said that they are okay to come for an in-person meeting. That way, you're planning for the contest completely. On the day of the event, an hour before, the member says that I cannot make it and I want online version now. That's not possible because you had indicated your, you have given your consent that all the contestants will be coming for in person, and the club, the area, the division has prepared for it. In-person setup. So they need to give their confirmations while they are sending the forms to participate.
Yeah, thank you. So our district director Rishabh was saying that when you collect forms from the contestants, the basic eligibility forms and whatnot, you can ask them for their preference along with that form, right? So let's say all of the contestants have coincidentally said in person, and you have the written confirmation. Then if a contestant at the last minute says, no, I want online, then that's a different or a difficult situation for you to manage, right? So if you have the written consent of what preference they choose, it's easier for you to manage your contests.
And they need to declare this anonymously. And need to still call out who they are saying it, but it should not come out as a pressure, right? Just because several of the contestants have opted for offline, and you are in a conversation where you are the only one calling it online, it might put some sort of pressure on the individual that when the entire club or the area is going offline and there is one person who is going online, right? So it needs to be called out in a manner where it's discreet, and the contestants should not be following these details of the practice.
Right. Thank you, Rishabh.
On putting any sort of pressure on the contestants to go for online or online.
Yeah. So if you have not heard what Rishabh was saying is that preference should be given to the contest chair anonymously, right? So it shouldn't happen that let's say 7 contestants have said in person, one has said online, and that person gets pressurized because, oh, so many others have said in person, so let me accommodate for that and go out of my way to accommodate for that, right? So it should happen anonymously to ensure that there's no pressure which is put on the contestant. Okay, let's go ahead. Right. So if let's say you're in an area and that consists of 4 clubs or less, in that case, each club can choose 2 contestants to represent them at the area level. Okay. And this is 8 weeks prior to the area contest, right? So that depends on the date of the area contest that is chosen by your area directors and division directors, right? But let's say in between that 8 weeks, a new club has chartered. What happens in that case? In that case, you can still send 2 contestants from each area, from each club. Okay. Likewise, similar thing applies in division as well. Since the division has a fixed number of areas, which is 4, hence each area sends 2 contestants to the division level. Okay. Since there are 8 divisions, each division sends 1 to the district level. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead. All right, number of contest officials. Now, this is something which is super important for us to make a note of. So let's take a look at this. And this is across all levels of contest. Okay. Contest chair, you need to have 1. Contest master, you need to have 1. Don't think of this as a Toastmaster of the day role where you have 2 team mods sharing the stage, right? So that's not the case over here. There has to be 1 contest master for 1 contest type. Okay. Chief judge needs to be 1. Tie-breaking judge needs to be 1. Tally counters 2. Backup 1 and another person is the backup. Timer, we spoke about this in the previous sessions as well. 2 for in-person, 2 for online to act as a backup. Okay. Sergeant at arms, you need 1 in ISC in person to man the doors to ensure that nobody comes in, right? In an ISC, technically, there's no breakout room or a separate room unless specifically asked for. And even in the breakout room, you don't need an SAA to monitor them, right? So you don't need an additional person over there. So in person ISC, you need 1. In person evaluation and table topics, you need 2. one to man the door and one in the breakout room or separate room to ensure that people are being true and their integrity is not disturbed. Online evaluation, you need one in the breakout room. Okay. Online moderator, 2, 1 and a backup. Okay. Any questions here?
Can contest chair and contest master be the same person?
It can be the same person. So the rule book says you have a contest chair. The contest chair can appoint another person to take some of the responsibilities, known as the contest Toastmaster or the contest master, as we say. Okay. Now, please note that this is something that has to be followed for area, division, and district. Clubs may choose to follow, may not, depending upon the practicality. So if it's not practical for your club to arrange these many role takers, you don't need to. Ensure that you have bare minimum to get you by, and that should be good enough. Okay, cool. The bare minimum is having one of each. Okay.
There's also a rule that chief judge cannot be an AD of the same club for which the contest is happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no specific rule like that, but it's recommended to ensure that the chief judge is not from any of the clubs to ensure that there's no bias, if at all. Okay.
There is a doubt.
Yeah.
The judges are supposed to be discreet, right? So
Yes.
in hybrid mode, they have to be online only.
Right. So we discussed that in the previous session. Ideally, it's recommended that half of your judges are online and half of your judges are in person to ensure that all contestants get judged fairly from all judges. Okay. So, of course, this is a recommended approach. This is not a hard and fast rule. So all of your judges can be online, all of them can be in person or scattered, but we as a district recommend you have half of them in person and half online. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Number of voting judges, again, recommended for clubs, but unless impractical, you don't need to follow. This has to be followed for area, division, and district contest. In a club, you need to have a minimum, in a club level contest, you need to have a minimum of 5 voting judges. Okay. In an area level contest, you need to have voting judges from each of the clubs in that area or no at all, but a minimum of 5. Okay. So for example, let's take the example of G3. Okay. My club Trailblazers is in G3. If the chief judge of G3 contest takes 1 judge from Trailblazers, they have to ensure that they get 1 judge from each of the clubs in that area. So either you do that, which is get judge from each of the clubs, get 1 judge from each of the clubs, or get no judges at all from that complete area. Okay, so that it can't be the case that Trailblazer sends 1 judge and no other club sends judges in that area. Okay, there has to be, there'll be bias. There has to be 1 judge from each of the clubs or no judges at all. Okay, a minimum of 5 over here. You can have 5 or more. In case of a division, equal number of voting judges from each area or none at all, but a minimum of 7. In case of a district, equal number of voting judges from each division or none at all, which means entirely from a new district or other districts, or a minimum of 7. Okay. What I used to do, and this is just something that I follow, you don't need to follow, depending upon you. But when I was a chief judge of an area level contest, none of my voting judges were from that division. All of my voting judges were from different divisions. So for example, I was Yashika's chief judge, E3. None of my voting judges were from division E. All of the voting judges were from division A to D and then F, G, and H. Okay. This is just to ensure that I have no single person from that entire division to help me out with fairness, maintaining fairness in the contest. Okay, cool. This is again, you can see bullet points over here, unless impractical for clubs. So if it's not practical for you, have the bare minimum, which I would say is 3 should be good enough for a club level. But if you can manage, go for it. In an area, division, and district, this has to be followed.
So Nitin, so which means, okay, I'm not taking anyone from my division. Does it have to be everyone has to be from the same division if it is I'm taking from another division, or it can be from multiple divisions?
See, if you're taking 1 judge from, so this is for which
for
level?
An area level.
For an area level, right? If you're taking 1 judge from your clubs, then every club has to send 1 judge each.
Okay.
Or you don't take any of the judges from your clubs, take judges from other clubs, which can be in the same division but different areas.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Okay, let's move on. All right, protests. Now is the meat and the masala. All right, protests, super important, can be raised by contestants and or the voting judges only. You can't have an audience member standing up, hey, this is wrong. Okay, you can't do that, right? It can be raised only by contestants and voting judges.
Can we go other contestants to raise it?
Yeah, as long as they raise it and it's not coming from you who's not a judge or a contestant. Okay. Protests are also limited to certain things. You can't raise protests for whatever reason you want to. Okay. So protests can be raised with respect to eligibility. And this is something that ideally the contest chair should take care of before the contest begins. Okay. The protest can be raised on the basis of originality, which means if you as a voting judge or a contestant feels that another contestant's speech is not original, is copied, then you can raise a protest. Okay. Do remember that a contestant's speech can have 25% of copied material, provided they have given quote that where did they get it from or a reference. Okay. That reference need not be an accurate information. That in thesis 45, page number 23, subsection 5A, doesn't need to be accurate. It can be something as simple as I read in a research paper that I saw on internet that in a movie they said, right? As long as they have clearly said, this is not my material. I have got it from somewhere, right? So protest can be raised on originality. Again, reminder, 25% can be copied, provided proof, quote has been given or reference has been given. Okay. And reference to another contestant and or their speech, right? So let's say I am ISC contestant number 7 and I've heard all the previous 6 speeches. I can't go copying lines from each one of them because that will be unfair to the first contestant who had nobody else to copy their speech from. Right? No. Okay.
I heard in first speech that.
Yeah, you can't say I heard a first speech, right? Because now you're blatantly copying from another contestant, and they didn't get the chance to do the same from you, right? So reference to the contestant, even their name can't be said out loud. Even though you're the first contestant, you know who the other 7 contestants are, you still can't name them, right?
What if I have similar name in my speech? Should I tell you not that person?
Depends upon the context that you're using. If it feels forced, then the people who can raise a protest can raise. But if it feels like, okay, it was already pre-planned, then it's fine. But if it forced and out of context, then they can raise a protest.
There is
Okay.
a doubt that's
Yes.
come up. It's regarding something that Rishabh mentioned previously.
Okay.
Considering last moment changes on in-person to hybrid not being allowed, what if there's a last moment emergency and the contestant cannot attend the offline contest? Are we then stopping the contestant from competing?
No, see, you can't stop a contestant from competing at all. Okay. What can be done is to not do the contest at all and do it later on a different day, different time. Okay. But you can't stop a contestant from competing because of the mode of preference that they have chosen. Okay.
So, but if it's a last minute emergency, it needs to be taken with the consensus of the contestants.
Yeah.
Because they have agreed to come forward for that contest, right? So it needs to be taken again anonymously from the contestants. But what I had said earlier is, see, remember earlier when the contest used to happen, if a contestant cannot make it to the setup where the contest is taking place, they are disqualified when their name is being called out and they are not present in the room.
Yes.
Right? Just because we now have a flexibility that you can attend the contest online, it's a double-edged sword, right? So you cannot opt for that option at the nth minute because then the organizing team would have to put a lot of efforts. So that's where we had indicated earlier that the contestants needs to give their consent in writing beforehand. We can finalize that timing as per the organizing team's efforts. You can maybe choose that as 12 hours before the contest or 24 hours before the contest, but the contestant needs to give their consent that they will be attending in person or online. Once that consent has been given, then there cannot be any changes just because of the last minute emergency, whatever, right? Because there are certain things that we have to abide by, and more importantly, the organizing team would have to take a lot of efforts.
Right. So Rishabh, can you just put that in the chat and I'll move on to the next segment. Cool. Thank you. All right. Any questions on protests?
So if a protest is raised by a voting judge, then is the chief judge of that contest the final authority?
I'll get to that. Okay, I'll get to that. Yeah, how to handle protest, I'll get to that. Let's move on to
Next.
the next.
Okay.
Just to say.
Yeah.
Long time when we just started hybrid, not hybrid, virtual contests. One of the rules was specified was that if a person gets disconnected and he's not able to connect within 2 minutes and all that, he would not be considered as at that point of time. And then like we raised a protest because they said that he will be disqualified, but it was not the case. He was given, it was an evaluation contest, so he came last. He got a lot of preparation time. We protested on that, but it was not meeting the requirements of this. But a rule was specified and then it was not followed. In these circumstances.
So honestly, that's just bad management from the organizing team. Okay, but it's not a valid protest as such. Okay, so you can get the required people notified. Let's say your area directors, division directors, the district chief judge on what should be the next step for this. But it's not a valid protest at that particular moment. Okay, I'll answer your question, which is what should be done if a protest is raised. Okay, if it is, yes, David.
Let's say there are timers which are there online and offline. But when a contestant is delivering his speech and he's setting up his own timer, and so during the contest, if we let's say inaugurated, is that allowed? And let's say someone finds that he is using his own timer.
See, Toastmaster code values, RISE. R stands for respect, I stands for integrity. So this is where you are hopeful that a contestant will be integral in the contest. Okay, you can't stop a contestant from doing what they want to behind the scenes, which is online, right? You can't send someone to their house and monitor them, right? So you're just hoping that they will follow. You're hoping that they will follow the right means. They'll follow the right rules and all of that, right? Apart from that, you can't really do a lot of that. Okay? Yeah. Okay. With respect to Dhruv's question, which is what happens when a protest is raised. Number one, if it's raised based on eligibility, the chief judge will check with the contest chair that, hey, double check and see if the person is eligible or not. If they're not eligible, they're disqualified. Okay. If it is originality and reference, in that case, the chief judge gets the voting judges together, only the voting judges, not the tie-breaking judge. Okay. The chief judge gets the voting judges together and he or she says that, hey, a protest has been raised basis of originality and or reference. Whoever has raised the protest should give proof. So let's say one second, Ashok. Let's say I have raised a protest saying that this person has copied the speech from a stand-up comedian's video. I need to send a link of that comedian's video if I can find it, right? If a proof is not available, then hey, how can I believe what you have said? Unless it is common knowledge, like choti shehron mein badi baatein hoti rehti, whatever. I don't remember the line properly, right? But that's a copied content, and that's common knowledge. Most of the people know about it, right? In that case, it is fine. But if it's like specific lines, it has to be a proof has to be shown by the person who has raised the protest. Okay. Now the chief judge and the voting judges will go through whatever proofs have been provided, and then the contestant will be called to give their side of the story. Okay. The contestant must be given an opportunity to respond to the protest. Based on the response, the voting judges will decide what to do. The chief judge will only moderate the discussion. The chief judge cannot provide their own insights, their own views into it. They can't influence the voting judges. The voting judges decide. They tell the chief judge inform the contest master, or sorry, the contest chair. It is not announced who is disqualified, but it will be announced later that, hey, one person is disqualified, not the name, but only the fact that there's a number of people who are disqualified. Okay, Ashok.
Well, protest is raised a protest and he won. And he proved it.
Okay.
Any kind of award will be given.
No.
The award is the other guy getting disqualified. Your award is the other person gets disqualified.
The award is you get a good night's sleep. Yeah.
Trying to make the Toastmaster, the club, the contestant the best.
Absolutely.
He has put all his effort, his mind and everything.
No, so good night's sleep and the other person gets disqualified.
Yeah.
But if you perform well, then you win.
But if the judge or contestant have to call out the protest, how do they have to?
Right, if you have to call out a protest as a contestant or the voting judge, you can inform the contest chair and or the chief judge. So let's say I've announced only the contest chair in private. You can't, boss, I have a protest. You can't do that, message them, WhatsApp them individually, not in the group, saying that I have a protest. This is the contestant. This is the basis of the protest. This is my proof. The contest chair will pass that information along to the chief judge, or you can directly send to the chief judge as well. Okay, and the chief judge and contest chair will work together. The chief judge will separately work with the voting judges on this.
It should be anonymous.
It should be anonymous.
Offline or hybrid.
Yes, it should be anonymous. Okay,
How do we ensure that anonymity in offline?
you can still WhatsApp, right?
Okay. This is one question to Devi's earlier point.
Yeah.
If a contestant is found to have their own timing device.
Yeah.
Can they be disqualified if
If it is known.
informed to the chief judge?
But
No,
it's a
right?
timing
Can't be.
device,
The
right?
golden rule of disqualification is based on the protest.
Yeah.
As a judge, if you, so for example, Nitin is a contestant, and I notice that Nitin is using any kind of cheating material, be it reference to fees, be it reference to his script, be it making sure of timings, I cannot disqualify him, because the golden rule for disqualification is on the basis of, originality and all of those aspects. As a voting judge, I can mark him down on certain segments of the ballot. But as a voting judge, I cannot disqualify him, neither can the chief judge disqualify them. Right? I can mark the contestant down only in certain parameters of the ballot and not entirely like put a view.
So as the contestant, your what is the right word? Okay, as a contestant,
Your prerogative.
the downside of that is that you get a bad night's sleep. And you get marked down in the ballot if it has been noticed. Cool. Any questions
No.
from the online attendees at this point with respect to protests?
Yes, there was a doubt that came up.
Yep,
How do they raise it?
that's answered. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to raise a protest, just privately WhatsApp or send any form of communication to the contest chair and or the chief judge, and they will take it forward from there. But did you find that out?
No, I just muted the mic.
Oh, okay. Cool. If you have any questions, yes, Rohit.
Can I raise a protest after the contest?
No. A protest can be raised before the final announcement of the results. After the results, you suddenly get a bulb when you raise a protest. I am sorry. The results have been announced. You can't do anything about it. Okay. The results are.
There is one more point of that. If you have multiple contests on the same day, the contest has to be officially adjourned. The results might not be declared. You'll have table topics first, then evaluation, then ISC. The results will be announced at the end of the contest, right? At the end of the entire.
There is Sonal, so after this you can.
Table topic contest
Sonal
is-
is.
you can
is there.
officially close that. Because this is your protest time. You cannot, because you say the results are announced at the end of the day, so I have a whole day during lunch, someone tells me something, I go raise a. The moment the contest is officially adjourned by the contest master and the chief judge, you can't raise any protest for that one.
Yeah. So I'll just repeat for the online attendees. If let's say you have an event which consists of 3 different contests, you wanted to raise a protest, but instead of raising it at the first contest, you have raised it in between the second contest, thinking that the results are not announced, so it's still a valid time frame. You can't do that, right? So every contest has to be adjourned, and only then you move on to the next contest. So you have time till the adjournment of that particular contest to raise a protest. After that, you can't. Okay. We have a question
Yeah,
from Sonal.
Sonal, could you?
So Sonal, you can just unmute and ask.
Yes. So, Nitin, so this happened in one of the contests that I was a participant in. So it was a single topic contest. So this one participant, she was given the topic. So she, after the audio video check, which was approved by the chief judge, she was given a topic. After that, she said 1 minute and she was adjusting her video. She was already given the topic. And then she's like, now I will start. And then she started. So in this case, I wanted to raise a protest, but I wasn't sure if a protest could be raised or not. So could you throw some light on this?
Okay, golden rule. Go back to the last slide. Protest can be raised for 3 points only, not this. a very good coincidence. By last I meant the previous. Right. So protest can be raised for these 3 points only. So now to answer your question, it is said in the rule book clearly that a contestant needs to start their topic after a good amount of time, after a formidable amount of time on stage, right? How much time they take can be put together by the contest management team and can be discussed during the briefing. That let's say I've given you a topic, you take 10 seconds and then you start. If you're not starting after 10 seconds, the chief judge or the contest master can say, please start speaking. For example, let's say the contestant has said, what after hearing the topic, the contestant has said 1 minute, let me adjust. That's proof that the contestant has begun speaking. Okay, the timing starts from the first indication of the fact that you are about to start communicating. It can be a hand gesture, it can be a smile, it can be a word that is uttered. So the moment you hear that word, you start the timer. Okay. Now, in that time, after the timer has started, the contestant is adjusting their video, they're adjusting their background, that is on the contestant. When the time is up, the time is up, irrespective of how long she has actually spoken for. Okay, I hope that helps.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sonal. All right, any questions?
Yes, we have. Sahana, could you go ahead?
Hi, so my question is, so you mentioned that up to 25% of the material can be referenced or copied as far as the reference is mentioned. But how is this 25% measured? Is it 25% of the 7 minutes that is the time for the speech? I mean, how does this measurement happen?
Sanjay R. Yeah, 25% of like the time duration. Now it's very difficult for you to calculate if it's scattered, right? So in that case, you use the best judgment to decide if it's 25% or not. Okay. If let's say they have copied the entire speech for exactly 25%, which is for 7 minutes, how long will it? 1 point something minutes. So if they've used exact 1 point so and so minutes in like simultaneously, then you can call it out. But if it's scattered, it's difficult for you to decide, then use your best judgment. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more question.
Adnan, could you go ahead?
Yeah. So my question was regarding table topics contest. We have the rule that the topic will not be repeated. The contest master says it twice and we don't repeat it. But in case there's a network outage on the contest master's end, is it okay for the chief judge to ask the contest master to repeat it again?
Yes. It has the convention has to be followed, which is speaker number X, name, title, and name of the speaker. That has to be followed. If let's say the contest master mispronounces it or there's a network glitch, the chief judge or the contest chair can call that out and request the contest master to do it again. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions in person or online? Yes, Ashok. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, the subject is about unemployment is the topic.
Okay.
Yeah, my number is 6.
All right.
Number 1 has covered the unemployment in this topic.
Okay.
I understood. So
How did you
now I
understand?
will be mentally, I will be changing the employment.
You can't. You're
a table topic contestant.
Yes.
Right. So in table topics, we discussed this previously by KP also. When table topics happens, only the first contestant will be in the main room. All the other contestants will be in a separate room. So they are not aware of the topic that has come over here. Okay. So if the room is soundproof, if they have no other means of communicating with the outside world, they have no idea what the contest or topic is. Yes, yes. Prepared speech is fine. Because if they are in the same room, they may hear what the other person is speaking.
I'll be inspired.
Yes, you may be inspired. Right, but again, that's a quote. Reference to another contestant and or their speech.
Which is not.
So it's a ground of protest, right? So if you're quoting whatever, let's say you're contestant number 7, and you're quoting a material that contestant number 1 has used, that's a valid ground for raising a protest. Okay. If let's say you take inspiration from it and use it in a different context, the voting judges and the contestants can decide, does that context make sense or not? Is it forced or not?
No, I can give you one more detail.
Yeah.
Actually, initially when I've been planning for it, I would like to see the first issue of the unemployment. After once, as it's been exposed that unemployment in South Africa Now, I would like to tell that unemployment in the education,
Okay,
how is it getting?
right, again, see, the context, the contestants and the voting judges decide, does it look pre-planned or have you forced it? Because you got inspiration. If you forced it,
After listening, judges can make out.
yes,
He made a bit of.
exactly. Exactly.
Because
So,
that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Really opportunity.
Yeah.
I do not want to calling.
true. That is an opportunity, but again, context, as simple as that.
The 20% will not be polling. Even I do a calculation and polling says 15%.
Mhm.
Then it's not.
No, see, if you are referencing, it's referencing, irrespective of 25% or more or less. A reference is a reference. It can be a single sentence or it can be an entire paragraph. Okay, 25% counts for originality.
So the best practice is let us leave that.
Leave it. As an IC contestant, whatever the other contestants are speaking, shut it out.
But
Have whatever you have planned, go with that. If you can come up with impromptu things, as long as it doesn't fall under these grounds, go for it.
and the best practice, can you say that, keep in mind three things. If something gets screwed up, we come to the team, something gets screwed, we go to the team.
Absolutely. Great.
Some
Cool.
questions put it offline.
Huh?
Some questions put it offline.
Yes.
Take it offline.
Yes, yes, right. All right, great. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of this session about the rule book. If you have,
Clarify that point once again on the aspect of consent of the last minute changes, because I think there's still a lot of questions around this call around it. The aspect of they need to give their consent beforehand for a contest, and they cannot.
Right, right, yeah.
They can come there and-
Yeah, if you can come here. While Rishabh is here, if you have any other questions, the number and the email address mentioned over there, so you can put it over there, and we'll get it answered, or you can put it in the chat right now and we'll get it answered. Meanwhile, please welcome Rishabh to add one very important point about consent.
All right, to everyone online and the ones present in the room, there has been a question that what happens if a contestant at the last minute, because of genuine, acceptable personal emergencies or any other reasons, Bangalore traffic for that matter, rains coming into the last minute, whatever, if the contestant at the last minute, for acceptable or unacceptable reasons, decides to change their intention of participating, here is what I'll explain the overall process, and which is what I would ask all of you to follow. First, as the contest chair, you need to ensure and ask all the contestants, asking of their mode of contest, whether they're going to contest online or they're going to come for having an in-person contest. On the basis of that, you have a clear indication as to how many contestants are participating online and how many are taking part in the contest as in person. Now, suppose you have all the contestants coming in person. At that point in time, it may not be feasible for you as organizers to make a last-minute decision to provide a platform where online contestant, where a speech contestant can take part in the contest online. And at that point in time, as an organization, as an organizing team, you can choose to say no to the contestant because that's not possible. And you have the consent from the members beforehand that they will be coming in person. Take a scenario where a few of the contestants are participating online and a few are participating in person. So you already have the bandwidth, you already have the preparations done to accommodate a speaker online. And in that case, as an organizing team, along with the consent of all the contestants, you feel that you can accommodate that request last minute because you have already prepared for that. You already have the resources and the technologies and the tools for that. You can choose to have that participant participating in the contest online, provided that it's feasible for you. All right. So remember that the final decision stays with you as organizing team. Whether you would want to entertain a request by the contestant at the last minute. Remember that as organizing team, we want to have a smooth contest. We want to give the best of the experience to the contestants, but not at the cost of the entire contest or the event as such, right? So use your best discretion in that sense. You have the authority to say no in case you're not able to support the tools or the format for the contestant just because the last minute glitch has happened. All right, I'll take a pause here if there are any follow-up questions on this.
In this PPT, we're not talked about how many people are advanced to this level.
Oh, that's a completely different thing that would be covered, and you can always reach out to your area directors for that. Any questions, any follow-up questions that are coming up on this particular point,
No.
you can just unmute yourself and ask the questions. Anyone from the audience?
First, the contest chair has to be decided before we get participants nominate themselves, right? We can't choose a contest chair after we get the participants' details.
So that's the first step of organizing and planning for a contest, that you need to identify the contest chair, who would then identify the chief judge, right? So you need to identify a contest chair, and the contest chair would start working upon getting the participants list from the club level. Any follow-up questions, or did that answer help you?
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other follow-up questions on this particular topic? Because I know this is an important one, and a lot of folks have been pinging me as well. Any follow-up questions from the ones who are online? You can just unmute yourself and ask the question.
Can you download these particular slides?
Yeah, that will be shared after the meeting.
So, for example, I have someone as contestant and I'm competing. It should be separated from it, because there's a confusion.
All right, so here's an important note to all of you. It is not the responsibility of the club president or the club VP education to conduct contest. As a club president, club officers team for that matter, if you are interested to contest, you need to identify someone from the club who's probably not contesting, and that person would take up the role of a contest chair. So please remember that it is not the responsibility of the club president to be the contest chair. It is not the responsibility of the club VP education to be the contest chair. You are completely allowed and eligible to take part in the contest. In case you are from a club where every single member is interested to contest, work with your area director to find a contest chair external to the club. There's also a provision for that, right? So it is not the responsibility of any of the club officer that someone from those 7 officers need to take up the contest chair role or the event chair role. Work with your area director in that particular scenario. Every single member of the club can take part in all the contests, and the contest can still happen, but all the contestants cannot be involved in the organizing team.
There is a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Is consent from the contestants mandatory to allow the contestant to change their mode of participation at the last minute?
Like I said, right, it is also upon the basis of, first, if you can support that, entertain and support that last minute request that has come in. If you're already having a hybrid setup, right, where a few contestants are participating online and a few are participating in person, you already have the setup. You can just inform the chief judge that this is what we are making as a change, because it is not affecting the contestants, the participation of the contestants in any which way. The aspect of consent that I mentioned from the participants come into picture if the order needs to be changed, which is what has happened in the past as well, right? Where a participant was called upon to speak in an international speech contest. Because of some technical glitches, the participant could not unmute or present the speech. In that case, the consent from all the participants anonymously, again, not putting a pressure to all the contestants, and the contestant was allowed to speak at a later slot, right? So the onus is upon the organizing team more than that of the contestants. Right?
Yeah, that's it.
No more follow-up questions on that?
No.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. Back to you, Sushmita.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Rishabh Mehta and Toastmaster Nitin Bhagat, for sharing the rule books and clarifying all the questions we have. Thank you so much. And if you still have other questions, put in on the chat. We will take a note of it and get back to you. Let's move on to our next session, which is understanding the ballot. So being a judge is not only we have to understand the rules, but also we have to see how the voting ballot is actually it works. And to share that, we have someone very special. He is the current PQD in District 125, was the past CGD in District 98, 2021-22. He was the Division Director in District 98, 2020-21. He was the Area Director in District 98, 2019-20. And he was also the Charter President of Toastmaster Amrita Bengaluru back in, he joined in 2017 in this Toastmasters journey. He has owned several speaking competition and delivered more than 25 keynote speeches and inspired hundreds of Toastmasters. He believes that communication is the key to improve people's skill, which can do wonders. He has trained more than 500 members and coached 75
Right.
plus members through his self-curated training journey over 30 hours. And so he helped them to transform into a better version, a better communicator. So with this, let me welcome Toastmaster Sanjay for taking the next session, leveraging the ballot. So over to you, Toastmaster Sanjay.
Thank you so much for that very warm welcome and that absolutely fantastic introduction. I just have one protest point. I'm not serving as the PQD at present. Well, so overwhelmed looking at the word protests there. So I had to use that. Good afternoon, District 92. Pleasure to be here with all of you. I always call District 92 my second home. And I'm sure as I speak that a lot of members, especially Rishabh and the others, would have a nice smile on their face, the in-person audience. I'm sure you can see that right there. So it's good to be back at so I'm able to see the in-person audience. Is the camera off? Can one of you help with that, please? Okay, we'll just get started. Now, I was supposed to be taking the session, I think from 2:05 to 2:50, but of course, contests and all of this is so exciting. It's 2:50 p.m. right now. So I promise it's post-lunch. It's Sunday. I'm definitely not here to give any of you any sort of gyan or anything that's going to be boring. Something that's absolutely important though. Yes, I'm in the meeting for quite some time. And I've been listening to everything that Nitin has had to share. And I have to put it across in the most interesting manner. Whatever Nitin explained so far is the work of a manager. But my friends, it's the people who are on the ground, the members in the team, the operational folks who have to do a lot of the work. Voting judges in the contest are similar. Yes, there is a chief judge. There are a lot of other role players. But at the end of the day, the buck stops here. As voting judges, we have a huge responsibility. And yes, please take this extremely seriously when I say that as voting judges, it is our individual responsibility to really look at whether we are fair or not. Now, I'll take about 5 minutes to talk about what are some essentials for a voting judge. I have no presentation, but I have something that I call the Bible of contests. Well, apart from the rule book, I'll be sharing that with all of you and I'll be getting started. So first things first, as a voting judge, I'd request all of you to first be aware of what your roles and responsibilities are. As a part of the contest, as a part of the procedure, the chief judge will ask you to sign the judge's code of ethics and to fill in all of your details. Now, most people don't really go ahead and read what is written there, but I'd suggest all of you to do it, to be aware of a lot of basic points. And when I say basic points, things as simple as, my friends, we're judging the speech and not that particular contestant, not that individual. And we'll, time and again, each one of you as voting judges will hear this, that you're not supposed to be considering past performances or personal relationships, the underdog feeling, or someone who's an overachiever, someone who has the limelight. So all of these points are essentials, and I'm not really going to run through those elements. But my major focus, as far as the voting judges are concerned, is how do we vote? What gives us, each one of you, as voting judges, the superpower to be able to, say, sort of judge and evaluate, give those particular scores to the contestants who are there. Now, it would be very difficult if we had no structure around it. And of course, that's the beauty of Toastmasters, the contests and everything that we do. There is a well laid out structure as to how we need to go about the voting. And this session is all about that. So for all of those people who joined in just for your club to get the points for the gavel, and if you know the voting process already, my friends, this is going to be a revision. For everyone else who's here, who's going to be a voting judge probably for the first time, then I'm sure this is going to be extremely informational. So I'll start sharing my screen and we'll quickly get started with what we have in stock. I hope my screen is visible, both to the online and the in-person crowd. Can I get a thumbs up, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Wonderful. I hear that there. Now, for the people who've not seen, this piece of paper, maybe in person or on your screen, please download this today. Either case, if you plan to contest, you need to do it. And if you plan to be a voting judge, this is absolutely necessary. And trust me, it is just these two sites. Yep, there are two sides to this entire sheet. I'll be sharing the other one also, that are extremely essential for us to be a voting judge. Now, this is the judge's guide and ballot. Please make a note, it is not just the ballot, it is called the judge's guide and the ballot, because it really helps us understand how we need to go about the judging. Now, given the three contests that District 92 is about to hold in this contesting season, well, I'd request someone to please stop the annotation, right? Reminds me of online classes where kids are typically annotating. Let me.
Yes.
Yes, it's stop now.
I've disabled the annotation for the others. Just a moment, please.
No, you can't do it like this. Because you have to get back. Yes.
How
Done,
do I
done, done.
stop
I've
it?
cleared it. I've cleared it.
Yes.
No worries. I've cleared the recordings, the annotation.
Is there nothing I can do?
I request the people to stay on mute. Yes. Now, getting started. We have the ballot right in front of us, and each one of you as voting judges, this is going to be your focus. Of course, besides listening to the speech that the contestant has. If it's an ISC, of course, table topics and evaluations correspondingly. There's some disturbance I'm hearing. I'm not sure if that's just me. Someone who's getting unmuted time and again. All right. Now, before we go ahead and before we look at this element, I'd request all of you, please turn to the back. If you have a sheet right now, that'd be great. Okay. If you don't have a sheet handy right now, if you have this on your screens, please download it. You can just find it on the Toastmasters website and go to page 2. Now, why I ask you to go to page 2 right at the start is this is exactly what we need to be looking at when we evaluate or score the contestants. Yes, the numbers there seem extremely complicated. So let's start with this. A judging criteria, and I'll start off with ISC. Okay, I'm not sure why that's happening. Some disturbance, I'm getting time and again. All right. In the international speech contest, there are 3 parameters. If you look at it broadly, there are 3 parameters or 3 areas where you're going to be judging a contestant: content, delivery, and language. Now let's understand there are specific areas under each one of them. And let's also look at the percentage. Now, why I ask all of you to start from here is to look at the weightage that the content has, the delivery, and correspondingly for the language, which means that we are clearly being given that particular area to score a contest. And as we talk about it, as we go along, I'm not going to read this whole thing right now, but just quickly run through what are the different elements. To start with the international speech contest, the purpose of the contest is going to be read out by the contest chair. But if you as judges read what is mentioned here in content, so you have speech development as one part. It's the way, the speaker is going to grab the audience's attention and how that entire opening body and conclusion aids in doing that. Remember, it's not just the attention. As you read, you'll see that a good speech immediately engages the audience's attention, which means for people, who've done their CC manual, I don't want to take a reference to that since it's discontinued, but we have the whole pathways thing coming in where we're told time and again by our evaluators that we need to have a good opening body conclusion. So the speech development, it's the structure, the framework, the transitions through the various parts of the speech that's going to be covered there. Now, when you talk of effectiveness, there are elements of audience reception. What is your subjective judgment? Now, this word subjective judgment applies across the voting process. We'll talk about subjective judgment when we go back to the numbers and look at how do we individually score. But effectiveness, how is the audience responding? And then we have speech value. A lot of you may have heard of this statement saying, what's in it for me? What's the purpose of that particular speech? How is the speech helping? What value is the speech delivering? And that's the content, 50%. Yes. Now we need to mark, even in the content, specifically on each of these areas. When we go back, we'll take a look. Delivery is 30%. And delivery, all of the aspects of body language, physical delivery, voice, and the manner in which it's put forward, the enthusiasm, the energy, and all of those elements come in here. But typically, it's the body language and the voice modulation that we're evaluating here. Moving on, language. Now, this is a very interesting part that most people who start judging for the first time don't acknowledge. Why I say that? There may be some speakers, there may be some contestants who don't have a great vocab, who may have made a few grammatical errors. And most of us think, this is not going to work out. This person's done terribly well. But that's not the case. If their content, their speech development is fantastic, let's say they have amazing body language and good voice modulation, you cannot mark them down overall. You can only mark them correspondingly in those sections. Yes, and I was talking to the judges code ethics that's below. So let's look at how we go about this whole scoring process, for which I will need to display this here. I hope it's visible to everyone. People who are out there also, I see you have a big screen. Now, starting off, actually looking at all of these points, speech development is a structure, the organization and the support material. How is the transition from through various parts? The maximum that you can score a contestant here is 20. And here's where I'll ask and I'll request, I suggest all of you to follow a myopic approach. Why I'm saying a myopic approach is when you're grading someone or when you're scoring someone on the speech development, please don't think of the other elements. You do not have to reduce something on speech development because say his body language was not great. There's a reason all of this is categorized. It covers all of the elements. So speech development, the maximum is 20. If someone was excellent, 14 to 19. Of course, 20 is what we have for excellent. Very good is 14 to 19, so on and so forth. Now, here's where your subjective judgment comes into picture because there is no right scoring that you can give a candidate. You as an individual, what you felt. But remember, it's not just your emotions. It is your subjective judgment as a Toastmaster, as someone who's heard that speech. The basics of evaluation that you have at a club meeting, let's keep all of that in mind. It's not about, oh, I don't like this person. Or, you know what, I didn't like the color of the suit that this person was wearing. All of those are not points to be considered. So we typically look at each one of the elements, score them. I don't want to say this, but we are robots when we are doing this. We need like a half robotic approach because this is what we are doing at. And of course, the other half of our human brain, which helps us enter the right score. So speech development, based on the structure, the organization and the support material, the maximum that you can give a contestant is 20. Effectiveness, which is the reception, how is the audience responding, the interest that is being generated, whether the audience is glued, not, and all of that, is the effectiveness of the speech itself, a maximum of 15. And now comes the speech value, where you have something called ideas, original thought. Yes, a lot of times we hear a speech and we say, wow, how did this person even think of something of that sort? Well, that's speech value where you may want to give them those brownie points. Or if you see, again, I'm not talking of plagiarism, protests and all of that here. But let's say some of you think that this is just a very normal idea. The logic is not very clear. What's this person trying to do? The speech value, the thought itself. This is exactly where you need to score the contestant accordingly. So this covers your content, the 50. So score them accordingly in the columns across the names of the contest. Moving on to the delivery, the second element, you have physical, which is the appearance, body language, and speaking area. Now, given we are looking at a hybrid mode, and the judges are going to be online plus in person, I'd request all of you to focus a little on this whole physical element, which is the appearance, body language, and speaking area. The speaking areas, defined as such, even in an online setup, the contestant can't really go outside the screen, outside where they are visible. And on the stage also, they can't really walk off stage and all of that. So the defined speaking area is going to be mentioned by the contest chair. Please be very mindful of speaking area as one part, appearance as another, and body language. All of the elements that you talk about. Now, it accounts only for 10 points in total out of the 100. Yes, 10 is the maximum points that you can give a contestant for great body language, fantastic. And 10 is the maximum you can deduct also. If someone's not great with his body language, let's say right now I'm sitting and I'm delivering my ISC speech. Let's say I'm a contestant. You say, you know what, I didn't enjoy it as much because his body language wasn't great. Please score that contestant accordingly, only in the body language. If the other elements were according, I know I'm repeating this, but I have to do this because this works. We need to understand that these are all independent while they're interlinked at the end of the day. I know that sounds very contradicting. So physically, the whole element is 10 points at a maximum. Voice. Now, all of the elements of voice modulation, whether you talk about the variation in voice, the pitch, the volume, the variety, the pace, all of this coming in, how nicely someone has used their voice to their advantage in bringing out the message that they had to. This is exactly where you can score them. A maximum of 10 points. The manner, the enthusiasm, the assurance, the way they speak. A lot of us say, you know what? I like the approach this person took to speak. Not the approach in the content, but the way it was presented. So manner in terms of the delivery, guys, a maximum of 30, physical, voice, manner, each having 10 points. Then come language. Now language is just 20. First, appropriateness to speech, purpose, and audience. A lot of times you may find someone using words that are absolutely amazing, but the audience don't get it. So this is exactly where you score individuals in the language. And if you look at some wonderful speeches, well, at your club, area, division, district, the world championship, you'll find that it's a balance of all of these elements. They have the right usage of language, which is appropriate to the audience. The audience gets it. Yep. Now, let's say again, there are going to be people from different generations who are going to contest. Someone who's preparing for a speech needs to keep all of that in mind. I can't go about using, abbreviations like, ROFL, LMAO, blah, 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 blah. If the other people don't understand it, it's really not going to help. So language is extremely essential, and appropriateness is what we're looking at. So 10 there. Now comes correctness in grammar, in pronunciation, and word selection. You may think, hey, that's the wrong word that he used in that spot. It was not supposed to be used. Or that's not how you pronounce that particular word. Yes, pronunciation. So 10 points is the maximum you can give someone if all that is in place. But if you find someone whose pronunciation is bad, you think grammar is not so great, please mark them down only in this area. Yes, let it not affect the other parts of ballot. So in summary, it's 50% of the content, 30% of the delivery, 20% that's language. Yes, and the most beautiful, the most interesting part is no one gets to see your breakup of what you've given each contest. This is just with you, not even the chief judge, not even the tally counters. For the people who are voting judges for the first time, you can see there are perforated lines at the bottom portion of the ballot, the judge's official ballot, and how that goes about. Whatever is above that perforated line is only for your information. Yes, it comes with a seal saying for your use, confidential. You're not supposed to be sharing it with anyone. So the simple point, the idea being, you go ahead, you score them accordingly, total it at the bottom, accordingly give the first, second, and the third place. You don't have to worry about, what, I've scored this person this, what if this is right, what if this is wrong. It is your subjective judgment, provided you kept in mind all of the judges' code of ethics and the scoring parameters. Yep. Now, before I move to the next one, since we have one ballot here, I'll just take a quick moment to give you a few tips on what are good things to follow when you are a voting judge. If let's assume you have a sheet. There are a lot of people who say, typing and editing this here, you can edit it here. You can type whatever name. Like I'm typing, Nitin as a contestant here or Sanjay as a contestant here. You can do all of that. But you say, I don't want to do this. I want to use a physical sheet. Now, if you have a paper, first things first, tear the bottom portion of the ballot and keep it separately. Have it separately. The upper portion of the ballot is separate. Start scoring. And we always ask people to start from number 10 to 1. Write the contestant names in their speaking order in a reverse manner on the ballot. I know this may sound extremely stupid when I say this. The first time I heard it at a judges training program in District 92, I said, does this really work? But the first time I tried it at a contest, it really, really helped. What people do and what experts suggest in Toastmasters is contestant number 1, write it against 10, contestant number 2 against 9, 3, 8, so on and so forth. Now, as you mark contestant number 10, please fold that particular part. Yes, it's easier. You can't fold it the other way around. You fold that particular element, fold that marking that you've given. That really, really avoids any sort of bias that you may have. Say, first contestant I've given 15 for speech development. This contestant, should I give 15? Should I give 10? Let that not be the benchmark, is the whole idea. I know despite that folding and everything, we may still have the whole benchmark. It takes nothing to fold, or of course, you're all smart enough to remember, but just one thing that may help. If you're filling it online, it's your choice. Start from here, go ahead, please fill in the names, score them accordingly, and total in that 1 minute of silence, please, if possible. Otherwise, you have 3 minutes at the end. So contestant names here, the scores accordingly, you get the final scores. Right in the first, second, and the third place, you do not have to mention their points. And please be as systematic as you can. Why I'm using the word systematic is a lot of people, right? Because I know I said that the most beautiful part is you don't have to fill in the top portion of the ballot. A lot of people are not going to fill this and directly going to write 1, 2, 3, which is not something that is suggested, because bias really kicks in, and then it is not going to be a very, very systematic approach in terms of giving those points. Subjective judgment, but a very objective approach. Out of 20, give them that score, total it, and then go about. There may be the difference of a 1 third place. Yes, please fill that on. Most important, the bottom portion. If the signature or the judge's name is missing, the chief judges have been instructed to discard the ballot. Yes, each one of you, if you're going to spend 1.5 hours, whatever amount of time in judging the participants, please make sure that you are signing in the bottom, and please do that first, the signature and the name. If you do not do that, whether you're an online judge or whether you're an offline judge, this is the most important element. That signature is important. Trust me, the chief judge is not going to come back to you and say, you know what, please sign it. They are going to discard that vote. So your particular count, that score, the points that you've given are going to go null and void. So please be very mindful of that. I've been speaking for a very long time. I just realized, so I'm going to pause here. Take any questions around this entire approach. If anyone has any, please have them in the chat box. People are there in person. You can also please ask any queries that you may have before I move to the other two ballots.
And what happens in case of tie? Suppose two participant has got the same score.
Wonderful point. So as a voting judge, you cannot have a tie. It's absolutely simple. As a voting judge, you cannot have, say, you know what, contestant 2 and 3 have 74 points each, for example. Whom do I go ahead and whom do I give? You need to break your own ties. You decide who was, you know, slightly better, score them accordingly. Say the second or the third position, first or the second, so on and so forth. You cannot have ties. Whatever ties evolve out of the total judges ballot on the tally sheet, the chief judge will take care. They have a separate tiebreaker judge for that. I hope that answers the question.
A question. Sanjay, we have a question over here in the in-person mode.
Yes, please.
Hi, Sanjay, a quick question. Some people have accent, right? Could be North Indian accent, South Indian, Malayalam accent, something. A little bit of accent, change of accent in the speech. Some people have pure American accent too. Like, do we need to consider that too, or is part of that like correctness and appropriateness, the bottom part of the ballot?
If their mother tongue influence is extremely strong, and if you think that's affecting the language, since the contest is going to happen in English, if it's going to affect the whole language perspective, the only place where you can sort of deduct a point or two is the correctness element. You can, because if someone has a strong mother tongue influence, then definitely I think it's unfair for the other participants who've worked on all of those elements. So you can do that. But remember just that particular point. Correctness alone, nowhere else.
Sanjay, one question.
Yes,
like during the contest, right? Like who will be deciding which judge is going to evaluate which candidate?
Oh, okay. So all, Manjunath, all judges have to score all contestants. No, you scoring him, I scoring him doesn't work. If there are 10 contestants, all the judges will score all the 10 contestants. And that's how the contest is fair. You will give your 1, 2, 3. 9 other judges will give their 1, 2, 3. And
then
that's how you decide.
At the end of the contest, who is going to decide who is the winner?
So the tally counters and the chief judge will take care of that. There is a separate role called a tally counter, and the chief judge together tally the scores of all of the judges. So if you look at the bottom portion, right, it says first place receives 3 points, second place receives 2 points, third place receives 1 point. Okay. In each judge's ballot, the first place gets a 3 point. Whoever is in the first place will get a 3, second place will get a 2, third place will get a 1. And that entire thing is going to be tallied in total.
Okay. Thanks.
As voting judges, our job ends at providing the bottom portion of the ballot, giving our first, second, third place.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. If someone quotes in his or her mother tongue and does not give an explanation of the same in English, you understand. Yes. You again, it's going to be correct, appropriateness and correctness. That whole grammar element with word selection, all of that. So Srivatsa, if I'm reading the name right. Yes, Srivatsa, you can, deduct accordingly. Yeah. Okay, if there are any more questions, we will take them as we go along. But I hope you're clear with the International Speech Contest Judges Guide and Ballot. And just, I know I'm sharing something that's very stupid, but since we have a lot of people who may be voting for the first time, this ballot is standard across all levels of the contest. Now, when I say that, whether it's the club, area, division, district, and even the world championship, the ballot remains the same. Yes, it's the International Speech Contest with all of these parameters. So typically contestants who've been there, contestants who are practicing well, who are preparing well, are also going to prepare around this ballot. Let us not bring in any of our elements. And a very important element that is going to be mentioned in the briefing is your club norms, or what is followed in your club, what you have seen does not work. It doesn't, work in any scenario where you say, you know what, this is what happens in my club, he's not doing it. So we can't really bring in those elements of how they go about it. I have two questions. How to score timer? Janardhan, I didn't get your question. If you're asking how do you take care of the timing, voting judges are not supposed to be deducting a single point based on timing. Voting judges, you don't need to look at the time. You don't need to look at the clock. If someone has gone beyond the red card, finished within the green card, none of our view. We are wearing horse blinders. We're only going to look at this element. It's only content delivery language, only these elements. So we're not looking at that. Yeah, Jagdish, is there any points for good speech progress and excellent transitions? That'll come in speech development. If someone's had wonderful transitions, it's going to come in speech development, and I would say partly in speech value also. Because to be able to come up with those kind of transitions, you need to have a wonderful logic in your speech, in what you're preparing. So in the content, the speech development and speech value is where these will fall in, Jagdish. Okay, so that's the international speech contest ballot. Are there any more questions? Can a participant do a PPT presentation with speech? International speech contest. I'd request Nitin or Rishabh to speak. I've not gone through the latest rule book. Nitin, I don't think that's allowed. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? A PPT presentation. Or can they?
PowerPoint during presentation. PowerPoint during the speech.
Yeah, I mean, so they can, but that has to be declared as a prompt, right? So PowerPoint presentations, your virtual backgrounds, all of that can be used, given that you have declared as a prompt. Now, declaring a prompt is not a mandatory activity. Okay, it's highly recommended you declare a prompt. But even if, let's say, you use something that is not declared as a prompt, the judges can then decide, was this forced during the contest or not? And based on that, they can't raise a protest, but they can mark them down in the relevant section of the ballot if a prompt feels forced.
Yes.
Sanjay?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yep. So coming to props, a presentation, like Nitin said, is also a prop. I'm glad I recollect that after he mentioned. So anything, guys, a lot of you may want to use a chair on stage. Please remember, you can set it up only in the 1 minute of silence. A contest chair is typically going to ask you. There are some people who have other props also that they use during their speech. All of that has to be set up in that 1 minute of silence. Plus, like Nitin mentioned, it's always recommended to declare them beforehand. So even a presentation, you'll do that. There is no additional area where you can mark them. Trust me, it's just the content, because the presentation adds on to the content. So if you think, the structure has gotten better or the speech value is interesting because of the presentation, please give them score them accordingly. And remember, just because someone's used a presentation, you can't say, wow, this person put in all the hard work and the effort to make that presentation, and I will give him additional points. Doesn't work. Yes, please remember that. For me, it's a horse blinder. When I'm a voting judge, it is just these points. Okay, is a virtual background also considered as a prop? Should it be declared? Now, regarding virtual backgrounds, I think it's very important, for us to look at one element. And again, I'm going to redirect this question back to Nitin, the PQD team, and the officials there, because in some contests they say that using a virtual background may not be allowed. Nitin, can you throw light on that? Is a virtual background allowed? Or I think you were talking about it when you spoke the previous time.
Yeah. So the virtual background and the presentation falls in the same bucket. It is a prop, and it can, or it can be used impromptu and also, but in that case, the judges will decide if it fits the context of your speech or not.
Yeah, absolutely right. So virtual background declared. Now, just let me be very simple with this one point. I see another question coming in saying undeclared props, should we mark them down? As a judge, it does not matter to you. As a judge, you shouldn't be concerned about whether someone has declared that I'm going to use a chair or not. Our focus is that speech, mark them based on that speech. The reason that declaration comes in is it helps the organizing team in planning better. So can the same speech be given at different levels? What if a judge has already heard the speech in the previous contest? Wonderful question there. Same speech, yes, people give the same speech, club, area, division, district. At the World Championship, you know, the norms have changed. So with regard, the same speech can be given. What if the judges heard the speech in the previous contest? So that is where I think your district chief judge is going to be extremely, aggressive in asking you to get different sets of judges, because the chief judges are going to be different, and it's recommended. I know at the end there may be one or two judges who may have heard that speech. You can't do much about it. So it's a small world, given that there are a lot of members, but it's a small world at the end of the day. And as a judge, if you heard the speech previously, I know we don't have superpowers, but you need to say, you know what, I haven't heard this speech even once. It's the first time I'm listening to this, and give them the rank, the scores based on that performance on that particular, not the previous one. The last time could have been miserable, could have been, best, but you're not concerned about that. It's just about the speech on that given day. All right, I'll move on to the other ballots, and if there are any more questions, we'll take them in the end. So with the international speech contest ballot being done, I have two other ballots, which is the table topics and the evaluation contest. Now it becomes very simple for me to explain this because we've seen the first element, but it's important for us again to go to page 2. Now table topics, the entire evaluation metrics changes slightly. Content is given 5 additional percentage. If you look at international speech contest, it is 50, 30, and 20. Here it is 55, 30, and 15. So the content, speech development effectiveness is 55%. Yes, and you have the logic, original thought, that element is missing here. So if you look at this breakup of this 55 in the other main marking sheet, we'll look at what the split really looks like. But to start with, 55% content, speech development and effectiveness, 30% delivery, which is physical voice. Manner is not really brought in here because it's impromptu, it's table topics, and language is appropriateness and correctness. Now, unlike the way we approach table topics evaluations, now I'm bringing the word table topics evaluations, it just cannot be about, oh, wow, that was wonderful. Oh, I laughed so much in that table topics, or someone came and made so much fun out of that topic. We cannot be vague about all of this. We cannot just go about and say, this felt good, this looked nice, doesn't work. That's where we follow this ballot thoroughly and we go ahead with the same approach. Everything remains the same except the marking and what are in the content delivery, because it's changed. You don't have the idea, logic, and in delivery, you don't have the manner. So content out of 55, 30 is given to speech development, which is the opening, body, the close, the conclusion, the organization, and the smoothness. Now, all of you will agree, if you've seen table topics in your clubs, that this is the most difficult part in a table topics contest or in a table topic speech itself. How do you construct that opening, body, conclusion, the way you organize your thoughts, the smoothness with which you transition and deliver your speech? So whopping 30 points, which is a good number, is given to the speech development. Yes, another 25 points or 25% is given to effectiveness, which is the logic, enthusiasm, all of this comes in here. Now, again, another 25, because somewhere, if you don't have the right logics, if you're not able to achieve the purpose or in the first place, define a purpose of what you're speaking for, how you take that topic around, how the audience responds, the enthusiasm with which you speak and approach the topic, that's another 25. That's effectiveness here in table topics. So speech development and effectiveness coming or carried forward from the ISC ballot, but you see there's a slight change. There's 30 in speech development, effectiveness is 25. Now content is 55%, and I want all of you as voting judges to please remember that element. It's not what we feel. It's not just about, someone doing gimmicks on stage and using their entire stage with their physical presence and all of that. It's a lot about content, 55% content. Delivery accounts for 30%. The same elements, yes, which is physical and voice, but not 10-10, it's 15-15 now. The physical appearance, body language, and the speaking area together is 15 points. The voice, the flexibility, volume, all of the things we looked at earlier is another 15 points. That makes it 30 total for delivery. Language, it remains the same, appropriateness and correctness, but correctness is just 5. Now, naturally, so a lot of you may have, it's a no-brainer as to why it is only 5 for correctness, because it's impromptu. The chances that someone's going to make a grammatical error, using the wrong words, not being able to pick the right vocab is possible because it's impromptu, hence just 5. Just 5 that you can deduct for grammar, pronunciation, word selection. So the table topic, contest ballot is this, and it ends here. It's extremely crisp, if you ask me, because now we have only 6 parameters overall: content, delivery, language, 2 each. Earlier we had 8 parameters, 3 in content, 3 in delivery, and 2 in language. So look at each one of these elements, the same approach again. Do not mix up, when you're marking someone on speech development, focus just on those elements, give them those points, and do that in that 1 minute of silence. That's exactly why you have the 1 minute of silence. So the speech development, the effectiveness, physical voice appropriateness, and correctness, this sums up the table topics ballot. And please go ahead and read this entire second side or the back side of the judging criteria, which has the judging criteria and the code of ethics, where you talk about content, what exactly in content, in speech development, what exactly. So if you read it, for example, it says the way the speaker puts ideas together so the audience can understand. It really gives us perspective. And trust me, voting judges, no matter how experienced, people who've been there, always read this before starting off with a contest judging. Simply because we're not doing this day in, day out. It happens once a year, and some people don't judge very often. So please read this thoroughly once to understand, even before you start judging, so you know what exactly is being discussed. So the content, delivery, language, this sums up the table topics ballot. Any questions here with the table topics ballot before I move to the evaluation ballot?
No questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, all right. Chat box, I don't see anything coming up. If there's anything, we'll address it as it goes on. So moving on to the evaluation. Now, this is extremely interesting because there are just 4 points where you're going to evaluate the contestants, and just 4 very simple points, but look at the kind of weightage that's given. Now, I strongly recommend all of you, especially for the evaluation contest judges guidance ballot, if you are going to be a judge, you should have evaluated several times at the club. And when I say several times, you need to have, have had that experience, simply because you are judging someone who's evaluating another person's speech. You are not focused on that speech. You are focused on how someone is evaluating another speech. So for the people who are new and this is going around, evaluation contest, I know this may have been covered. Just to set the context for this one, someone delivers a speech. All, the contestants are going to evaluate the same speech one after the other. Of course, they don't get to listen to the ones who've spoken before them. The ones who've spoken after them, naturally, they're going to be allowed to listen to. So here, understanding this ballot is very important. And that's where I strongly recommend all of you to read what is written behind. Very simple points: analytical quality, the recommendations, the technique, and the summation. Now, if you look at the analytical quality, that's exactly why you're evaluating. How closely are you able to observe? How are you able to analyze? It's written strengths and weaknesses of the speaker's presentation. Please note, it's speaker's presentation, not the speaker. It's not a human being. You're not an interviewer. They are not an interviewee. It's not what you are good at this, you are bad at this. It's not their strength and weakness. How did they really analyze the strengths and weakness of the speaker's presentation? Evaluators' comments. Was that analytical, approach clear? Was it specific? Now, why I'm using the word specific is it's very easy for someone to come and say, oh, you had fantastic body language. Or to someone come and say, the way you used your gestures was absolutely amazing. Or I would strongly recommend for you to work on your gestures. Some people also go to the extent of giving an example. Some evaluators do that. Now, I'm not saying if someone's given an example, he's the best that you have to do. Are the comments, the evaluators' evaluation, is it specific? Is it going to be, in a very systematic approach? Because the moment I think of analytics or the analytical quality word, it reminds me of data. It reminds me of organizing things. Now, why I'm bringing this point up here is when you're evaluating someone's speech, we need to be specific. It can't really just be, points in the air, random points being thrown around. So that bringing that whole element of analyzing that speech well, whether the evaluators analyze that speech well, is very important because it accounts for 40 points totally. Whether it was clear and whether it is focused, that's also a very important element. 40 points out of 100 are only for the analytical quality. Yes, then come the recommendations. Now, this is a very important element. Yes, a lot of you may be following multiple techniques. You may have whatever, your sandwich technique, or you'll start off with acronyms saying, I am here to tell you the ABC of speaking. A was, you were great at this, B, C. People come up with acronyms, templates, whatsoever. That's as a judge in the evaluation contest, those shouldn't matter to you. What matters to you is the recommendation. How are the recommendations given? The recommendations, if you ask me, are more important than pointing out strengths. One will easily identify their strengths, but that's the reason you're all evaluating. It's so the other person can improve. Of course, be cognizant of their strengths, but improve and work on what areas they are not so good at the moment. So are the recommendations specific? Are they going to be useful to the speaker? And you read the last point here on the second side, they should enable the speaker to improve their next presentation. Very important. Yes, we cannot give them random recommendations saying, please practice a little more, or please work on your body language. Work on what? Be more specific about what you need to do. Yes, that's a very important element because that kind of an evaluation really helps the speaker. Now, recommendations also being the second most significant part, 30 points in total. So if you look at this, the analytical quality and the recommendations put together is 70% of the total value. Very important to look at whether the recommendations are positive. Again, the word positive coming here, all of you know about how do you not use the negative tone. I'm not saying sugarcoat everything, but it's very important to be mindful of whether your recommendations are going to be helpful or not. You are not a movie critic to say, you know what, even the popcorn money was a waste when I went to that movie. That's not the idea. You are there as a well-wisher, as someone who's going to evaluate that speech. Now, I'm talking of this from an evaluation perspective. So as judges, you look at whether the evaluator has been analytical and has given good recommendations. That's 70%. Another 15% is technique, which is sympathetic, sensitive, and motivational. Now, this technique, if you ask me, this 15%, while the other 40, 30, 70 is important, this 15 is sort of the make or break for an evaluator, for that speaker also. If the technique is not right, if that speaker doesn't feel motivated enough, they're not going to come back to deliver the next speech. This happens even at a club level. If they don't get good evaluations with the right technique, being sensitive to the speakers, some people may not take feedback very, very openly. They may not be used to it. Are you having an approach that really, really helps you in putting it across, keeping in mind the feelings? That's what you see here. What the speaker really needs to improve. But while doing all of this, inspire the speaker, really encourage the speaker. That's a very important element. So this technique, this 15% is something that you also need to look at. So 15% for technique. And finally, you have summation, which needs to be concise and encouraging. Now, specifically in an evaluation contest, the summation with 15 points is given extra weightage. Please remember, please note, there is no body language, there is no voice modulation, nothing of that coming here. Yes, voice modulation, however, has an impact in the technique. For someone to be motivational, for someone to be sensitive, they need to play around with the voice, choice of words, and all of that. But there is no separate area for body language, voice modulation. But there's a 15%, 15 points for summation, which is concise and encouraging. A 2 to 3 minute evaluation, one may present a lot of points, but if the speaker doesn't feel a high at the end of the evaluation saying, wow, I never thought that, I was so good and I never knew that I can improve on all of these elements. The speaker needs to feel the urge to go back and work on the areas of improvement, the recommendations, and need to say, oh, wow, fantastic strengths I need to work on. So 15 is the maximum that you give for summation. And these elements together are the evaluation contests. Now, a lot of experienced judges are going to do multiple things. I'll tell you what they'll do. They listen to the test speech, of course. They write their evaluation points. Then they say, what did the evaluation contestant use this or not? Please remember, it is not what you feel about that speaker. It is none of your job to look at whether the speaker was fantastic, great. Not, of course, listen to that speech, because if you don't, you will not know what the evaluators are doing, what the evaluation contestants are really speaking, putting forth. But that doesn't mean you become a contestant in the time you have nothing to do. When the test speaker is speaking, you listen, make notes, nothing wrong. If you observed something, please make notes, but don't go about using that as a base of judgment. Let's say I, as an evaluator, can be extremely stringent. I, as an evaluator, I'm very, very strict, saying, you know what, this was not so great. Please repeat the speech. If that's my feeling, it doesn't mean all evaluators are going to be that way. And I cannot score the evaluation contestants based on my benchmarks. It's not my benchmark. It doesn't matter. So again, horse blinders, look at these 4 elements, score them accordingly here. So strong push. Please go back. Please read what is written on the second side and then score them accordingly. I'll stop here because the evaluation ballot is done and I'm done with the ballots. Is there anything any one of you would want to ask at this moment? Something in the chat box. Let me see. Speaker.
I have one question.
Yeah. Sir.
So Sanjay, you mentioned that we should not kind of evaluate the speaker ourselves, but we should evaluate the evaluator, right? But what if like we don't agree with the evaluator saying that you can improve in your body language, but you think that the body language was already good. So
then you can definitely, you can score down or score lesser in the analytical quality because they've not observed well. That's a good thing to do. And that's why I said you listen to the speech, you make notes, but you cannot draw your own benchmarks. My good body language may be someone else's average body language. My not so good body language may be someone else's fantastic body language. We're all at different levels in our speaking journey. The point being, I cannot draw my own benchmark. Please listen. And if you think it's a clear, there are some evaluators who don't observe properly. They do that even in evaluation contestants, and they just give a generic pointer. Say, work on your voice modulation. But the speaker had a great voice modulation. So I will definitely score that person accordingly in the analytical quality.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
You should, so I'll just reiterate that point for everyone's benefit. You should listen, you should have your opinions, but don't let that be the benchmark. Say, this is what I feel, and everyone else has to say this. It cannot be my way, or I'm going to give you no marks. That's the point.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just take, there are 2 questions in the chat box. I didn't see that. So Vanshika has asked if a speaker engages the audience through questions or rhetorics more than other participants, should they be marked higher? Vanshika, yes, in that segment alone, that audience reception element, because they've connected better to the audience and all of that. So you can score them accordingly. Yes. And that's where I say a lot of times you have a benchmark. Say, contestant 1 was okay, contestant 2 was great. So let's say we give like X and then we give like an X+2 for the next person. It's your choice, the way you want to do it, but score them accordingly in those segments alone, in those areas alone. Then Anand is asked in table topics contest if the contestant not able to understand the topic or quote, which is used as a topic, and contestant asks the contest master to explain the meaning of the quote or any words. No, the straight answer is no. And I'll be very honest. So Anand, I relate to where this is coming from, because table topics in the clubs get extremely tricky with the kind of innovation we want to do. But the contest rule book clearly states that topics should be of very, very general and simple in nature. Topics cannot be complicated. And there's one line that's specifically mentioned. I think it's still there in the rule book. It does not require you to have a prerequisite knowledge. The topic should be generic in nature, such that it does not require an extensive understanding or knowledge of any subject. So that's something that you can typically keep in mind, that it's the duty of the contest chair to look at, that the topics are simple, but if a contestant is not able to, they cannot ask the contest master to explain all. It's not possible. Is the ISC ballot applicable for other language contests as well, conducted by bilingual clubs? Are they allowed to customize the ballot? Okay, so Swami, bilingual clubs, I am going to refrain from answering that question. I'll sort of bounce that to the PQD office, the DCJ. They can help with that question, Swami. Nitin, Rishabh, Rohit, any one of you want to pitch in?
Yeah, a contest should happen in English, right? If you're doing an ISC, it has to happen in English. So even bilingual clubs should strictly stick to that and not have ballot changes with respect to adding their own language in it.
Done, perfect. Yes. Okay, so yes, so again, I think I misinterpreted the question, Swami. I thought it was generic. I think District 92 has decided, of course, it is understood and decided that the contest is in English. Yes, if there are some clubs who do it in different languages, then Swami, the whole discussion changes. So yeah, that's a little point there. Then we had Nazneen who's asked.
Yeah, also,
maybe use-
Sanjay,
Yeah, please.
sorry to butt in,
No,
but that's not a District 92 thing, but it's a protocol. So it's mentioned in the rule book that all speech contests should happen in English and English only.
My bad, my bad. It's been a while, Nitin. I haven't gone through that. So I totally agree with what you've mentioned. Guys, please make note of that it is going to happen in English. Now, Nazneen asks, maybe use this template in our club, however, tweaking it a bit. So Nazneen, now, I think I need a little more clarity on how do you want to use it in the club? That's a very important thing, right? How do you want to use this? In a club contest, this is it. But I think you're asking more from a club quality, club education, club meeting perspective, Nazneen. So you can add in more comments in the chat box. Yeah, Nazneen, please speak.
Good evening. I just wanted to know that so that we can train our evaluators as well as our table topic people to perform better and go prepare them for the contest.
Please do that. Then don't tweak it is what I will say. Simply why I say don't tweak it is this is the most holy thing for judging. If you ask, don't tweak anything in this.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes. All right. Yeah. So minimum and maximum number of contestants allowed for any contest. Minimum 2, maximum, whatever, minimum is 1. Yeah, 1 also. Absolutely. Abhishekta kindly, pardon that me saying 2. It is 1. Minimum is 1. Upper cap, I don't know what is the maximum number of members in a club, in any club in District 92. All of them can participate. 25, 30, 40. Of course, then you need to talk to your AD or DCJ and look at how we're going to organize all of that. Logistically, it's going to be a task.
Sanjay, if I can just add in over here.
Yes, please.
If you have a contest with more than 10 contestants, there has to be a semi-final. Okay.
Yes.
So that has to be noted.
Is that a TI? Is that a TI thing, Nitin, if I may ask?
Yes, that is a TI thing.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
you need to have a semi-final in your club level contest.
Yeah, more details on, if any club has more than 10 people, you can reach out to your AD, your DCJ to help you with how you have to go ahead. Yes, and that question someone asked, minimum 1 means no club contest. See, it's up to the discretion of the club. That's what I think Nitin was mentioning when I joined the meeting, saying it is recommended that clubs hold a contest, but no one's forcing. Now, I really, really hope no club faces this situation and everyone gets to have a contest. But if any club has only 1 contestant, it is good you do the contest so that that person gets the experience and the practice. 1. Second, the point that has been mentioned, saying that person, if he or she is disqualified, does not win and is the clear winner, of course, that's there. So there are people who do that where they bring in judges and let's say someone's disqualified on time. So they don't. But it's silly because at the end of the day, the club has to send someone as a representative if they decide to do so. So I think these are very rare case scenarios and I'll sort of end that discussion here. If there are more, we can sort of take that up separately. But any other question? I'll stop sharing my screen. I think I'm through. Okay, I have taken, very comfortably, I've taken more for 50 minutes compared to the 45 minutes that have been allotted. So I will stop here. And if there are any questions, I'm sure, you have a fantastic team to help you with all of that. I wish all of you the very best as judges. The simple and the last tip that I would really want to mention here is please give your 100% attention when you're a judge. Please do not think that this is just, baaye haath ka khel hai. It's something that I can do at, with the back of my hand. I don't have to worry about it. And I've seen people, and that's why I say that with a lot of pain, do not stay busy on your phone, especially in the online. Do not multitask. Do not be on shopping apps. Do not be on Instagram scrolling through reels. Please lend 101% of your attention to the speakers, the contestants who are contesting there. Give your 100% and that's a little. Thank you so much. I had a lovely time. Over to our host, Susmita, and thank you so much, Nitin and the others at D92 for having me back.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Sanjay, for your session, detailing the ballot and how to judge in terms of all the contests. Thank you so much. All right, so let me ask Nitin, we are almost 50 minutes late. And as per the agenda, we are supposed to have a break. So how do we go? Shall we take quick?
We will still take that break because it is needed. However, we'll take a 5-minute break now. So 5 minutes and we'll come back at 3:50 and we'll resume the session from there. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So we'll see you in 3:50.
5 minutes.
3:50. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, if I can ask, what's the next session about?
All right. Can I have silence over here, please? Yeah. 1 minute silence. All right. The next session will cover what can go wrong in a contest and how do you recover from there. And we'll cover how to maintain fairness in a hybrid contest with respect to judging. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. One second.
Nitin, are we back there?
If I do not lay a golden egg tomorrow, you can kill me then.
Okay, I see people coming there. Are we all back at room there? Okay, so we'll proceed for the next session. Before
Yes,
that, I
Sushmita, just give us 1 minute. We're gathering
yeah.
everyone and
Sure, I'll asking for renaming. Yeah, thanks, Nitin. So meantime, I'll request everyone to rename yourself as the naming convention shown in the PPT. Your name underscore club name. So this will help us to track your attendance, which will be helpful for your Golden Gavel Village Award. So your name underscore the club name. All right. And since we are running little late, we'll try to cover up and maybe another 30 minutes or so, we will try to cover up the session. All right, so there will be little change in the agenda in the next session. So we will now hear from our speaker after understanding the rule book and the ballot, how to become a fair judge and how to maintain a fairness in the hybrid contest as a voting judge or as a tiebreaker judge. And to share that taking that session, we have none other than our distinguished Toastmaster Rohit Koka, who is our program quality director for District 92. So I'll request distinguished Toastmaster Rohit to take the stage for sharing how to become a biasless and maintain fairness in our hybrid contest as a judge. Over to you, TM Rohit.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Shupita. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a quick 5-minute break just to re-energize yourselves. Are you ready to learn again? Are you ready to learn?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Right? Because this point is going to be an important one because it's all about maintaining fairness in a hybrid context. You've understood what are the different roles. You've understood what are the different rules. Now it's all about how do you put them all together and be an effective judge. You've understood the ballots as well, like which are the ballots, how do you have to judge them as a voting judge. Now this is more of how do you maintain fairness. Okay, so right, so what are we going to really look at today? And in this particular session, we're going to try to keep it quick because we're running short of time. But at the same time, we're going to try to cover the secret of maintaining fairness in hybrid contests, judging in different settings. We're going to look at how to maintain fairness, and then we're also going to look at a few important things to remember as an ideal judge. Let's move on. So before we press the next thing is, let me ask you, what is the secret of maintaining fairness in a hybrid contest?
Maintaining integrity.
Maintaining integrity. Online people can put it in the chat or you can unmute. What's the secret of maintaining?
Avoiding unconscious bias.
Avoiding unconscious bias. What's the secret?
Bringing.
Okay.
Treating everyone equally.
Treating everyone equal.
Being fair.
There is no secret ingredient. Right? There is no secret ingredient. The thing is, most of us might feel ki it's a hybrid contest, online we've done, offline we've done. Will it be different? Fairness does not depend upon the mode of the contest. Fairness depends upon how you perceive a contestant as a judge, how you perceive the contest as a chief judge. It is not based on the modality of the contest, right? So if you're looking for that secret method or tip in this JTP event that will tell you what it is, there is no. It's on you as a potential voting judge and a potential chief judge. You have to understand the rules, the processes, and establish the right manner to be a fair decision maker, right? At the end of the day, that's what we're looking for. Okay. Now, judging in different contexts. The options are online and offline. Quick question to all of you. Does the judging change if it's online or offline?
No.
No, a bit. No. It should, but it will.
No, it shouldn't, but
It shouldn't, but it does. Online, is anyone saying?
Online saying no.
Online
Everyone
saying
is no.
Right? Good. Congratulations, you've all trained judges. You may know. It's very simple. Judging does not change, right? Whether you're online or you're offline or you're hybrid, it doesn't make a difference because did Sanjay in the previous session show you different ballots?
No.
For each float?
No.
No, right? You still use the same judge's ballot. Are there different rule books for online and offline?
No.
No, it's the same rule book, right? Your understanding of the rules stays the same. The ballot stays the same. The judge's code of ethics that you sign stays the same. You don't get a separate judge's code of ethics. You don't get a separate judge's eligibility for online and offline. It stays the same. Your perception of a contestant, your perception of a contestant's speech might get altered based on the way you may view the contest. But other than that, the way your judging should be is same, right? So now a lot of questions did start coming up that we are moving into a hybrid contest setup. How is it going to be? How will we fare? My simple answer to that is it stays the way you've always judged the contestant. We'll look into more detailed elements of that. Okay, but I'm still going to give you a simple logic element of how do we maintain fairness. Okay, engineers, science students, you guys love the logic tables?
No.
Right? Logic tables? Yes. Logic tables are simple. All right. First one, if the contestant is online, just keep things aside. If the contestant is online and the judge is online, what do? Do what you've been doing for the last 2 years. Nothing changes. It stays the same. You continue what you've been doing for the last 2 years. You maintain the entire element of online integrity. You view the contestant from the online mode. If you're able to hear the contestant, see the contestant, you follow it. Whatever processes you might set as a chief judge are again basis the online best practices. Okay, you have the required number of timers, you have a required process that you set for your protest. All of those stays the same. Okay, next one. If the contestant is online, but the judge is offline, what do? Give the same. Give the same attention to the contestant as if he or she is in the room, right? One big element that we all as judges, voting judges, chief judges have to understand, the moment it's on a big screen, you're offline, but the contestant is speaking. Just now we have Sanjay speaking here, all of you are here. It's important that you give the same amount of attention as you would give in the Portugal versus Morocco match. You have to give the same amount of attention. Focus on every little detail, right? You might be sitting offline. There's a video playing over here. The contestant is speaking in the live Zoom. It might not be that exciting, right? Think of it like you're watching a big screen match. You pay attention, you have a big screen. You look at every detail as possible. The speaker will be highlighted. You have to focus on those details. Do not get bored. Do not think that this is some television. I will focus only on the in-person contestants. Online judges are there. If you're a judge in an in-person setup, you focus on this element. If you're a chief judge and you're monitoring the contest and there's a contestant online, doesn't mean that you can be like, hello, I'll not worry about it. Online people. You also still have to make note of what's happening. Is there audio device failure? And as a chief judge, always have a backup device that's logged in as well. So you know if there's anything happening online. Right? You have to give that same amount of detail as if the contestant was in person. Do not change that element. Okay. Next up, if the contestant is offline and the judge is online, then what do? Ensure you're able to clearly see and view the contestant across the speaking area. Now, the speaking area might be defined in different ways. Okay. Depending on the contest, the room capabilities, online platform capabilities, the speaking area will be defined by the contest chair and the chief judge. Whichever that speaking stage is, and that speaking stage, mind you, should be fair for all contestants, right? It's something that has to be unanimously decided, and that's something as a chief judge, you need to ensure the process that you set for setting up the speaking area is there. Like, for example, this is not the right speaking area that you would have because it's giving me an angled view. as per the rule books, as per the guidelines, it's best to have a fixed camera position that's directly showcasing you and a speaking area that is clearly visible. The objective is that you have to be clearly visible to the online participants as well as the ones here, right?
So what if contestants are online? Then how do we define their speaking area?
Exactly. So the next thing, if for example, you're an online contestant, again, the chief judge has to ensure that they have enough space. Now, online, you might not be able to have this much of space. You might not be able to show your entire body. You will only show a certain amount of it because of the restrictions that you may have in your respective venues. That is something that a chief judge and everyone should acknowledge. But ideally, what we say is from the viewing angle, right? Now, if this is the viewing angle, all of you see, you might not be able to see my body language and gestures that clearly. Versus someone who comes online might have only at a mid-level, chest level, you can see it more clearly. How do you solve that? As a chief judge, you have to make sure it's similar to everyone. It's synonymous to all. So if, let's say, I as a contestant who's online, I'm getting this much of space where you're able to see my gestures and a certain level, that should be considered, and at least a similar level has to be given to a speaker in person. But mind you, as a judge, as a chief judge, it will not be exactly identical. Please keep that in mind. As in person, you might be able to see me completely here standing, right? And an online contestant, you might not be able to see. Possibility that an online contestant might not stand because they may not have that restrictions. You as a chief judge or judge should not consider those elements, right? You should consider the elements that you can based on the ballot, right? You don't consider that, oh, he's not standing, he's not able to show his full, but someone in person is able to stand and speak. So I'm going to give more marks to that person. Be fair to all the contestants. And I'll come back to that point, you're not going to have to look at their various situations or elements that are there, right? So define that speaking area. And you need to ensure as a judge, if you're online and the person is offline here, if you're seeing this as me, you need to ensure that you're able to clearly view me and see me. If there's some audio issue here, because we'll have tech challenges, the same has to be communicated to the chief judge immediately, right? If the chief judge notices something, the same has to be communicated and make sure that we get the tech check done, right? But your job is to ensure you can, because for you will be watching this from the screen. If you're an online judge, you'll be watching the in-person contestant be speaking all of it from the screen. But ensure you're able to see and view them clearly in terms of the facial expression, the hand gestures, and the voice. And one important tip is, while it might be loud now, I'm sure all the online participants can hear me. What if I go and say something very low, right? I might start to think that, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by telling a story. Something that's very close to my heart. I'm pretty sure the online people might not hear. Make sure you also factor that in. If you are an in-person contestant, judges online, you have to write them such that even when the voice goes low, and this has happened to me a number of times, and I lost.
How bad have your contest been?
My contesting has been really bad. It's fine. That's why I became a chief judge. Right? So you will go low, but when you go low, you should ensure that your voice is audible. So in your tech checks and all of that before the contest, not during, please. Before the contest comes up, any tech checks, any dry runs, ensure that the people online can hear, even if the voice of the person goes low, because you want to do the voice modulation, something that's very painful. You know, some of you might hear it. But maybe they don't. But the audience are really good. What is he saying? You as a judge should ensure you have that clearly. If it's not, you raise it. You ensure it is. Okay. Last one. Contestant is offline. Judge is offline. Don't make it obvious that you're the judge. Don't make it obvious. You're sitting over there. You're with a paper. Don't make it obvious that you're the judge. Okay. Judges should be anonymous as practically possible. If the room has 4 people and there are 3 people with a pad holding this, okay, we know. But as much as possible, don't go around with a badge stating that you're a judge. You might not get an official badge or something like that, but there are some, and especially in the in-person era, they walk into the room that I'm the judge. If I'm here, your contest is dependent on me. So don't go with that expect, right? Make sure you are there, you have an intent, you need to mark the contestant, mark the ballot, and choose the right contestant for that day. You ensure that you conduct it in the manner that you see it. All the contestants are offline, you're able to view them. There's not going to be any issue there, no technical elements. You judge them as if you would judge any normal person. But just don't hold that title on it. Simple as that. Clear, simple, logic tables, logical, it makes sense.
Now, that is
Yes.
not usually, now, for example, if it is a club contest, you would not have members of your club to be the judges. So when they walk in, they know by default.
So as much as practical, you as a judge, don't announce it to the world. If someone, like, for example, I'm in a contest, Rishabh suddenly drops, and I'm like, I know Rishabh. I know. There's nobody, there's all normal members, and Rishabh suddenly walks in, he's the only person from the district who's there. You can make out. As a contestant, that people, it's not practically possible to completely make it anonymous. As much as possible, you should. But you as a chief judge or a voting judge, at least as a voting judge, don't go around with that thing, right? Ask the contest chair, ask the chief judge, what is the dress code? Everyone comes in, normally you come in a suit, people are right? So try to be in sync with how the contest is being done. If everyone's wearing a suit, if everyone's being in casual based on how the club wants to conduct the contest or how the area is, go in that sense, right? And don't go there and like the moment you come and go first to the chief judge, what should I do now? Right? Make sure it's not so much. All the briefing, all the connects should happen after. And as a chief judge, make sure that you have the right processes. Okay, guys, we'll all come at this particular time. You can come. You just make yourself in the audience as per you want. For the briefing, if there's any protest, I will let you know. Then very nicely we can escort ourselves out without making it out. And again, if there's a protest, all right, there will be. Don't say, okay, all the judges, please stand up. Let's go and have this discussion. You have to do that very inconspicuous, right? It has to be in incognito mode in a way. You have to let the judges know. You have some WhatsApp groups. You let them know that there's a protest. We will step outside. There is a separate room that you need to have, especially if it's hybrid and in person. If you have some judges online, you need to have a breakout room or a separate Zoom link where they can join and your in-person judges can also be there. So then you open the laptop and say, okay, this is the protest that has come, and then you handle it, right? But you need to include those.
Well, before you move on, you told me about the story that what people did as a chief judge when a protest was called out before, like in person. The commotion that was made to distract people.
Yeah. So one practice that happens, and again, this is practically if it's possible. Like now, imagine the contest is done, everyone's maintaining that 2 minutes of silence, everyone is quiet, and a protest is raised. Now there are some judges sitting in there. Now the moment you notice people getting up, right? You know, okay, protest is raised, these people are all judges. It becomes very obvious, right? Okay. So how do you really tackle that? So this happened many moons ago, in the olden days, where one of the ways we did it was the chief judge kind of indicated to the contest master or the MC over there that, you know what, let's do a quick shuffle. So they did a quick shuffle saying, okay, everyone, let's just go quickly and have a quick bio break and come back. It was a quick commotion where they just made people just energize themselves and get up. And in that little commotion, the judges slowly walked out. So it was done, handled. So you can do that if you have the practical possibility of doing it, right? But you have to find ways to handle these kind of situations where you need to take your judges out, discuss with them, and as much as possible, keep it anonymous. There are going to be cases where we're going to have a difficult time, right?
Should the chief judge ensure that none of the voting judges know each other?
See, it's if you can make your voting judges not know each other, that's great. But again, if there's a protest, they will come to know each other. See, it's very obvious, right? Like you can't like blindfold them and put them there and not discuss, right? So you will have to know. Your judges will have to know, and moreover, your judges briefing that you will do will have everyone on. Like the beauty of online world gave us that you can just put judge 1, judge 2, judge 3, and you do the briefing. But as for the briefing, has to be done in a video conferencing, right? So you have to have, other you as a chief judge also won't know who's the judge there. So it should be video conference. So ideally your judges will know each other, right? Except the tie-breaking judge. That nobody knows. And please don't call the tie-breaking judge for your protest. Okay, that's someone you will deal with separately.
No, so when you ask the judges to come, all the judges will come, right?
Yeah, not the tie-breaking. Tie-breaking does not come and does not play any role in protest. Please know. A voting judge is the only person who plays a role in the protest along with the chief judge who moderates it. a unanimous number of voting judges have to vote whether you keep the contestant or you disqualify the contestant. Only then. Tie-breaking judge does not get involved anywhere.
So wouldn't the other judges come to know who the tie-breaking judge is then?
So in this entire room, let's say these are all my judges. Tie-breaking judge is reserved. Nobody will know. If all of these guys go separately, there are still 15 people in the audience.
No, but during the judges briefing, even the tie-breaking judge.
Tie-breaking judge is not part of the judges briefing.
Oh, okay.
The tie-breaking judge gets briefed separately by the chief judge, right? A tie-breaking judge does not get involved in your normal briefing because that's something that's between you and the chief judge, right?
Got it.
Right? Cool. Move on. Okay. Few important elements to remember. First one, remember you are judging the speech and not the speaker. And oftentimes we go there and we see that this is our favorite speaker, dude. This guy gave me a bad evaluation in the club last week. This guy or this girl denied my proposal last week. Please. As a judge, remember your objective is to decide who is the best speaker on that day. You need to ensure that you evaluate and judge only the speaker, nothing else, right? The next point again there goes in, you're only going to judge the speaker on that day, okay? Now, this is something that has happened, and I will also openly admit that it's happened in my case, where I have given a bad performance on a day speech. But the people who were judging, because they're like, it's Rohit, they put me to the next level, which ideally should not happen, right? If let's say there is a really great speaker who has won all the contests and is like the champion eye, right? The apple eye of the district. That person goes, very possible that that person can also have a bad day. That person does it, but then you're like, I'm sure this person can win. If we push this person from club to area may definitely will win. Sorry. On that day, if that person was not good, you do not push them ahead. You evaluate them on that path, right? I don't care if it's one of the world championship contestants who come, they had a bad day, get out. Right? You evaluate and you judge the person based on their performance on that day alone. No previous, no future, no potential. This person has potential to be the next world champion. I don't care. As a judge, you do. And as a chief judge, please select certain judges that have that kind of mindset. Or mention that during your briefing. Right? Where they have that mindset, right? Make sure you don't have that halo effect, bias effect, right? That there are certain speakers, and we all know there are certain speakers, there are certain leaders, maybe past district leaders who might suddenly come to compete this time, all of that. You cannot be like, oh, you know what? You have to be as objective as possible. Okay. Next one. Right. Judge the speech, not the speaker situation. This is coming back to the point that in a hybrid setup, you will have people who might, like, if let's say we're having in person, we all come in suits. Online contestant might not want to wear a suit. The online contestant might wear just a sweatshirt. You don't basically say, okay, this guy came in a suit, better appearance. This guy didn't. If the appearance is impacting the speech, like if my speech is about Batman and I have a Batman suit, makes sense. If I'm talking about Superman and I have a Superman cape, makes sense, right? But if that has nothing to do, right? As long as I'm appropriately dressed, please. Be appropriately dressed.
Did
I
you
don't want anyone to quote me wrong. It's okay. Be appropriately dressed, please. Right? But you as a judge should not consider their appearance or any of that element, right? Your job is to only look at the speech. And this is an important point. Your job is to not look at the audio video quality. Many times people think that if the audio quality is not good or the video quality is not good, I will not mark. That's not your role, right? If the speaker is visible and audible, that's enough. Now the quality might not be. I might have a simple Nokia phone and use. Someone might have iPhone 14 Pro and they may use that. I can't compete and I cannot say that, okay, for the contest, I have to buy an iPhone. No. Whatever the device that is available by a contestant is what they use. If you're able to see the contestant, hear the contestant, that's good. You do not need HD quality, ultra HD quality. That's not your concern. As long as you're able to see the contestant, hear the contestant. So please don't factor in those things to mark your contestant down. The audio was not, if the audio is not that clear, raise that and see what can be done. But sometimes the speaker might have some difficulties or so, right? But that's not your job to look at it.
Like, so one doubt, this with regards to judging as well. So there was this one contest I was part of where the contestant was, so there was this point where she had to raise her voice really high. And then so when she did that, the audio just, there was no audio when that happened from her, when we were listening from Zoom. What do you do in that scenario? Because audio video check was done and it was all fine. But mid speech, when she screamed out loudly with regards to the speech, suddenly, I think because of the high pitch or something, the audio just cut.
But then did it continue after that?
After that section, it continued again.
There's nothing you can do. I mean, as a judge, you just look at that saying that, okay, this is not. As a speaker, when you practice, my simple suggestion to all speakers is practice even on a Zoom platform. You might practice virtually recording, but even practice in Zoom platforms because it gives you an idea of how it is. In this case, if this volume went off because the speaker went to that shrill voice, it's something that you cannot count as a technical failure. It's something that you cannot count as audio device. As a judge, you do not look into that. It might have been a miss. Now, you take your best discretion to see whether if that didn't make an impact, mark it down. If there is something that the speaker could have maybe prepared and practiced and then delivered, mark it down. Otherwise, leave it up. But there's nothing that you can stop or call or do anything over it because it continues. If this audio completely dropped after that, then the chief judge's point or the voting judges to raise saying that, hey, I'm not able to hear. And if it was unanimous for everyone not able to hear, we see what happens according to the process. Right? Perfect. Next one. Remove your biases. Like I said, keep the objective. What is the objective? Is to choose a winner. There's nothing else. No subjectivity, nothing else. This is your friend. This was my mentor. This is my mentee. This is our club president. Right? This is the triple DTM. Right? I don't care. Your objective is you're here, you speak, and I will evaluate it. That's it. Okay? Doesn't matter who it is, keep that biases away. Whatever be the bias. Okay? Keep it away. You could also have the bias that I am here in person. As a judge, I have taken the time traveling from Rajajinagar to Whitefield, and I've come here. Bloody contestant can't come, huh? Mark them down. Please, you are here, they're not, doesn't matter. You're there, they're here, doesn't matter. That's the choice that contestants have. That's the choice judges have. If you can come, wonderful. Right? If you can't come, wonderful.
Has that happened to you?
At the end of the day, right?
Has that happened to you?
Everything's happened to me. But Hyman does not there, right? But that is something that as a judge or a teacher, you shouldn't consider it, right? So ensure that you are only looking at that particular speech and that's it, nothing else, right? You are not there to judge the speaker's integrity. This is a point that also came up, right? Now, a speaker might be cheating. A speaker might have a script over there and be reading it. A speaker might be cheating on table topics and might have gotten the tip. There are 101 ways that you can find loopholes. There are 101 ways that you can figure out what to do. Your job is not there to see, is this a cheater? There is no part in the ballot that says cheater. You don't have to worry about that. If you feel that the contestant is having some unfair element, maybe they're reading a script, you can mark them down. Maybe they're looking at some video, or maybe there's someone behind who's prompting them. You can mark them down. It's your discretion of how you want to put the marks for that particular speaker. But one thing over here is, and this is happening, like, let's say a speaker comes out here and then uses obscene language. Do you disqualify that speaker?
No.
No, right?
Mark them down.
Do you completely throw out that speaker saying that I'm not going to mark this ballot for this people? No. You mark them down according to the respective ballot. All right. And that's something that you should do. There may be a point that this one speaker spoke about a topic that you absolutely don't like. You don't agree. Right? This is stupid that you're speaking. Does that mean you will not even mark that speaker? No. You have to mark every speaker completely and then let the ballot total decide. If you don't want that speaker, you don't mark that person high enough. I mean, based on your decision, if you feel that the speech is not making sense, mark it. But do not ever, as a voting judge, just negate a complete speaker, right? That's not the right protocol. Mark every ballot, right? So don't look at if the person was doing something not right, right? Maybe the speaker came, and this has happened where we've had a speaker come and objectify women in his speech. I might not agree that this is the right thing, but that doesn't mean that I'm not just going to mark this person ballot. Like, no, I'm not. I still have to mark it. I still have to give that fair chance for the speaker coming out and speaking. I can mark them down on language. I can mark them down on appropriateness. I can mark them down on impact, but that's your discretion. Don't completely throw it out and don't see what values they may have. My beliefs might be different. I might come here and say, I'm an atheist. All gods are evil. Just because you're a believer doesn't mean you're going to throw me under the bus. If my speech makes sense logically, if my speech has an impact, you only look at that. Do not look at my values, my beliefs, my integrity, whether I'm cheating or not. That is not your concern. Just look at the speech, right? Next one. Right? Same point, mark them down, don't rule them out. This is something that's important. If you have any issue, raise the concern. As a voting judge, if there's a concern, raise it to your chief judge. If you can't hear the contestant, if there's some technical issue, if you feel there's some element of cheating or whatever, you raise it to the chief judge. The chief judge takes an appropriate call. But in case of integrity and all that, chief judge will be like, okay, let me see. If the contestant is having someone prompt or if they know that the topic has gone to the contestant, chief judge will decide what to do for the, if it's table topics or so. But I'm saying that's why I didn't put protest. Protest the process you're already aware of. This is just a query. You might say, hey, this is something that I'm noticing. What do you think? Your chief judge can help you with that, right? If it's a formal protest, you can also raise that to the chief judge. But if it's just a simple query, you're not sure, is this something that the speaker is doing right? I feel this is not happening. I feel I'm not able to hear the contestant speak. The contestant's audio is not that clear. The contestant's video is a little hazy. Whatever queries you might have, don't assume, ask the chief judge, raise it to the chief judge. And as a chief judge, be ready to handle all of that. Right? You need to be ready to handle. You will get queries from the contestants, you will get queries from the judges, you will get queries from anyone else. Right? But anyone else, you don't care. Contestants and judges, you care, right? Because those are there. But it could also be that an audience member raises it. Protest not, but it could be a genuine concern. This is happening, I'm not able to really view the audience view. You have to be a chief judge and take them into consideration. You're not getting the full view of the audience. A contestant sitting there but is not able to really see. You have to address those challenges as well. Okay, so be ready for all of those. Most importantly, and this is mainly for chief judges, establish processes. Okay, don't just expect that everything will happen perfectly. It doesn't happen. Establish a process. If a protest is raised, what will you do? If a protest is raised, how will you raise that protest? How will you address it? How do you do your briefing, right? How will you ensure that the timers give the timers report? How will you ensure that the counters take the ballots and the last slip of the ballot? How do you dispose of in-person ballots? All of those, establish those processes. And to understand that, please read the rulebook. Please read the best practices manual to know what is the process. And as a chief judge, you can define the process. If someone drops out, there's a technical glitch, someone drops out, how much time should we wait for that person to come back is all that you can decide. Toastmasters give certain guidelines, but you as a chief judge can define what is the time. In consensus, of course, with the contestant. Remember, as a chief judge, you are not absolute rule. The rule book is absolute rule. The process is absolute. You just set and facilitate that entire process. Right? Let me do it. Right. The ideal judge. The ideal judge, not Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd is not the ideal judge. Right? The ideal judge is a trifecta of these three things. One, you know the rule book. All right. Have you participated in contests as a contestant? Have you been a contest official in previous contests? The ideal judge is the combination of all these three, because you've understood the rule book, you've understood what it is from the contestant's perspective, and you've understood from the process perspective which your contest official will have. If you're only good at the rule book and contest, you won't know the processes and you'll struggle to raise protests. What is the ideal? If you're good at the rule book and you have been a part of contest before, you won't understand the contestant's mindset and how to look at it. So your ballot marking will be very subjective to your ability. You will not know, okay, if a speaker said this, I should mark here. The moment a speaker said something wrong, you will mark the whole speaker down. That's it. If you're only been part of contest and you've only been part of either an official or a participant, you don't know the rule book, you will again not know what's the process. You might just go ahead and mark it as it was. So if you want to be a good judge, be it a chief judge or a voting judge, please try to see if you have all of this. Okay. If you contested in contest, great. If you've been a contest official, great. You know the rule book, that's default. You need to know it, right? So try to see if you can get this and you will have it. And lastly, what's the most important tip for voting judges and chief judges? Next. Read the rule book. Next. Know the rule book.
Be the rule book. Be the rule book.
Right? Ultimately, you have to know the rule book. You have to understand it. You have to be the rule book. Because as a chief judge, as a voting judge, you will be the person people will come to. At least as a chief judge perspective, you will be the person they'll come to. And let me tell you, being a past DCJ, and Nitin is going to get this year, you might have mugged up the rule book. You might know everything. There will always be that one case that's coming to you, and you will not be prepared. So always be ready for everything, right? Keep as much as you can. The rule book will help you. They have the online best practice manual. There's a lot of resources that Nitin is going to talk about also. Keep all of this handy. So when you need, you jump into it.
The rule book is fixed. No?
It keeps changing every year. I mean, not as in the entire rule book changes, the 29 pages will stay the same. It's just that there may be certain clauses or certain changes that they may amend to make sure it's more better understood, it's more. But most importantly, your interpretation is important. The 29 pages are there, but your interpretation can go up to 50 pages. How you interpret that rule book and do it in the right manner. Because please do understand, as a voting judge, as a chief judge, a lot is going to depend upon you on the day to contesting. A contestant has spent X amount of years, X amount of weeks, months, days preparing and coming. If you do not know the process, if you do not know the rules well, you might make a wrong decision. And then, as Nitin said, you might have bad night's sleep. All chief judges and judges should have good night's sleep. So this is the Bible, right? With that, I don't think we have time for Q&A. We'll wrap it up. And if there is, we'll pick it up. If there are any online questions, please do let us know. And okay, this is there. If you want to connect and reach out, you can use these CAM codes. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out with respect to program quality's office, the DCJ's office. We'll be more than happy to help you out. All right. With that, I hope you're all ready to maintain fairness in contest. Yes? Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. And if there are questions, I know there may be, we will handle them post. Right. Thank you, Sushmita. Back to you.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Rohit, for telling us how we can become a fair judge. So good evening to all again. Good news is we are now we'll be having the last session for the today's event. And so bear with us another maybe 15 minutes or so, and we will close it. You can take a break after that. All right. So now we learned about the rule books. We learned about the ballot. We learned about how to become a fair judge in the hybrid setting. So now let's understand what could go wrong. That Murphy's law. And to help us learn about it, so we have a very interesting session. It will be on the quiz format. So it will be, you all can participate again. And to take the session, we have none other than our district chief judge, Toastmaster Nitin Bhagat. So Nitin, over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Chat box says yes.
No, they didn't say anything.
They didn't say anything yet. Okay. Have the sessions been
They say
informative
yes.
so far? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Have you liked the food? Yes. Okay. Have you learned?
Until today morning, 10 o'clock, a judge is a role where I do not want to touch.
Okay.
Judge is a role where I do not want to keep it on my ear. After being this 4 hours spending it, I got so much of motivation that one day, maybe it could be tomorrow, I would like to take part in being a judge, and also I would like to take part in generating 3 judges from my club.
Okay, fantastic.
What a great the teamwork, and what a great motivational time you spend.
Thank
each and
you.
everyone.
Thank you, Ashok. I'm not sure about others, but I'll definitely have a good night's sleep after hearing that. All right. It's been like 4.5 hours. So if you're still attentive, give yourself a round of applause. Yes. All right, on that positive notes, let's talk about what can go wrong in a contest.
Very good.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll discuss various scenarios that may come up in a contest and how do we best overcome them in order to maintain a flow, a good flow and a good execution of the contest. Okay, so first slide, again, this will be in the form of quizzes. The first question is, in a contest, the voting judge has dropped. What should the chief judge do next? We already discussed this, so let's see. Number one, discount the judge's ballot for that particular contestant, or number two, drop the judge entirely. One or two?
Drop the judge entirely.
Two.
Two. Zoom says
Zoom
two.
says two.
In person says two. Let's see the answer to that. As per the rule book, the chief judge will determine what should be the next solution. Right?
Big question.
So again, it depends on you. Is the judge dropped for a very long time? If yes, drop them entirely. If not, it's fine as long as the judgment is not impaired. But recommended to have backup judges. Okay, cool. Let's move forward. If a contestant has completed 5 projects in the legacy program and only level 1 in pathways, can they contest in the ISC? Options are yes and no. No. Zoom says no. Fantastic. You have been a good listener. The answer is no. Pathways is the only criteria. Level 1 and level 2. The CC minus no longer count. Only in the case of ISC contestant as judges, your CC 6+ features still count. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. If a contestant has completed 2 level 1 programs in different pathway, can they still compete in ISC or be a judge in area, division, or district level? 2 level 1s in different pathways. No. Yes or no? No.
Say no. Zoom says no.
Zoom says no. Fantastic. That's also right. Like we discussed, level 1 and level 2 in the same pathway. Okay. So if you're pursuing multiple pathways, make sure you finish level 1 and 2 in at least one of those so that you're eligible. Okay. Let's move ahead. A contestant does not wish to be briefed. Irrespective of what type of contest it is, a contestant does not want to be briefed. Is this allowed? Answers are yes or no. Are you sure?
No.
Yes, no.
Zoom is mixed.
Zoom is mixed. The answer
That's a baby
is
also.
yes. A contestant can waive the right to be briefed. It is completely their decision. However, it is also your right to make them know that they may miss out on certain important information if they don't get briefed, right? But at the end, the decision lies upon the contestant. Okay.
So just a doubt on this.
Yes.
In case the contestant doesn't want to be briefed, and you're like, okay, fine, your choice. Now during the briefing, you did discuss about technical issues and all of that, which the contestant has now missed.
Yes.
Now during the contest, he does face those technical issues, and he comes back to say, I did not know what to do.
But you waive the right to be briefed, right?
So then you can go ahead.
You can say that. Okay. It will be a good practice to get that in writing, so that you have proof that hey, you yourself said this. Here's your signature. Okay, just to be safe. Cool.
There's a doubt asking, can we delegate it for contestants?
If a contestant is not available for a briefing, let's say they want to be briefed, but on the time of the briefing they're not available, they can choose a proxy. Like for example, they can choose a member from their club to attend the briefing on their behalf, and then the passage of information between the proxy and the contestant lies between both of them. As the contest chair or the contest master, you have briefed the proxy and your responsibility ends there. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Can a contest chair and or contest master compete in one of the contests happening in that event? No. Yes, no. Zoom says
no.
Zoom says fantastic. That's the right answer. If the contests are happening in the same event, because contest chair and contest master is a prominent role, they can't compete. Okay, if it's a different event altogether, as in a different day, different place, different time, then you absolutely can. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. In a contest with 5 contestants, 2 of them get disqualified. So you're only left with 3 qualified contestants. So it's pretty obvious that all 3 of them are winners. Right? You don't know what, but they're still winners, right? In that case, do you say the first, second, and third winner, or do you only announce the first and the second winner? The options are first, second, third, and first, second.
First, second, third.
First, second, third. First, and second.
Zoom says 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Right. So as per the rule book, if a contest has 3 or more contestants, then all 3 has to be announced. irrespective of the number of disqualifications that has happened. Let's say in a contest with 5 contestants, 3 got disqualified, so you're left with only 2. In that case, you can just go with 2 because there is no third place winner, right? But if you have 3 or more contestants, then first, second, and third has to be said out irrespective of the number of disqualifications. Okay?
Will that not be so obvious that
it is obvious?
Other way people will,
Yeah,
people will get to know that they are disqualified.
Yes, it is obvious, but hey, that's how we work. Okay, cool. The table topic contestant, after hearing the topic, is taking too long to start their speech. What action should be taken? Number 1, let the contestant be and patiently wait for the contestant to start. Or number 2, the chief judge should ask the contestant to start.
Chief judge.
2.
Chief judge.
Chief 2.
Judge.
It says 1, 2, it's mixed over here.
It's mixed. Okay. Sorry, trick questions. This is not a trick question. Okay, the answer is 2. So as per the rule book, the contestant should begin speaking within a short time after arriving in the speaking area, and they're not allowed to delay the contest unnecessarily. However, the rule book does not specify what is meant by a short time. There's no period that is mentioned outright explicitly. Okay, so during the briefing, you as the contest management team can tell the contestants, hey, can we take 20 seconds as a time frame for you to start? And after 20 seconds, if you still don't start speaking, then the chief judge will interrupt. The chief judge, contest master, or contest chair will interrupt, right? So that should be called out explicitly in the briefing. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. 3 clubs decided to have a joint contest to reduce the need for role takers and judges. For the evaluation contest, can there be 1 test speaker for all 3 contests, provided the clubs send the contestants to the breakout room? 1 test speaker or 3 test speakers? 1, 3. Zoom
says 1.
1.
Zoom says 1. There's 3 also, so it's mixed.
Okay, let's see.
Wait, sorry.
All right, so as per the rule book, every evaluation contest must have a test speaker, right? This means if there are 3 contests happening together, there needs to be 3 different test speakers. Okay, there is no requirement for you to send contestants of the other contest to a breakout room. They can stay in the same room because you have 3 different test speakers speaking about 3 different speeches. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. In a table topic contest, the contestant gets dropped off after hearing the topic. What should the chief judge do? Number 1, wait for the contestant to rejoin and start off from wherever they left. Or number 2, disqualify the contestant because they got additional thinking time.
Restart the contest.
Restart the contest. Disqualify.
Zoom is mixed.
Zoom is mixed. Restart the contest. All right. The right answer is, as per TI, it is recommended for the contestant to join back. You cannot disqualify the contestant because of a device failure, right? So the chief judge will take the call on should you hold and wait for the contestant to rejoin. And again, you can decide in the briefing that you'll get 3 minutes of time to rejoin and things like that. If they're not back, then they're disqualified. Or you can then take a call that, hey, we don't want to disqualify any contestant. We will do the contest entirely on a different day and time, provided all the contestants say that, yes, we agree with that. Okay. Do note that a contestant cannot be disqualified on ground of technical failure. Okay, so that's one thing. Whenever they come back, since this was a technical failure, they get 30 additional seconds to speak. So a table topic contestant, instead of 2 minutes 30 seconds, they get time till 3 minutes to do the entire speech. Okay, let's go ahead.
But what if within this condition, if the contestant riser protest saying that it's
Sorry?
The protest is not counted.
Yeah, that's not a valid protest.
Judge raised a protest saying that
It's not a valid protest at all.
30 seconds is closed.
All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, as a voting judge, you notice that the contestant is speaking about sex, religion, and politics. What action should you take? Raise a protest as the SAA announced that sex, religion, and politics cannot be spoken about, or mark the contestant accordingly and deduct marks in the appropriate section of the ballot. Number 1.
Zoom is mixed.
2.
Zoom is mixed.
Zoom is mixed. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a trick question. Okay. There is no rule at all about not speaking about certain topics. contestants are allowed to speak about whatever they want to talk about. Okay? So instead of number 2, which is what the most commonly favorable answer was, you shouldn't mark blindly. Okay? If and only if you feel it was inappropriate, you can mark it down. But you can't take a decision based on you as the audience. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. During a protest, the chief judge was putting forth his or her opinion during the discussion of the protest. Was this right?
No.
Yes, the chief judge is entitled to his or her own opinion and they can absolutely call it out, or no, only the voting judges participate in the protest decision making. Two.
Zoom says 2.
Zoom says 2. That's perfectly right. The chief judge is only there to facilitate and moderate the protest and to ensure that the protest and the proceedings go ahead according to the things mentioned in the rulebook. They can't put forth their own opinions, which may influence the decision of the voting judges. Okay. All right, let's go ahead. Can a club contest be held with only one contestant? Yes or
Yes.
no? Yes. Yeah. No, the contestant automatically proceeds to the area level, and yes, but if a contestant is disqualified because of originality, eligibility, timing, the club can't send another representative.
Yeah. Option 2.
2, 1. Trick question.
Zoom says, okay, Zoom is no mixed.
Zoom is also mixed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the right answer is a club can hold a contest with just one contestant. If they're holding a contest, the rulebook has to be followed. If that one contestant is disqualified, the club can't send anyone else in place of them. Okay. So if that's the case, if you have just one contestant, don't have the contest, so that nobody gets disqualified and your club has a representative, right? The end of the day, the decision lies upon you. Do you want to hold the contest or not? Okay. All right, let's go ahead. Can contestants take part in any discussion, activity, networking on the stage as part of the agenda before the contest?
No.
No, and yes, but this time with exclamation marks.
No.
No.
Before the discussion, yes.
Before the
Discussion, yes. Before the contest.
before the contest, yes.
Zoom
Okay.
is mixed.
Zoom is mixed.
Predominantly no, but there are a few yeses.
There are a few yeses. Okay, the right answer is NO, no. The contestant should not get any stage time before the contest. Even if the event has other things on the agenda, the contestants can't take part in it. Okay. So let's say you're having a fun activity, you're having tongue twisters, you can't call the contestant on stage before the contest and have them participate. Okay. So as a contest master or as the host, you need to be mindful of who the contestants are and ensure that you don't call them on stage before their turn comes to speak as part of the speech. All right, go ahead. Can a test speaker add the prefix test_speaker name during the contest? Yes, as it helps to spotlight them, or no, the test speaker must be anonymous.
Yes, they
Yeah.
must be anonymous. No.
Why? You would see the test speaker.
Test speaker must
Yes,
be anonymous.
Zoom says yes.
Zoom says yes. Yes or no?
No.
Make reaction, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is option number 2. The test speaker has to be anonymous before their turn comes to speak. Okay. So either you can
Zoom, right?
have your name and have your photo, but it shouldn't be announced beforehand that you are the test speaker. Or you should be completely anonymous. Your name should not be there. You should have test speaker as the name, and you should not have a profile photo at all. And you turn on your video only when your turn comes to maintain anonymity. Okay. Sorry. You don't want anyone to interact with the test speaker beforehand, right? You don't want to. If let's say I know, for example, Rohit from before that he's the test speaker, I can form certain points in my evaluation. That Rohit, knowing you as a person, you speak about X, Y, Z, Z. And I see that you still strongly believe in those points. So ideas like that might get formed, right? So you don't want that to happen. Okay. Like Sanjay also mentioned, in the evaluation contest, you should judge the contestant's speech on that day and not anything else. You don't want those points to come into picture. All right. Cool. Can a contest master comment or compliment all the contestants' speeches during the contestant's interview? Not after the contest, but during the interview. Yes, as long as they keep it generic. Or 2, no, the contest master cannot compliment the contestants.
No.
I heard a couple of yeses, so we have mixed crowd.
Mixed here as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the right answer is 2. The contest master must refrain from giving any sort of comment about the contestant's performance. It has to be something as simple as thank you, let's have 1 minute of silence. Or thank you, let's have 2 minutes of silence in the case of the final contestant. Okay, nothing else should be there. Cool. Moving ahead. In a contest, while a contestant was speaking, the recording got turned off and was immediately turned back on. This resulted in a slight distraction for the speaker. How can this be managed better? Ask the contestant to restart, as that was a technical failure, or ensure not to switch the recording back on.
Ask the contestant to restart.
Okay. Two.
Zoom says, but then there are a couple of threes as well. I'm not sure what.
The electric answer I'll give. All right, the right answer is 2. Ensure that once a distraction has occurred, there are no more distractions happening, right? So it's just a recording here. Let it be off. It's fine. Not to worry. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead. All right, fantastic. That brings us to the end of the questions that we have with respect to what may go wrong in a contest. Now, I know that today's session has been very long, very informative. You may not remember everything. So don't worry, because we will have resources to help you out after the contest, right? We've had roughly 250 people joining it. So it's obvious that not everyone in the district knows what we spoke about today, right? And it shouldn't be the case that they don't know something that we know. They should also get an opportunity to learn, right? So we have various resources coming in from the DCJ office. Number 1, highlighted rulebook, right? So 29 pages with the important points highlighted, so that instead of going through every single thing, you only go through the points that are highlighted and make a note of those, okay? Number 2, we will have a contest bundle. This contest bundle will consist of various things. So it'll have checklists for all role takers. Contest chair, contest master, SAA, timer, tally counter, voting judge, chief judge, tie-breaking judge, Zoom moderator. What else?
Timers.
That's it. Timers. I already spoke about that, right? So it will have checklists for all of these role takers, what to do before the contest, during the contest, after the contest, for an in-person contest, hybrid contest, or online contest. Okay, so we'll cover every single scenario and every single action that you should take. Okay. We will also have important documents. For example, the chief judges or the voting judges need to fill out the fairness and eligibility documents, right? The contestants need to fill out the contestants form and originality document, right? So it will have all of those important documents in that particular bundle for that particular role taker. Okay. Contest master scripts for all contests, so that you don't have to run around looking for old scripts or scripts that other districts use. We will have a common script that works for our district. Okay. Briefing scripts for contestants. So as the contest chair, when you need to brief the contestants, what should you talk about? In an online setup or a hybrid setup or in-person setup, it will have that. Okay. Excel ballots for all contests. So instead of using a calculator, which may or may not work properly, we will have Excel ballots through which, if let's say you're comfortable using it, we can just put down the marks, and based on that, the tallying will happen. Based on that, the ranking will happen as well. So it's simpler for you.
Are we going to be using Toastmasters this year?
That depends on you as the chief judge. What do you want to use? What you think is comfortable for the voting judges to use? Okay. If you're a voting judge online, you can use Toastmasters because it's easier for you to use it on laptop. But the same can't be done for an in-person judge, right? Because if you're sitting with a laptop in a in-person contest, people will know you're a judge, right? So in that case, you might want to use your phone. And in your phone, Toastmasters may not be super helpful, or Excel ballots may not be super helpful because of the limited screen visibility, right? So it is on you as a chief just to figure out what works best for you and your set of voting judges based on their technical skills and skills with using your phones. Okay, cool. Contest capsule. So this is something that Rohit, Rishabh, and Sagnik worked on in the previous year, and we'll be adding cases from this year as well, right? So what are some of the most important questions, most commonly asked questions in contests, how to tackle them, and best practices across all contest formats, so that you can use that as like a one-stop document to get information from. And Instagram Reels, so we're going viral, ladies and gentlemen. We have already had few reels coming in from the DCJ office, and we'll have more coming in as well. So instead of just documents that you have to read, you can also watch these videos, with bite-sized information from everything that happened here at JTP, right? So we can go through that as well. Okay. And of course, we will have club, area, division, contest trackers. Okay. So you will get, so these trackers will talk about when is the contest for every single club, area, and division. so that if they're happening in person, you can plan your travel accordingly. If let's say you're seeing two clubs holding an in-person contest on the same day, you can club those contests together in the same venue. So instead of both the clubs hunting for new venues, you can use a shared venue, shared resource. It's easier for you to manage. Okay, so all of these resources will be coming in from the DCJ office to you a few days after today's event. So that, and of course, you will have the tracker for the judges, as in who are the trained judges, so that you can reach out to them for being voting judges in your respective club, area, or division contests. Okay. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this particular presentation. Thank you. Any questions? Credits are over there. Oh, you can clap.
There's a question. Where are all the resources available?
All right. So the resources will be available. I will be sending an email to all of you with the resources. At the same time, they will also be hosted on the website of District 92, so that instead of hunting through the emails, you can just go to the website. Clear indications will be given in the website, and you can get the resources from there. Okay. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, any questions, please feel free to put it over there. And for the final segment, please welcome on stage the program quality director of District 92, distinguished Toastmaster Rohit Koka.
Where is it?
For a second, I forgot what was it. All right. All the online participants, are you all there? You with us? I hope you've not fallen asleep, or I hope you've not gotten bored. This is just to kind of tell you, is it a long day? Yes. Get used to it. Contests are going to take this much of time. Get used to it. This is how your contests are going to be. You want to have 3 contests in a day? This is how it's going to be. All right. So, but I hope all of you got a lot of perspective. You learned a lot of elements today, things that you did not know, right? Yes. Raise your hand if you learned at least one thing that you did not know before. Yeah. You should have known everything. Right? I'm sure online people also have raised their hands. Yes, I can see. Glad to see that a lot of you have learned something, right? But learning doesn't stop. You will experience a lot more when you take part in the contest, either as a contestant, a contest official, a judge, whatever. You will get to know a lot more from the resources that Nitin is going to be sharing across, as well as you can reach out to your respective area directors, division directors, and the trio and all for all support they have. Okay. But now I'd like to formally thank all of you for being patient and listening to all the speakers who came across here, right? I'd like to thank distinguished Toastmaster Krishna Prashanth. He's not here with us, but I'd like to thank him for his questions, right? I'd like to thank distinguished Toastmaster Sanjay, who came and who took the session for us online on the ballot. Of course, I'd like to thank Toastmaster Nitin Bhagat for the Chief Judge for session and managing this entire element. I'd like to thank our moderators and tech chairs, Sushmita Bhaija. Thank you so much for moderating the entire event. And Mr. Satya here for taking care of the infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
This does not consider an unfair bias. Right? I'd like to thank all the district officers, Distinguished Toastmaster Rishabh Mehta, Distinguished Toastmaster Priyadarsini Saho. We have not Distinguished Toastmaster. This is what happens when you sit in the dark. Toastmaster Yashika, Toastmaster Madhu. Oh, sorry, Distinguished Toastmaster Madhu. And Toastmaster Kavi. Yeah, thank you so much for being part of us. And I'd like to wholeheartedly thank the team from Oracle Facilities for giving us this venue, right? And making sure the arrangements and all have been so perfect that we've been able to have this. Of course, there will be tech glitches, you will face them, but still having a team to support you is truly tremendous. So let's have a round of applause for the team Oracle. All right. And of course, all of you participants over here, all of the participants who've spent the whole day on a Sunday listening to various speakers, putting on your thinking caps, putting on your learning caps, and spending time to learn. So huge shout out to everyone who've spent the time here and attended. So kudos, give yourselves a huge round of applause, everyone, for taking part. With that, we finally conclude judges training program and contest management training for the program year 2022-2023 from the program coordinator office and the district teacher office. Thank you very much. And now you may choose to drop off. Okay, if all of you can come on screen, this is something that you're going to look. Come on cameras, we'll take a photo. We'll figure out how we do that. So all the people on
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this one to that side, right? Oh, no, everyone's on this.
Yeah, I'll put that over here, facing the camera.
This be the spotlight. This, sir, everyone's here, right? So everyone come on camera, it's bigger here. Okay. We all stand here. Someone take it from there. That is not important. Put this on the screen.
Oh, yeah, even okay. You can do full, just double tap. Wait, hold 1 second.
I did that. Sir. Remove the,
No, I'll
remove the participant. That is not important.
Yes, okay.
Okay, don't go to people online, but just gather around some form.
We can sit here.
On the PPD.
Yes,
That just really, how many, all the PPD.
Is not in the photos.
We'll sit here in the front.
Sit here, so it'll be easier. Just let's take some chairs. Take these chairs. Go sit there. It's otherwise the back people cannot sit. You can sit. You can take other way.
Is everyone ready? Ready. Cheese.
वीडियो नहीं है, रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं होगा।
Okay.
Multiple photos. There are people always never switch.
Oh, we said that.
Spotlight. It's go back.
Can you put the first slide?
And the who spotlight?
Ma'am.
Oh.
Where is Daniel? What's it?
ये उन्होंने अपना चूज कर दिया है।
Everyone can drop off. Have a meal to be great. You know, I'm a bit
All right, formally again, thank you everyone for coming. See you soon. Bye-bye. Closing the room in a few seconds.
उसके लिए भी 3 to 1 करना है